Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, Honorable nominee, congratulations on your well-deserved appointment.
Thank you, Chairman.
My first question to you, of course, I won't talk about your competence. You've done that a lot. Has to do with the road sector debt. In this very room, your predecessor, the Honorable Amakwata, when he was being vetted, he was asked a simple question, that what debt was left behind in the ministry for the ensuing government. Then he was straightforward. He said there was a huge debt of 1.56 billion Ghana cedis that was left for them to clear. Can you tell us what the current status of the road sector debt is? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, indeed, I remember the exact time, sometime in 2017. And when my very good friend, the former Minister of Roads and Highways, was being vetted.
Chairman, with respect, Honorable nominee, with the greatest respect, Honorable nominee, with the greatest respect, I seek the indulgence of Chairman with the greatest respect. Chairman.
Honorable Ranking and Minority Leader, you do not have the floor.
Chairman.
You don't have the floor now.
Chairman.
Now you don't have the floor. Chairman. Allow Honorable Mahama Shaibu to conclude. Then I can give you the floor.
Chairman,
allow.
Don't raise your voice.
Just
Chairman,
allow.
Don't raise your voice.
I am not raising my voice at you.
Preach. No, if you raise your voice, no. We had before you suspended sitting for 5 minutes. You called me for a discussion. I told you that I was having a discussion with my caucus, and then I come. We did not spend more than 5 minutes. Chairman, let's operate in good faith. You had called me, I said, give me a moment, I will join you. Then the next moment, you've come to start. Chairman, I want to register this protest that you have proceeded in bad faith. It is not the understanding we had. It's not the understanding we had. We got to a point where I was responding to a point of order. You came in rudely to say that you have ruled. Yes.
Honorable member.
To say that you have ruled.
Honorable member.
Chairman.
Honorable member. You should be guided by the rules that in this house you don't use insulting, disparaging, and abusing language. At our first sitting, when the backbencher said I was rudely interrupted,
you are raising your voice. Chairman,
the ruling of the speaker.
Chairman, bring down your voice. Bring down your voice. Bring down your voice. Bring down your voice. Bring down your voice.
Honourable members, at our last sitting, when the backbencher used the word rudely interrupted, we all observed that the speaker ordered her to withdraw the word and apologize. I do not foresee former majority leader, now minority leader, to repeat the word rudely. Such a conduct will not be tolerated. I therefore urge upon him to withdraw the word rudely and apologize.
Chairman, all your colleagues, including you, have been rude to me this morning. You have been very rude. You have been extremely rude. Chairman, we started, you courteously gave me the opportunity to give my opening remarks. In the process Honorable Ayariga came in. In the process, Honorable Roxanne Dafiamakpo came in. In the process, you had the majority leader himself. No, Mr. Chair, if you allow. Mr. Chair, if you allow.
Point of order.
We have had situations where, whilst I was responding, your colleagues came in rudely. I kept quiet. You again said, we should have a moment outside to have a discussion. Then out of the blue, you come in to give the floor to Honorable Ahmed Shaibu. Mr. Chair, I told you that you rudely interrupted my submission. When you had given the opportunity, again, you realize that Honorable Ahmed Kofi-Boah, without giving him the opportunity, he came in to interrupt. Even the Honorable Ayariga, on 2 occasions, he interrupted, and I kept my calm. Chairman, it is upon the 2 of us to steer the affairs of this committee. I think that as chair, I didn't say co-chair. You see, Chairman, you see the rude interruption? Chairman, you see the rude interruption? They will not listen. Chairman, your members will not listen. We listen to you. They will not listen to us. We listen to you. They don't listen to us. Mr. Chairman, we listen to you. You don't listen to. I'm not saying, Chairman, let me finish. Chairman, I am. No. But you.
Honorable members, order.
Chairman.
Honorable members, order. Honorable Muntala Mohammed, the ruling that I have given in respect of Brian Achampong applies to you. So here you remain silent. I have the list here.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, my view. Chairman, my view is that the approach being adopted by the majority is unacceptable. Very unacceptable.
Honorable Muntala, I have checked the records, and you are here as a subject matter committee leader for roads and highways. So I apologize to you, and honorable leader, he's here on a point of order. Let me listen to him as a member of the committee.
Mr. Chairman, I raise my hand on point of relevance. Mr. Chairman, this committee is an extension of Parliament. So the rules and regulations governing the conduct of every single one of us on the floor is the same thing that must govern our conduct here. Nobody has any right to start speaking when he is not asked to do so by the chair. I get the sense that everybody does what he or she wants. More so when they put on the mic. Of course, even at plenary, you can make any comment as long as you don't speak in the speaker. When you are not recorded, every single statement that is made here, every single statement, the difference between myself and you is that I attended side too, but I'm here with you, sharing the same. You've forgotten. We are here. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm saying that nobody has any right to make any comment except that he is given the opportunity to do so by the speaker. When you gave your ruling, that should be the end of any discussion on the matter. And I'm surprised that my good friend, Honorable Afenyo Markins, this is his 4th term. I came to Parliament with him. I expect him he understands the rules. He has been the majority leader. he should be the last person who should be engaged in disregarding the rules governing the conduct of members of parliament, most members of this committee. So I'll urge him, once the speaker has given his ruling, that should be the end. If he has any comment to make, he can do so after we have even, we left this particular process. He can do so. He would have the opportunity to make his closing remarks. He would have the opportunity to ask his questions. But we have spent more than 1 hour here. More than 1 hour. We have not even gone into the resume, if you like, of the person. Nothing. So I would urge my good friend, Honorable Afenyo.
Thank you very much, Honorable
let the
Honorable
rules
Mutala.
and regulations
The
govern
point
conduct
is
of
well
business.
taken. Honorable Ranking Member. No. You see, Honorable Brian Achampong. Honorable members, order. I apologize to him because I've not advented my mind to the list before me. And by adventing my mind to the list, he's here in his capacity as a leader for the subject matter committee, which is roads and highways. That is why I have given him the floor to speak. Honorable members, the issue on the floor is that Honorable Ranking and Minority Leader use unparliamentary language, to which rudely interrupted, which is similar to what a backbencher has done the day of our very first sitting. He was asked to withdraw and apologize. Similarly, taking a lesson from that, having used the same word, I am urging upon him to honorably withdraw the unparliamentary language, apologize, and let's make progress.
Chairman, the context of the use of the phrase rudely interrupted did not amount to disrespect. No, let me finish. Chairman, you see, we all keep our calm, but you don't look to your right. You know what is happening to your right. Please. Chairman, the rate at which I get interrupted is very unacceptable. However, if as you sit to my right as a chair, you feel that the phrase is unacceptable, I think that it's appropriate that same is taken back and to express my key concern to you that the rate at which I am being interrupted is unacceptable. Chairman, having said that, I would want to say that the purpose for which.
So, honorable members, the word rudely interrupted should be expunged from the record.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, that said, I believe that you called off the meeting to enable us address a few issues. We had gone into caucus for just 5 minutes, and we were to come back to you so that we resolve the matters, the reason you call off the meeting, so that we make progress. Chairman, I would plead with you that the approach should be such that all of us will be satisfied. There was a good reason for you saying that we should suspend sitting. Without engagement, you came in to start the meeting. Chairman, I would want to urge upon you to let us resolve the matter and then have a peaceful start.
Thank you very much. But Honorable Minority Leader and then Ranking, with all due respect, we have a relationship. the meeting was suspended for 5 minutes, particularly for you and I to engage. I took the lead outside, waiting for you. Honorable Brian Champon, you are being interruptive. I don't expect this from you. I don't expect this from you. Please, former minister, I don't expect this from you. When I walk out, I was waiting for you. You did not come to tell me anything. I only heard that you want 2 minutes and have waited there when the public is aware that I have given 5 minutes. I've therefore decided to resume duty after the expiration of the 5 minutes. That was what really happened. So, honorable members, with all due respect, the majority chief whip, minister designate for roads and highways, have been sitting close to 2 hours. Can we make progress? With all due respect, can we make progress? The preliminary issues have taken close to 2 hours, which should not be the case. So, honorable chief whip, I plead with you to give me the opportunity to continue with the proceedings. You would have your turn very soon. So, Honorable Shaibu, please proceed.
As a nominee, you may continue to answer the question. Or if you want me to repeat it, that's fine. Yeah. So I had stated clearly that a few years ago, your predecessor, the Honorable Amwakwata, was in this very hall answering questions at his vetting. He intimated that 1.56 billion Ghana cedis was in the road sector debt that was left behind for them to clear. I trust that they would have cleared all by now. What is the status as we speak? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Once again, I thank my colleagues for giving me the opportunity to appear before them. Yes, the question asked by my respected colleague is something the whole country must pay attention to. Indeed, in 2017, our respected colleague, who is no longer a member of parliament, in his word, was alarmed by the fact that the NDC government was leaving a commitment debt of 17 billion Ghana cedi in the road sector and 1.5 billion cedi that being certificates approved, which were not paid. At the transition committee, it turns out that as of today, I've not been to the ministry yet, what they presented to the committee, the NPP government is leaving a minimum of 100 billion Ghana cedi commitment. What you should be worried about, though, is that in that same document, they are saying that certificates unpaid as of today from GOG amounts to about 20 billion Ghana cedis. The ones with road fund is about 15 billion Ghana cedi. What you should be more worried about, my brothers and sisters and colleagues listening to us from outside of this hall, is that if you take the indebtedness up to 2025, which is the road fund debt alone, out of the 15 billion, look at these details. In 2018, we were owing about 113 million Ghana cedi. The interest on the 113 million Ghana cedi this year will be 665 million Ghana cedi. The debt was 113. The interest on the 113 is 665 million. When you take 2019, 210 million. The interest on the 213 million is 960 million Ghana. 2020, we were owing 424 million. The interest on the 424 million is 1.5 billion. 2021, the debt was 616 million. The interest on that is currently 1.69 billion. 2022, 693 million, and currently 1.4 billion. The question is, how do I explain this to the taxpayers in Adaklu? that we owe 113 million, and the interest on the 113 million is 665 million. I believe the issues about the road sector concerns all of us. Everybody here wants better road to our communities. These are not monies that have been thrown away, but it's because of the way contracts are written in this country, which says that if somebody raises a certificate and you don't pay after a period of time, 30% interest accrues on it. So this, as a result of the 30%, we are made to pay 15 billion on road fund alone. The question is, the 20 billion that is, GOG, what will be the interest on that? Nobody knows. If the interest on 4 billion is together 15 billion, imagine what it will be. So I believe the way forward, if I am approved by this House, is to sit down with the finance minister to see how we can deal with it. This cannot continue. This is not value to Ghana. This is not value to the contractor. This is money being wasted. We cannot accept that you owe somebody 4 billion, and in this year, you are going to pay a total of 15 billion, that is principal plus interest. This cannot continue. This is something that the Ghanaian taxpayer, it means that today, if you collect 10 billion tax today, you are going to give the 10 billion tax as tax waivers, which is not tax waivers, like interest, which is nothing. So, Honorable Chairman, this is a very serious matter, and I want all countrymen and women to avert our minds to it. This is not about NDC or NPP. Like I said, these road projects are in our communities. So how we deal with it is something that must attract the attention of our country so that we put a stop to it. This is not sustainable. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shaibu. By the rules, you have one follow-up question relating to the answer provided. Do you have any follow-up?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So please proceed with your follow-up.
Honorable nominee, you have stated clearly that interest is one of the biggest problems that we have if you look at the composition of the debt. Understandably, you don't expect a contractor who has gone to borrow at 50% interest to do your work, and then you expect him not to add whatever he has on it. So is it a question of contracting which you intend to look at, or a question of looking for other sources of funding to pay off contractors as quickly as possible? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. It's both. Indeed, not every contract in our country attracts interest in terms of delays. So, and I also agree with you that when a contractor gets a project and is encouraged to go and borrow money to execute that project, and he goes to borrow money and is paying interest, and when he raises a certificate and is not paid, of course, the bank is expecting him to pay the principal plus the interest. But what I'm saying is that this cannot continue. I don't know how the finance minister is going to fund this, because I foresee easily a situation where he's going to have to find 50 billion. And out of that 50 billion, majority of that money is not work done in your community or my community. It's interest. And I don't think Ghanaians will be happy with any of us. So the finance minister's responsibility would be to sit down with the sector ministers to deal with this unsustainable interest compounding daily, including today, so that we can make it possible for us to derive value for the monies we spend on our projects. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip.
Okay, Chairman, thank you very much. Let me...
No, you hold on.
Chief Whip, congrats. I heard you quite well when you spoke at length, looking at the interest and debt that has accrued over the years. And you beautifully also added that when this House is gracious enough to approve you, you will sit with the finance minister. That was your first statement. And then you also wondered how the finance minister will navigate in the face of the difficulties. I also know you have been ranking on the Rules Committee for a while. If you put all together, you should be telling us solutions. And being aware of all these challenges, what are some of the solutions you want to profess in the wake of the difficulties we have? Yes, we are all aware of the difficulties, the interests, and all that. What are the solutions? I heard you on your political platform and all the good things you said, referencing your manifesto and all that. Tell us some solutions.
Yes, thank you very much. I think this is a very important question. First of all, whatever solutions we have, we still owe and we have to pay. That is why I referenced the finance minister to start with. How is he going to raise the money? I don't know at the moment. It is his responsibility to raise the money. But I think additionally, what we should be doing is to sit down with the industry players, contractors, and the agencies that are awarding road contract. We need to sit down with them. The way we contract, the way we write some of the contracts have to be reviewed. Government itself need to take a step back to find out whether it is appropriate to keep awarding projects when no one knows where the projects are going to be financed. Take the 2024 budget. Go to capital expenditure section. You may realize that the entire amount there that is for capital expenditure at the road sector may not be more than 4 billion Ghana cedi. Yet, this year alone, or last year alone, the quantum of projects awarded is probably fourfold. So why is it possible to award projects 4 times what has been allocated for you in the budget? So it is something we need to work out with. And the easiest way to do this is to sit down with the industry players, the contractors, and the awarding agencies to come up with something that does not actually make the contractor worse off, because we want to build their capacity, and they're also businessmen that are employing people. And also make it possible for government to be able to pay for what we are actually contracted to do between ourselves and the contractors. So the synergy between these should be able to find us a solution that is more sustainable than what we have currently. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I have a follow-up question. Mr. Chairman, Honorable Kwame Govins Abuja, congratulations.
Thank you, boss.
Mr. Chairman, the nominee happens to be my chief whip. I've worked with him closely for 2 years. I know his competence, and he's one person I can vouch for his competence at any point in time. Mr. Chairman, in his answer, he said, so far, the immediate past government, the MPP government, has left behind contracts worth 100 billion cedis. Contract, commitment, it's contract. Commitment is contract. So you don't just commit, you commit through contracts. So contracts through 100 billion cedis. And apart from that, you have 20 billion Ghana cedis being unpaid certificates, GOG, and 15 billion Ghana cedis unpaid certificate at the road fund. 100, 20, 15, 135 billion Ghana cedis. The national budget, the appropriations, is just in excess of 200 billion cedis. In excess of 200 billion cedis. 135 is approximately 60-something% of the whole budget, including wages, salaries, and everything, debt servicing and everything. Are you trying to say that we should cede the whole budget to the road sector, vis-a-vis what has been left behind because of what the previous government has left behind? Previous government has left behind. The total road sector commitment and arrest is just enough for a whole year's budget. Is that what you are trying to say?
Chairman, the situation is even worse than that. The 100 billion commitment, because these projects, some of them are designed and built. Let me give you an example. On the way to your own constituency, the rehabilitation and upgrading of Kaswa to Akoti Road. The contract sum is about 1 billion Ghana cedi. That's lot 1. And then that is kilometer 0 to kilometer 12. Akoti to Winneba. That leads to the respected minority leaders constituency. That one is 987 million Ghana cedi. The remark is that new figures to be agreed. What it means is that these figures are not stable. So the 100 billion I gave you is not cost to complete. This is the projected figure as of the time this report was prepared. So you would surely have to find extra money by the time you complete this project. So cost to complete will be more than this. Do I expect you? No, because education, healthcare, even the salaries of teachers and ourselves have to be paid as item 1 things. That is why I think the way out is to sit down. Maybe everybody involved in this must be prepared to take some level of responsibility. How we do it, I'll defer that to you as the finance minister. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Honorable Nyako, please note it down as your substantive question. If I will give you the floor very soon. Honorable Shaibu, your second substantive question.
Chairman, most grateful. Honorable nominee, one fine evening, we're seated and a Minister of State writes a letter asking that all toll booths and bridges be suspended without recourse to Parliament. First of all, I want to know your take. Legal or illegal? And what are the consequences? Then secondly, what is your position on the reintroduction of the toll booths? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The issue of road toll is a matter that has attracted national attention. Our side has been consistent. I must take this opportunity to actually commend a former colleague in this House, Honorable Ediomi. Some time ago, when Honorable, the former minister, Inusa Fuseni, was minister, the accruals to the road fund was just around 250 million annually. We sat down and found out that we could enhance that, which means more money will be made available to improve our road. Honorable Ediomi was the ranking at that time. He worked with us, and we worked with the finance minister. That is why you saw the road fund accruals increase in that year to 1.25 billion, and today it's over 2 billion. When the issue of the road toll started, our side, Honorable former minority leader, together with me and the former road minister, Honorable Makwata, decided to caution government that do not cancel or suspend road toll. Let's rather find ways of plugging the leakages in terms of the collection and enhance it. Honorable Haruna and myself met Honorable Amakwata and gave our commitment that don't cancel it. Indeed, we were surprised on the day the road toll, they claimed they zeroed it. For me, it was an act of illegality. Yes, they said they just zeroed it. But it was, a road fund has got an act. It's a law. So you couldn't unilaterally do that. As a result, I believe there was some level of negligence in the way it was done. They claimed road toll was accruing only about 80 million. But today, there are contractors working for government of Ghana who are owed 5,000 cedis within the roadside. Can you imagine how many roadside weed clearers will be paid with 80 million? So they cancelled it. And our side consistently stood on principle and said, bring the road toll back. Yes, the road toll is coming back, but not in the form of building obstructions on the road for drivers to stop and somebody taking money from them. It will be coming back based on a technological platform that make it fair and that make it easy to collect, easy to account for, and for the public to know what the money is actually being used for. Together with the road minister, we shall come out with a policy as to how that will be done. That is my response.
Honorable Mahama Shabu, any follow-up?
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Nominee. I'm glad you mentioned mechanization because one of the biggest challenge is to leave Parliament at 8 o'clock, then go and queue on the motorway for another 2 hours just to pay road toll. Glad you mentioned mechanization. How about the disabled who were fully and gainfully employed at the tolls? Will mechanization be a part of the structure that will bring them on, or you want to leave them out completely? Thank you.
Yeah, not at all. I happen to be in touch with some of the former toll booth workers, and they visited me. My colleagues on the road committee know, including my respected ranking Honorable Osei, knows that we've been meeting them. Some of them have moved on, looking for different jobs, but we know some of them are there. If we're going to run this on a new technological platform, we need to find out how many of them can actually participate, if they need retraining or whatever role they can play. So indeed, if it's coming back, we should be able to provide opportunity for some of those who have got experience in working in the toll booths. Though there will not be toll booths, if we can re-engage them in other sectors, we should be able to do that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Shabu, you have the last substantive question, if any.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Nominee, can you just give us a fair idea of what the road network, the quantum, the mileage is as of today, and what you intend to do to improve on the road network in Ghana?
Chairman, the data from the road agencies put unconfirmed data of close to 100,000 kilometers. That is the road network in various stages. Half of that is motorable. When I say motorable, it doesn't mean they are all sealed, but they are roads you can drive on. The other half is not in a state that is very good, so we need to work on them. Indeed, there are various degrees of road. The roads leading to farms don't have to be asphalted. So we need to work out the need and find out, first of all, how we make roads motorable. Sometimes, if you check, some roads basically need spot improvement. That is, a section is in a deplorable state. Go and fix that one within a reasonable time, especially before the rain starts. If you leave it, it becomes a major problem. So what we'll be doing is to take a holistic review of the road network and see what we can do to make quick interventions to those sections that are the worst and gradually bring it up to meet those that are in the better condition.
Thank you very much. Any follow-up?
Chairman, I wish the nominee all the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chief Whip.
Honorable, my good friend, Chief Whip, on the toll, I'm happy how informed you are. And I can testify a number of discussions I've had with you personally and your professional advice you've professed. But I'm not a prophet of doom, though. I anticipate you are going to have difficulty because you have stood on political platform to say, oh, Ghanaians are suffering, cost of living is high and all, blah, 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 blah. How are you going to justify the introduction of some levy or tax against all the things you've told Ghanaians? Don't be careful you don't attract the anger of the Mr. President, because Mr. President has said that the price of Kenke is going to reduce. The price of export price of petrol is going to go down. So my real concern for you, my good friend.
Honorable Chief Whip, what has the price of Kenke got to do with the issue?
In context of cost
and
of living.
reference.
It's important.
Go ahead.
Speaker, be liberal. So I have a lot of sympathies. The young, handsome Adaklu, member of parliament, arguably very successful Chief Whip, how are you going to balance the scale? You are introducing a levy, a tax, and yet your party, who has wanted to become constitutional government, has said that cost of living is going to go down. Would your levy reduce cost of living or to rather increase it? And how are you going to have the confidence to introduce it?
Thank you very much, Chairman. The good thing is that the reintroduction of road toll was part of what we put before the people of this country, which led to this emphatic victory. They are actually expecting us to reintroduce road toll and make sure the accruals go to improve the conditions on our road. I have never met any driver who says, I don't want to pay road toll. What I hear them say all the time is, we are paying the road toll. How come our roads are still like this? So as long as we can prove to them we are using this money to improve the conditions on our road, I am sure they will be able to accommodate. However, you are also aware that when my boss, the majority leader, took the chair here, he suggested some of the draconian taxes that are going to be removed in his first budget. Those savings would make more meaning to the ordinary Ghanaian. E-levy is going, and it's a promise the president has made, and it is going. And I'm sure your constituents are going to be happy to see e-levy go. Betting tax is going, and I'm sure the young people in your constituency are going to be happy to see betting tax go. So I know you mean well together in the House, and together with my colleague, Honorable Osei Nyako, and the rest of the committee, we are going to work together to make sure the reintroduction of the road toll, together with the Ministry of Finance, makes sense, it's fair, it is collected fairly, and also it is applied to things that matter to the people of this country. Thank you.
Honourable members, it's now the turn of Honourable Kennedy Osei Nyako, Subject Matter Committee member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, congratulations. You and I have come a long way. He happens to be my ranking, and today he has been nominated to go and hold a ministry that he, at the time, as a ranking, was vociferous and wanted to see things done right. I only wish you well, and I hope you're going to do exactly what you had believed in whilst you were holding government feet on fire. But I have a few questions for you. Just a quick one. I want to understand what is the difference between commitment of the ministry and the indebtedness. I want you to explain that one for me.
Okay, so commitment is basically all the road projects that are active, not completed. So we put a figure, the easiest way is to put the contract sum together. That is the commitment. So if you are budgeting through the finance minister, the debt is what is due to be paid. That is certificates cleared by consultants, either third-party consultants or agency, feeder roads, highways, urban road. That means that you should be writing a check to the contractors or transferring money to them. So that is the difference. One is work on site or yet to be done or certified. The other one is certified work. That is the difference between commitment and debt.
You say that
Is it a supplementary or a substantive? Supplementary. Very well.
Did I hear you say that the arrears, the current certificate,
and GOG. And most contractors these days, in the past it used to be people wishing their projects are under road fund because accruals are known. But since the days of the capping of the road fund, and if I tell you the road fund story here, it's a very sorry story. Most contractors wish their projects are funded by GOG because then the finance minister is the one who pays. So GOG is currently about 20 billion, and interest plus capital for road fund is what is 15 billion.
Okay.
Any further question?
Yes. Honorable nominee, have you cited the presidential transition report on roads, and are you familiar with the figures in terms of certificate that is pending for the ministry to pay in terms of arrears? Have you cited it?
The interesting thing about certificates is that even if you were to go to the ministry today and they give you money as money they owe, the afternoon, you could find are working 24/7, and are raising certificates are working 24/7, and are raising certificates on daily basis. So they could certificate on daily basis. So they always say this is as of the time they do from the document we cited. From the document we cited from the transition team, which is a ministry document, the figures are what I've put out. It could end up being more than this, or unless maybe they paid some huge amount of money before producing this document, then it could be slightly less.
Okay.
Any further question?
Yes.
I
think
no. This is, please, the rule is that you ask one substantive question and you ask a follow-up. So this, so if you have done two, yes, no, you have a substantive question and a follow-up. Please, your last substantive question.
Okay, thank you. So, Honorable nominee, you and I know that the biggest challenge for the road ministry is in terms of funding gap. That is why each and every year they present their budget of about 16 or even sometimes beyond billion, but they ended up having only 4 billion. You are knowledgeable in that area. You have in-depth knowledge of the issues. What do you plan practically to do to address this funding gap issue that has bedeviled this ministry and making the work at the ministry a very difficult one? What do you plan to do?
Yes, Chairman, my respected ranking and a good friend is right. From the matrix we have seen over the years, we have always argued that for us to be able to make a good impact on the road interventions, the country must be generating and setting aside between 6 to 10 billion cedis of our own money, not borrowed money. How do we fund this? If you speak to the former Minister of Roads and Highways, Honorable Makwata, you are aware we were close to having a national dialogue on how to fund roads and make it open to Ghanaians. How much can we pay to be able to get the quality of roads we need? Unfortunately, that engagement never took place before he left. And the new minister, our colleague in Parliament, Honorable Asenso, was also in the process. So there's a cohort of people who believe that we should engage Ghanaians on how we fund roads. Together with the committee and the Ministry of Finance, I think we should be plain to Ghanaians. We need to open up the discussion about how we fund roads in our country and make sure whatever agreement we have, the monies are applied. I have argued, and you know about it, when we tell people pay road tolls, and the people pay road tolls, and you take more than half of that money to do free SHS. If you want money for free SHS, ask for money for free SHS. I'm not saying free SHS is not necessary. But when you take money for road, apply that money for road interventions. So as long as we can do this and be open and honest to Ghanaians, whatever they agree, we apply to the roads, and then we can get some improvement. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Yes, your last supplementary question.
Yes. Honorable nominee, will you consider adopting a negligence liability period in our road contract to ensure that contractors who does shoddy jobs are taken on and ensure that they do the right thing. Will you consider that?
Chairman, there are various reasons why we see what we call shoddy works on our roads. Many things account for that. Sometimes it's not even the knowledge of the contractor. Indeed, there is always that 12-month defect liability period on construction projects. But sometimes, especially if you watch asphaltic overlay, it embellishes the problem so neatly for few months that you may never know what is beneath. But after a few months, you realize that it has failed completely. Not only the contractors. I'm an architect by profession. If I practice elsewhere outside this country, the employer insists I take professional indemnity insurance before I touch his or her work. I.e., so if the work fails, he can draw on the professional indemnity to get some compensation. Is it time for consultants taking on huge government contracts to take the appropriate indemnity to cover the services they are providing? Because the Ghanaian doesn't understand why you would do a project in his backyard, a road to say, and 6 months, the rain washes the whole thing away, and then we are looking for another money to come and start. So it will be a combination of these things. I've heard people talk about increase the defect liability period to 24 months. That will not necessarily solve the problem. The problem is that we need to build the capacity and put some of the risk on the back of the consultants and others, but also to encourage government to pay contractors and consultants on time to be able to execute the works within schedule.
Honorable nominee, I wish you well.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Omar.
Thank you, Chairman. My good friend, Kwame, Honorable Kwame Agbaja, congratulations. I have a question on funding, especially having listened to you about the huge... Thank you for correcting. Haven't listened to you about the huge indebtedness in the road sector. How do you intend to meet the expectations of Ghanaians, especially the new roads that we expect you to construct, particularly the Eastern Corridor, beginning from the Temamoto all the way to Yendi? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I acknowledge that I come into this role with huge expectation, starting from colleagues. On record, the road minister answers the largest number of questions in Parliament, more than any minister. And I must commend Honorable Makwata for that diligence. As long as he's available on Fridays, he'll come and answer the questions. And I used to tease him that as for answering the question, he will answer. As of whether he will do the road is another matter, because of the same thing you are talking about. Well, the president who appointed me has made one solemn promise. That is to be candid with the people of our country. So wherever we are doing anything, you let the people know. Indeed, we are not going to find it easy to satisfy everybody in terms of how quickly the road leading to the places we live are done. But what we are committed to is to make sure that whatever resources we have and apply to the road interventions, we'll make sure everybody understands what is in the kitty and what we can get. When my boss, the majority leader, sat in this chair, he painted another figure, which is something we should all be thinking about. As you know, as part of the debt restructuring, government postponed a chunk of our repayment or interest until this year. One bullet payment was just done few weeks ago when the former finance minister told us. But there are bigger ones ahead of us that we must clear. So we would spend whatever is available to be spent on the road. But as of where we find the money, that is the responsibility of the finance minister to carry. My job is to package projects, make sure they meet value for money, and his job is to fund it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any more questions? Yes. If a follow-up, you are entitled to.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nominee, will you consider new funding methods, at least for us to have either a BOT or PPP roads from Accra to Kumasi, where individuals or road users will be paying using per usage, something like the one we have in the developed country, 10 pikes, so that it can help us speed up transportation network in Ghana.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I gave an indication regarding that when I spoke about the reintroduction of road toll. But I know funding would go beyond just road tolls. And so we are going to consider all those things, including other sources. But like I said, it is not for me to state all the sources that would accrue to road funding. That is the job of the finance minister. I was happy you mentioned Eastern Corridor as one of the things the president actually committed to. It's a project in 6 lots. I think half or so have been done. But from the motorway, okay, you were not there. My colleagues, we approved a loan to a company called Inzag. I'm sure they all got caught up in the debt restructuring. So if you go there, the contractors appear to be working, but the rate at which they are working isn't encouraging. So we have our work cut out to make sure we turn things around, and we are committed to doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. You are done. Thank you. You want one more, then your last question.
Thank you. Mr. Nominee, the President Akufo-Addo disclosed in his 2023 State of the Nation address that his government has constructed 11,974 kilometers of new road. I come from a rural constituency, Zabzugu. We have a lot of rural challenges. I don't see it. And I want to find out from you, is this true?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I remember the president appearing in the House as part of his constitutional mandate to update the House on what is happening in the country. And he made us aware of a certain figure of, at that time, new roads. It wasn't pleasant to try to contradict the president because his source of information are better than mine. But the figure 11,000 just jumped out as new roads. And my side said that was a bit less than the truth. Since then, the agencies under the road ministry attempted to adjust the figure as part of the transition. And you remember our view was that only 617 kilometers of roads were new roads, so to say, at the time. At the transition, they provided details. At the time of the transition, the new roads constructed is 673, which is not far from the 617 we talked about at that time, because it means that few more roads have been completed. So that issue is in a record of the of Parliament that indeed Ghana did not construct 11,000 kilometers of new roads since 2017. Rather, 673 kilometers have been constructed as new roads. The bulk of the work in the 13,624.25 kilometers is regraveling and graveling. That is 6,185.90 kilometers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. It is now the turn of Muntala Mohammed, a subject matter committee. Honorable members, I am dealing with 9 on my right and 6 on my left. I am mindful of the standing order in 2177 to admit the leadership, but that one will not also make it 1-1. So allow me to chair and balance.
Speaker, we will allow you. In fact, we will not just allow you. We will help you to lead and chair. But Speaker, I had already prompted you that, and in this house, you go to your left and then you come to your right, even though we are not seated as we often sit in the chamber. I had prompted you of an expression made by the Deputy Whip. So, Speaker, if you may indulge me, you have gone there. If you may allow the Deputy Whip to have a bite, and then you are not the chairman. Are you the chairman? Puntal, are you the chairman? You are not even a member of the committee.
Honorable Chief Whip, I have numbers before me,
yes,
which I will have to balance. So I'm saying that on this occasion, I'm taking 2 and then coming back to. I will balance the number. Whoever should speak.
Are you going by any ratio?
Able to speak? Yes, yes, certainly. It will
not last. It will not last.
Honorable Muntala, you have the floor. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, congratulations. My question is simple. In your first year, will you concentrate on completing the abandoned roads or incomplete roads, or you do it alongside with awarding new contracts? And I ask this question because there are several roads that have been working on for several. The Eastern Corridor one, for example. I have an interest because if the road is completed, it takes me lesser time to travel from Accra to my constituency in Tamale, and it opens up the place. And also there are some roads in Tamale Township that are not, completed. So I want to know whether you will concentrate in completing those incomplete roads, or some of them abandoned, or you would do that alongside with new roads. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The President has already given indication that he will complete ongoing projects. So we have made that commitment and we intend to follow that. But I can foresee a situation where out of need, we may have to start some new projects to address urgent issues. But the first year, our commitment will be to focus on critical road projects which have been abandoned, to make them motorable for the use to which it was originally intended.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, okay, let's follow up. Well, I should finish before he comes.
Please continue.
Okay. My second question: how do you intend to fund the 10 billion big push that President Mahama and the NDC intends to do? Because that is going to have a huge, the cost is huge. How do you intend to fund it?
Chairman, the big push is President Mahama's big intervention on infrastructure. As a sector minister for roads and highways, it is my responsibility, as I said, to identify critical road projects, package them, after design and everything, make sure it meets the required value for money features, and present them to the Minister of Finance for financing. as we are all aware, the big push is a 4-year, $10 billion proposal. The projects that will go into this basket of projects ought to be cutting edge and the ones that make significant intervention in whichever sector. So they are not necessarily road projects worth 10 billion. They are just big, significant infrastructure projects worth 10 billion. So equates to about 2.5 billion annually for the 4 years.
Mr. Chairman.
Do you have a follow-up?
Yes, a follow-up on that.
There's a follow-up on
Yes,
that. Then you
yes.
can ask your follow-up question.
Okay.
Then I will recognize the chief
Okay, Mr. Chairman,
on the
thank you.
follow-up.
I think the challenge that confronts us in this country on the matter of spending such huge sums of money in road construction is the durability or how long those roads last. We have had complaints where contractors finish with the road is commissioned, and by 1 year, you find potholes on the roads. You know, as a minister, taking into consideration the amount of money that government intend to spend on that, what measures are you putting in place to ensure that the quality of the roads that are to be constructed using these monies is something that is of tremendous interest to you and concern? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Industry players would put few factors as the reason the roads fail. 2 days ago, I was getting a briefing to the effect that even the materials we use. In some countries, the bitumen that is used on their road are produced by themselves. So the engineers determine the composition. If you watch in our country, even some contractors buy bitumen in drums, imported from somewhere. Nobody is able to determine whether this bitumen is good for our climate. So the materials we use, the design of the road, the supervision. One issue facing the road agencies. Some agencies have, which are supposed to be an engineering outfit, which requires civil engineers, mechanical engineers, quantity surveyors, have more administrative staff than engineers. So you could see an engineer supervising a project, and the capacity is not even there for him or her to be able to do this in reasonable time. So we ought to work on the staffing of the road agencies to have the qualified staff. I've also seen documents that suggest that some of the agencies, the level of the new engineers, the current engineers, compared to when they will retire, there's going to be a gap because we are not recruiting new engineers to be trained enough before they exit. So it will be a combination of how we select materials, the design, the capacity of the contractors, and also government ability to pay contractors expeditiously when works are done. When contractors work, they are not paid, they vacate the site, and you pay them some time. What happens is that once the money is not theirs, the bank takes the money, you can't actually know whether they've gone to the site to do anything. So to be able to deal with this matter, we should address it on all fours. Otherwise, we will see what we are seeing, where you spend 4 billion on a project and then 10 billion as interest on that 4 billion. It's unacceptable and not sustainable.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you.
I want clarity.
I recognize.
I want clarity on the point he made, and I think it's important.
Please,
just
Honorable
clarity.
Muntala, go ahead and I'll come
Okay.
to you.
Honorable Minister nominee, the issue of the quality of manpower that you use, because you gave an example that sometimes people are recruited to work in areas where they don't have the expertise, particularly the engineers. Are you going to technical people for specific portfolios, or you want to build the capacity of the existing ones? Because I do know that there are some who may not necessarily be engineers. An example is planning. You and I, we all went to the same department. You go to the assemblies, you have people who are not planners, but who have been trained to do works that are supposed to be done by planners. Equally, in the road sector, is it an issue that you build the capacity of those who have been engaged?
Thank you very much.
Or you want to recruit?
Honorable nominee, your response.
Yes, I think a combination of both. And fortunately, Ghana has one of the best training institutes at Koforidua, where they train in-house training. Even members of parliament, we do get some capacity building sometimes within our committees to be able to be effective. So indeed, those in the service already need, to update their knowledge. But critically, we need to recruit new engineers and give them that capacity so that we can have a good number of people deployed on the almost 4,000 different.
Honorable Whip, asking this question not to question your competence at all. Far from that. I know you very well. I know you can do the job. However, I hear, and often I've heard colleagues on the other side brandishing $10 million push. You're holding us a low, yes, $10 billion. You're holding us a low-lying fruit. Now, my question to you, my good friend, is, you've already shown some regret, the extent of the depth, the situation of the depth, which you have regretted well enough, and we've heard you loud and clear. You've also said that you will sit with the finance minister to be in the context of the situation you have at hand. Now, how will you draw the balance of implementation in terms of the 10 billion, mind you, it's not only for roads, broad spectrum infrastructure. So you have so-called abandoned roads, and then people of Adaklu also come to you after you have been approved. I know you are aware of that. And you'll be coming to the House more often than any minister to answer questions. You are aware of that. How would you draw the balance? So-called abandoned roads and new urgent road needs that also need to be attended to. Don't forget, you have already said that there's no money. And then you are also going to work closely with the so-called the finance minister.
Honorable members, I drew the attention of the House to the fact that for a stated reason, I asked the Marshal to be here. So if any friend of the committee will not remain in silence, then I will be forced to apply the rules. Please, 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 honorable members. Please, Honorable Yusuf.
You see, I'm just talking about your big push. And you are not tolerant to listen.
Honorable Kennedy Osenyako, let's listen to the questions being asked. Honorable Alasan Soini, please.
Mr. Chair, so my good friend, Honorable Abuja, very passionate about the concerns of roads and the challenges. This big push, which I know you are very excited about, and it finds good expression in your manifesto. Yes. Or you are nodding your head? No, my question is, how would you get the balance? We have roads in your own description and beautifully captured by Honorable Mutala, abandoned roads. And then you also have new roads needs. How are you going to get the balance? Are you going to, already you have said that your first year, you will focus on. My question is, how are you going to get the balance? Then again, I'm not done. Mr. Chairman, I'm not done.
Honorable members, I want us to listen to the question in silence. But Honorable Chief Whip, this Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Chief Whip, this is about the third or fourth time we are going to hear the word, how are you going to balance the new rules as against the abandoned rules? So if that is your question, put it to, so that he can proceed to answer the question. I beg you.
Speaker, with respect to you, I'm old enough to speak for myself. I only employ my colleagues to be tolerant. You had the opportunity, Honorable Muntala. I know you want to be seen on the screen, and so that you can get the attention of Mr. P.
Mr. Chairman.
Please, Honorable Muntala, you don't have the floor.
No, but Mr. Chairman.
Please, you don't have the floor.
No.
Please, please.
It's point of
Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable
Mr.
Chief
Chairman,
Whip.
it's point of order.
Go ahead and ask your question. Please, Honorable Chief Whip, I'm begging you.
It's point of order. It's
Honorable
point of
Whip.
order.
So how do you get the balance? Abandoned, so-called abandoned roads, and the new ones which may be of good importance.
Why should I?
How are you going to get the balance? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, it's point of order. It's important. It is important you allow me to speak out.
Honorable Muntala, you do not have the floor.
So
I still insist that you don't have the floor.
Say that.
Ask your question.
Chairman, my colleague, a very good friend, Minority Whip, is right. And let me state it again. The projects that we are going to prepare for big push, abandoned projects, small projects, I already said they are the key big intervention projects. For instance, there has been on the drawing board for some time an orbital around Accra, which goes Chopoli all the way to Bujumbura. That project, over 100 kilometers of road, makes a significant intervention in terms of traffic management within the Accra itself. That project ought to be prepared properly, costed, make sure value for money is done, and then presented to the finance minister for funding. At the same time, it is the responsibility of finance ministry to continue funding projects that are on site. So big push is not about completing the projects already on site, but the major intervention project that can actually pay for itself, that can actually make huge impact on the country. So that is the difference. So we're not going to stop ongoing projects. The president has already made a commitment to that. However, the big push projects are dedicated and significant projects that are not going to be rushed, but are going to be done effectively so that all Ghanaians will get the impact of those projects. So that is the difference between the big push basket of projects, which are yet to be developed, and ongoing projects.
Thank you very much. Honorable Muntala, do you have any more questions? You are entitled to one last question. It is now the turn of Honorable Kofi Mafo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to congratulate my ranking, who is now the Chief Whip. I want to congratulate him for his nomination. I heard him saying that for him, the 100 billion debt, the 20 billion, and then the 15 billion, and then 665 million interest. For him, he considered that part as waste of funding. I want to ask him, when he said wasted funds, I want to ask him, what does he mean by that?
Thank you, my good friend. I call you Kofi, but today, Honorable Kofi Mafo. The reason I say it's a wasted fund is this. If we owe 113 million, and because we are unable to pay, the interest on the 113 million is now 665 million. What it means is that the 665 million is a waste to the people of this country. Because that money is not 665 million Ghana cedi worth of road works. It's just the 30% compounding interest on the unpaid certificate. That is what it is. Ghanaians get 113 million worth of road, but they pay extra 665 million extra money for nothing. There's, as interest. There can't be a waste bigger than that. And I'm not saying it's peculiar. It only started today. It is the way road construction contracts are put together in this country. There's something wrong with it. It is not the fault of even the contractors,
because I earlier said they borrow money to do this work. If we were to pay them on time, there wouldn't have been the interest compounding. So I don't even blame them, because the 665 doesn't even go to them. Perhaps they borrowed money from the bank, and they have to give them that money back to the bank. So the only winners in this case might be the banks. But it's a road ministry supposed to be a source of good business for a bank this way. Yes, they can be good business, but not in this format. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Your second question, or you have a follow-up?
A follow-up.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Nominee. Yes, I want to ask you, if you become the minister, what are you going to do differently?
Yes, okay. Yeah.
So that 665 million wasted funds will not be there?
Well, my answer to that, I've already provided that. As for payment, it is the Ministry of Finance job to find the money. But what I can do to help, and as I stated earlier, is to bring together the stakeholders, contractors and everybody. I am sure if we were to call contractors and sit down with them and say, look, this debt, frankly speaking, the finance minister, who is the leader of the house, has already stated, if all the taxes we collect is 200 million, a billion, you can't hand over all that to just one ministry. And if you keep that money on the books, it keeps getting worse. So maybe, we need to sit down with all the stakeholders to see where we cut our losses. Do we agree with them? We pay you money. If you owe a bank, we can draw the bank in. After all, did we not see the whole country try to negotiate debt that is owed, even individuals? So I think that the time has come for us to bring together all players in the road sector to see how we can make this sustainable. You see, if government keep owing and we are not paying, we are not even a better customer to the contractor. That is why today you call some contractors, want to award them work, they will tell you it's better to sleep than to take the job, because they take the job and he's got debt on his head. So we need to make construction attractive business to recruit and give employment to young people, especially those in the technical fields, engineers and everything. At the moment, that is not happening. So we'll sit down with the stakeholders to see, maybe the committee can get involved, as we call the stakeholders, and chart a new path. Surely, this is not sustainable. We can't continue this way.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Nominee, I want to find out from you. This capping and decapping has become an issue in Parliament, and you have been an advocate against capping. Tell me, how are you going to decap this particular road fund that has been capped?
Yes, you are right. I've been an advocate of decapping statutory funds, especially road fund. I worked out something. When you see the amount of money collected into the road fund and the amount of money released to them and the one that government pays at GOG, it turns out that basically the finance ministry just take part of the road fund and keep it and give it back to them as GOG funds. So in other words, they don't actually put in much money of themselves. I would still continue to advocate for the road fund to be decapped, because it is better for them to have that money and pay off contractors that they owe to stop the compounding interest than to keep on capping, taking away more than 50% of their money, and then the problem stays with all of us. So I'll continue to advocate for decapping of road fund.
Thank you very much. Next question. Probably your last question.
Yes, my last question. Mr. Nominee, you were on record as saying that $240 million was used, $240 million was used for Yigate. Migration Service came out to debunk it, stating that they spent $1.7 million. I want to find out, do you still hold on to the 240 million claim, or you agree with Immigration Service?
Thank you very much, my good friend. Actually, I spoke in context. And the rebuttal by Immigration Service, I didn't see how that is a rebuttal. I see it as even a confirmation of what I said. Because, in effect, what they have said is that they were talking about the total cost, the life cycle cost of the project, which is what? 297 million instead of the 240 million. So I was wondering what kind of rebuttal is that? That I allege that you were doing something for 240, and you come out to confirm that you were doing it for 297. But the difficulty for Ghana Immigration Service is that they probably don't know what they were doing. Indeed, the few physical immigration, e-gates that were planted could cost 1.7 million Ghana cedi. But if government had listened to what I was saying, it wouldn't have resulted into some of the embarrassment we saw at the airport when the vice president was trying to commission it. The former vice president. If I were to tell you today that there is not even any contract for the e-gate, there is no contract. So what the 1.7 million they were talking about, there's no contract. And they didn't know. I'm a ranking. I have information. This is a letter signed, this is a memo from the Ministry of Finance. When I started talking, do you know what they did? This memo is dated 19th March 2024. And what is the memo saying? Submission of final proposal on the development of a national border management system. Are you aware that this project is already being implemented by Ghana Civil Aviation Authority? And the e-gate was supposed to be done for free. Why are we even supposed to pay $1 for something that we are supposed to get for free? So when you see, when they started backtracking, do you know what they did? They now went and did this memo, and the memo title I've given you. And now they said...
Honorable Kennedy Nyako and Honorable Yusuf, order.
Let me read to you. They said contract value, 147,765,627 million dollars. Then they said contract duration, 10 years of the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority. You have no business carrying out this. And this is a UN Security Council resolution. This is a UN Security Council resolution. It lies with Ghana Airport Company Limited. So I have not said anything that I need to depart from. But to repeat that, what they were doing was not right. There's no contract, and it's no value for money.
Honorable member, you have your
Chairman,
last follow-up question.
Chairman,
Do you have
Chairman,
any?
Please, Chairman, with all respect to you. Chairman, with due respect, that is why we have subject matter committee leadership. My colleague has indicated that it's a matter he wants to correct. That Honorable Senyako, would you endure him just a minute, please?
Well, I indicated a few minutes ago that when a procedure is set down for a right to be exercised, the procedure must be followed. I intimated to you that when a member has a follow-up question to ask, it is only after asking the follow-up question that another person can be given the opportunity. That is why I'm asking him whether he has a follow-up question or not. So it is after exhausting him that a different person can come. Whip, don't do this to create the impression that I am not being fair.
Speaker, I'm not saying, Speaker, with respect. No, we will never say that you are not being fair. We have a responsibility to help you moderate this vetting. Speaker, exactly that's what we are doing. That is exactly what we are doing. We won't take anything away from you.
So
Speaker,
at this point,
I will defer to you on some of these
the member
matters.
who has the floor
So
asking the question. I am asking whether he has the last supplementary question. So if he doesn't have, then I can use my discretion to give the floor to whoever I'm supposed to give the floor.
Speaker, with respect, but even that notwithstanding. What is that? I am not debating. I'm saying, please, would you listen? Listen to me.
Don't lecture anybody here. Please, defer to the chairman. Defer to the chairman. You are not the chairman.
Look, you see, you are not tolerant.
Please,
Learn to be
defer
tolerant.
to the chairman. You seem to be lecturing everybody.
To us. I'm not
defer
lecturing.
to the chairman.
Me lecture.
Respect the chair.
No. Yes, so our colleague is deferring.
You have made a
I'm
request.
just saying that he's deferring.
You have made a
Look,
request.
I am the chief. I have a responsibility to also
You have
guide
made
my
a
members.
request. Allow the chairman
Why?
to make the decision.
Why?
Please, allow the chairman to make the decision.
So, Honorable Kofi Mafo, you have exhausted all your questions. Now,
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Kennedy Osenyako, you want to clarify an issue. What is the clarification?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to make a few clarifications. When the honorable nominee stated that there wasn't any contract for the E-gate, I'm surprised. That is the first one. Second, he claimed that same project is being done by Civil Aviation Authority. These are two different projects. The E-gate was started by the World Bank. They did a few ones, and at a point in time, there was no funding, so after the World Bank project, it was suspended. Now Ghana Immigration Service decided to find an innovative means to get the rest to be done. It is not, the cost of the project is not going to be borne by the government of Ghana. Passengers will be paid. They are going to pay for it. It's part of the ticket. And secondly, the API project.
Order. I believe the nominee is capable of dealing with the issue.
The airport passenger information project, which is being done by Civil Aviation Authority, is completely different from what the Immigration Service is doing. So I just want to put it on record. I don't know where he got his information from, but I believe some of this we need to put it in the proper context, not to degenerate any kind of controversies at the end. So
Thank you very much. Honorable nominee, any comment?
Yes, my good friend is the ranking currently, and he understands that we both have deep understanding of what's happening at the airport. As part of UN Security Council resolution, those of us who travel through some airports, let's take Singapore. You will notice that when you get to the airport, you don't meet any immigration officer. You take your passport, place it on the e-gate, and it goes through. It is only when they have issues with you that they will direct you to a human being. Why? Because you have provided information already to the authorities in Singapore, and they've checked it, and you are okay. So he's right. When we talk about this, people think we are talking about, initially, immigration said it costs 1.7 million cedis. It is an integrated project. If you read their press release, and I think Graphic published it, they confirmed that, yes, point number 5, the e-gate system alone comprises 15 units of e-gate with accessories, which form part of the border management system being installed at KIA at a cost of $1.7 million. Then if you go back, point number 6, they then go on and say that the 240 million referenced in the in circulation in the article that they are referring to me on my social media handle relates to the whole life cycle cost, and the project, including the initial implementation, would cost $94 million. Who says Ghanaians are not going to pay? If you take tax from Ghanaians on behalf of government, it's government money. Why is the entity, this particular entity, believe that something that another entity is ready to do for free? And I'm repeating, this e-gate integrated system is already part of what another entity is doing for free. The records are there. Go to Ghana Airport Ghana Civil Aviation Authority today and find out whether they have started implementing a project which would have provided the e-gate for free, and come and report to the committee. So this matter must be settled. And that is why I say that Ghana Immigration Service did not debunk me. They actually confirmed what I have said. I know exactly what I'm saying. And I would even encourage them. As far as the UN resolution is concerned, UN Security Council resolution is concerned, it is the law that we have done for Ghana Civil Aviation Authority that is what is supposed to be used to implement this. Immigration officials are only supposed to play a role. Second, it is also something that Ghanaians should look at. Today, we have over 1,000 immigration officers working at the airport. Can you believe it? 1,000 immigration officers at Kotoka alone. Yes. It turns out some people have to go to work once every 2 weeks. So I'm not saying immigration officers are not needed, but which country do you go to that before you check in your bag, somebody checks you? After you check in your bag, before you even approach the immigration officer, 2 more immigration officers look at your passport and give it back to you. Then you go into the booth. Then they stamp your passport. Then when you get out, another immigration officer sees you. Then when you finish and they scan you, somebody is also looking at. Which airport do you see this? It makes experience of when we advertise that Ghana is a gateway for tourism and other things. We all have friends who are expatriates. They don't enjoy this experience. They get treated as if they are immigration service. Please work with Ghana Civil Aviation Authority to implement this project. And at all costs, if we can get it for free, don't even attempt to take $1 from anybody.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Yusuf Suleimana.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nominee, let me also congratulate you for your nomination. Like others have said, when it comes to your competence, nobody doubts it. My first question relates to concrete roads. In 2017, the former vice president, I'm talking about the defeated presidential candidate of the MPP, Dr. Muhammadu Mahmoud Bawumia, promised Ghanaians that he was going to build concrete roads. And in his opinion, concrete roads are durable, concrete roads are cheaper, and concrete roads are the roads that Ghanaians deserve. You are not there yet, but I believe that you might have interacted with experts or officers of the ministry. Do we have any concrete roads built after their promise was made? And do we intend to go that direction? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yusuf, for this very important question. I remember the story was linked to the former vice president when he visited one of the roads in Tema. Actually, that project was being executed by a private entity. Exactly. So he went there and saw what was going on and liked it and said, henceforth, you're not going to see asphalt, you're going to see concrete roads everywhere. The fact is that I am not aware government has constructed any concrete road anywhere. It is also misleading to say concrete roads will be cheaper than asphalt, because the QSs and engineers will tell you the road you see as concrete road is actually a reinforced concrete slab. That is one of the highest level of concrete with steel in it. So how is that supposed to be cheaper than in fact, you can get anything between 15 to 30% depending on the mix of the concrete as the additional cost over asphalt. So yes, in some cases, if we can, we should build concrete road. Currently, the only public concrete road of significance is the Accra-Tema motorway, built by President Nkrumah. I'm not aware of any major concrete road projects currently ongoing or completed.
Thank you.
Just a second. I want to draw my colleague's attention. He just asked his question. For heaven's sake, please, leave Dr. Baumia alone. Leave Dr. Baumia alone.
Honorable,
I'm not going to take it lightly. Any attacks. Any attacks.
Honorable.
You should leave the man alone.
Honorable Anodompre, you are out of order. Order, you are out of order. Honorable Yusuf, proceed with your next question.
Mr. Chairman, I'm grateful. Mr. Chairman, I think my minority leader should be a bit tolerant. And as long as Chief Whip should be tolerant, and as long as the former president will take all the benefits that are due a former vice president, we will refer to him as and when it's necessary.
Proceed to ask your question.
Yes, Chairman, I will do that. Chairman, even though the nominee has already answered a question on abandoned roads, I want to find out. There were some roads that were abandoned for political reasons. For instance, take roads in the Bole Bamboy constituency. All roads that were started under the NDC administration in 2015-2016 were all abandoned. As a member of parliament, I asked a question on the floor of parliament as to when those roads were going to be fixed. And I remember very well, my good friend, Honorable Patrick Boama, interjected and said that what was Mama doing and he didn't fix the roads? What was President Mama doing and he didn't fix the roads when he was the president? Today, if we are going to address the issue of abandoned roads, will you consider prioritizing those that were abandoned for political reasons to complete them before you look at other roads? That's my question.
Chairman, for the vivid explanation and very unfortunate situation described by my good colleague, that will be priority number one in terms of completing abandoned road projects.
Yeah. So
Do you have a follow-up on that?
No,
a member has a follow-up.
My last one.
I recognize Patrick.
No,
Boama.
my last one.
Chairman, I was just, I was just putting my good friend from Bole Bamboy on record that he should produce the Hansard that said I made those comments on the floor, else those comments ought to be expunged. I'm also referring the chairman to Standing Orders 86 on questions and require of you to do exactly what I've requested. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You see, proceed to ask the question without all these sideline commentaries.
Mr. Chairman, those are the ones that makes the question sweet. Mr. Nominee, my third question is that one of the major roads in the Western Corridor starts from Tichimai up to Hamili. As I speak to you, the road is in a very deplorable state. That instead of using 3-4 hours to travel on it, you need a whole day. It's because it was abandoned for 8 good years. Will you prioritize this road when next week you are approved? And I know you'll be approved. Tell me.
Thank you very much. Nominee.
Thank you. Thank you.
Order.
Thank you, my very good friend, Honorable Yusuf. As long as you say about those projects, that is priority number 2.
Yeah. No, I have a follow-up on this. Follow-up. I have a follow-up.
Thank you very much.
I have a follow-up.
A follow-up on the Techiman.
Yes.
Very well.
Yes. I said to you that it got deteriorated because of lack of maintenance. So I want to find out, will you prioritize regular maintenance of roads in this country? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, he's asked a very important question. The principle is that you should spend more on maintenance of your existing roads than building new roads. So, but the records we have in terms of road maintenance, and my colleagues on the road committee can tell, things have gone really bad in the past 8 years. In fact, the record of road maintenance we had in 2016 is unmatched till today. If you check 2023 record, in areas that we do 9,000 kilometers, the MPP government was doing just 3,000. So they have really let the country down in terms of road maintenance program. So I said it in one of my initial responses that we need to commit more to road maintenance. Sometimes all you need to do is to spend a little amount of money to address a spot improvement. Yes. And the road can still continue to be motorable. But once you abandon it, it becomes a major problem and makes the whole road, the use of the road, not safe at all. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Honorable members. Honorable Jaja, order. Honorable members, in line with order 2177, I will take a question from Jerry Shaibu as a member of the leadership of the House. So, Jerry, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I first wish to congratulate Honorable Govins Agboja. My question is, I have made some observations. Please, can you? I've made some very critical observations, including the road markings, street lights, quality of roads, traffic lights, and I don't think that my government has been in power since the inception of this country. So, yes. So,
Honorable Jerry, address the chair.
Mr. Chair, yes, I am addressing.
So please proceed with your question.
I have realized that most of these are dysfunctional. So from my beloved Malam to Kaswa, you would realize that no street light is working. When you get on the major road, the motorway, you would also realize that, stop talking, no street light is working. Most road markings are also not working. In the night, it's not very safe to drive. You can easily get an accident. I know your capacity. I know that you want to prevent accidents. You want to have people drive in a very clean, motorable roads. I just want to find out, what are your plans to have them resolved? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Honorable nominee, your response.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I think my colleague has asked a very important question. This is our capital city. It is strange that you drive in parts of our city at night and the roads are not illuminated well, no road markings. And I know a number of friends from abroad, when they come, they keep asking, how are you able to drive on these roads? Because there's no signage, there's nothing. With street light, the issue that has come to the attention of the Road and Transport Committee. If you notice, Ministry of Local Government through Common Fund does supply street lights sometimes. Ministry of Energy does supply street lights sometimes. And sometimes they supply these street lights and give it to the assemblies and others and ask them to go and install. Whether those lights are of the highest quality is another question. Whether they are installed properly is another matter. So it is a synergy between Ministry of Energy and the local authorities. As for the roads, the physical roads are under the domain of the road ministry. The safety on the road is between Ministry of Road and Ministry of Transport, because National Road Safety Authority is under Ministry of Transport. So I think this issue can best be addressed with a combination of how we take a second look at that. Whose job is it to supply, install, and maintain street lights in Adaklu? Is it Ministry of Energy or the Adaklu District Assembly? That question has never been answered. But we all see street light distributed to the assemblies and sometimes through members of parliament. Well, mainly during elections. So we need to address this. And many people have also complained that some of the street lights that are supplied don't last. Maybe it is the way it is installed. Maybe it is something else. So we'll address it. But the major things you talked about, including your constituency and the motorway, are of concern. The challenge, though, is that the motorway is currently under contract. They may have to do some work to an extent for us to know where the street lighting would be. Because perhaps if you go and even fix them today, next week, when they are doing clearing, maybe it will be in the right-of way, it will not be there. So as for the motorway, we may have to provide a temporary situation. By your area, we'll look at it. When this committee generously recommends me to the plenary and I get approval and go to the ministry, I promise to get a...
Any further question?
Yes,
Honorable
Mr. Chair.
Deputy Whip.
Mr. Chair, I also heard my very good friend enumerate a lot of problems. One of the major ones is the interest on contracts. And I think I heard you say it's about 30%. Are you considering redrafting contracts so that the 28 days, which is normally when IPCs are raised and they are supposed to be paid, and there is default in payment, that is where now the interest arises. Are you considering redrafting contracts? And if so, are we also considering making prompt payments to contractors? Because this is where, and also, are you also actually considering having a synergy with maybe some banks so that they can perhaps provide mobilization and pre-financing of some of these projects instead of rather getting to pay them as interest? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Whip, are you talking about review of those contracts or redrafting?
Chairman, yes, Chairman, I think I get what he's saying. And I know you are one of the experienced lawyers in this house. You know once the contract has taken effect, any attempt to go and redraft portions of that contract, you can, but you need the agreement of the parties that form that contract. So it will be more of the new contracts. I think that is what he's talking about. But that is not the solution. The solution is prompt payment. I know that some banks initially took up the responsibility of providing some support to the contractors. Many of those banks have withdrawn since because of this interest matter. Well, I don't want to mention the banks. Some of them will say, we'll take you on, but we don't want to be responsible for the interest between you and government. Like I said, if you see what has happened on the first issue in 2018, because the delays was on 2,464 days times 30%. So you can imagine. So every 28 days is calculated and added to the other one. So indeed, we have to look at some of the way we write some of these contracts. But until government begins to pay promptly, that would still be very little in terms of achievement in reducing the interest on delayed payment.
Any further questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is just a follow-up. And this is on the basis of the review and the redraft aspect. I'm looking at contracts that you would now, as it were, now construct. So new contracts. As to whether or not you want to review, that's not within my remit. But I'm looking at contracts that, as Minister of Roads, are you considering maintaining the 28 days where, when there is a default, you are going to pay interest of 30%? That is the question, please.
Well, thank you very much. You referred to me as Minister of Roads. It is only going to happen when you give it. So I take it as amen. But it is difficult to just say here without consultation. I said earlier, there will be the need for engagement with stakeholders. That's Ministry of Finance, Attorney General, and then my ministry. We can come up with something that is more humane to the contractor and sustainable to government. So I'm hoping, when approved, I would update the House as to the best way forward with regard to this particular matter.
Any further questions?
Yes. Honorable nominee, so the repeal of Act 540 that established the Ghana Highway Authority, and what you think the National Labour Commission has done to virtually suspend the implementation of the National Roads Authority. What's your take or your view on that?
It's now an act. We have actually passed it. It's in force. The rationale behind that law is to not collapse the road agencies, but harmonize the way they work, which requires creating a new apex body, led by the Director General. Not much about the law, but it appears implementation has has got to a point where there's a snag. So there's a lot of discomfort at the road agencies, highways, feeder road, and urban roads. What I can commit to do is to sit down with them and see the best way. I'm hearing all sorts of things. I have no way of verifying them in terms of who is appointed to be the head, which agency the people are from. It is to be premature for me to make any definitive comment on that, but I know the House has approved it. If it is necessary for us to pause the implementation and take a look at it, I will come to the House and seek your approval. If it requires, let's go ahead, but make some changes and bring some allies to operationalize it. I will do the same thing, but it is premature for me to make any sweeping statements about that at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your last question.
Yes, Honorable nominee. So I've also cited President Mohammed's 120-day social contract. I did not see anything in reference to roads. Does that make it a priority? And is it a matter that you would want to pay a lot of attention to?
Well, Chairman.
Honourable members, can we have order?
President Mahama.
Can we have order?
President Mahama is very clear on his mind as to what is contained in the 120-day commitment he's made to the people of this country. Indeed, Mr. Chairman, with the kindness of our colleagues from both sides, me being vetted today is also a record of the expeditious way President Mahama promised to form his government. And I want to thank my colleagues from the minority side. The issues he wanted to put before Ghanaians, he's placed them before Ghanaians. It is based upon that he's been given the unprecedented win in this election. So if Ghanaians wanted him to add road and every detail, they would have talked about it. Road is a priority to President Mahama, but let's look at how he delivers on the 120-day commitment, which includes the repeal of some taxes and many other things, which you rightly said. After that, we can pay attention to other things. But he's not saying until after the 120 days, we are not going to be dealing with roads. Indeed, this is just a second batch of ministers, and the road ministry is part of it. It tells you how much premium he places on the road ministry and other ministries. The other ones are going to come along the same thing. It doesn't mean that the ministries that are not here are not premium, but I'm saying that with specific to the road you talked about, he places a lot of emphasis. And you can also attest to the fact that some of the best and biggest interventions on road in this country happened under his leadership. So he's got a track record of delivering, and he will deliver.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Lydia Odole Soa. Rita Udolisoa.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. I wish to congratulate my leader who has been nominated by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, for your nomination. Honorable Leader, talking about roads, Honorable Nominee, talking about roads, thank you for the correction. Yeah. The Accra Beach Road, Accra Tema Beach Road, which passes through the Dadekotopon constituency, started construction a long time ago, and the contractor has abandoned site. Due to this, there are quite a number of accidents and pedestrians being knocked down by vehicles because we do not have street lights to be on during the night. I want to find out from the Honorable Leader whether you are going to add this to your priority list to ensure that the La Beach Road will be constructed in due time to assist pedestrians and motorists who ply that route.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and I thank our colleague for the question. I live in Tema, so I know the importance of the beach road as an alternative route into Tema. Indeed, that project was ongoing, and originally part of the China Development Bank 3 billion agreement by, may he so rest in peace, President Mills. Since then, the loan was stopped and restarted under President Akufo-Addo. Unfortunately, that project is suffering the same fate of many other projects, including motorway, Adomi, motorway, what do you call it, Central University, and many others. So indeed, the contractor is not on site. Once again, it is difficult to ask the contractor to go and fix street lights where they hasn't gotten a stage to do that. But I think there can be safety measures deployed temporarily to make sure it is safe. So talking to the resident engineer, I think we can discuss how to make it safe for now whilst we wait for the completion of that particular project. It's a very important project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further question or follow-up before?
Further question.
Further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And Honorable Leader, I'm glad the NDC administration is bringing back the toll booths operations. And I also want to support my colleague that when operations begin, in as much as we want to prevent leakages, the persons with disability who were recruited earlier and dismissed should be reconsidered so that they'll also be gainfully employed to take care of their families. I want to have your take on that.
Thank you very much. We are bringing tolling of public roads back. We are not bringing toll booths back. As I said, it will be deployed on a platform, which means that there wouldn't be physical toll booths where drivers will have to stop and pay. So with regards to the disabled people, sure, we are going to be able to re-engage them. I even said that earlier. We'll re-engage them and make sure that those of them who are capable of playing a role are brought on board to play a role on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further question or follow-up? Very well.
Thank
Your
you,
last question.
Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, nominee, going into the Ministry of Roads and Highways, your colleagues will be knocking at your doors, and I believe we are going to find you when we come there, including myself. I know there are some 2 doors to your office, and I believe when you are there, you attend to us and open your doors to us. On this note, I want to say congratulations on your nomination. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me an idea of where the doors are. I've not gotten there yet, so I don't know where the doors are, but surely the door that opens for you to see me, I'm one of you, will be able to do this together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Patrick Yaboma.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Let me congratulate my good friend and brother Kwame Abuja for his nomination. I wish you the very best, Kwame. Kwame, just to inform you that Sunyani Techiman, Wenchi, Sola, Wa have all been awarded for rehabilitation, and Messrs. Maripoma, Hardwick, and Voter Impex are the contractors. Just to inform you. Thank you. To my first question. Tesano has very good roads. Kwame,
please proceed. Please proceed. Address the chair and proceed with your question.
I will continue,
Honorable Suleimana Yusuf, please. It is not only speaking into the mic that can be disruptive. If we talk about disruption, it is not necessarily speaking into the microphone. So please, take a cue. Your question.
Chairman, every MP from Circle, that's Okankwe South, to Paga, if that person doesn't fly, we either go through the east or through the central corridor. The dualization of that stretch began in 2002 under President Kufuor. Minister Gidisu, at a point, suspended the dualization program to the extent that Honorable Alote Jacobs, at the time after your Congress in Sunyani, raised issues with that suspension. President Kufuor came, he continued from Kwafu Krom, which is in Samoa Duajiri, to Apedra. I remember in 2009, President Mahama even commissioned the overpass around the old Peace FM area. 9 indigenous contractors, Kwame, are undertaking the dualization program. Osino and Yinem, up to a point, around your area, Jasu, that area. Want an assurance from you whether those projects will be duly completed and the remaining 94 kilometers from Jasu to Konongo will be tackled, and to continue from where the Swami interchange is being constructed through Techiman, Kentampo, and Tamale and beyond. That defines our country's road infrastructure. And the fact that a similar intervention was made from Rawlins's time, may so rest in peace, Kaneshi to Malam, Kufuor continued to Kaswa, to Yamransa, and to Alubo, under President Mills and President Rawlins. Amen. Kwame, those are critical roads that has caused a lot of accidents. And if for any reason you want to be remembered for as a good minister for roads, including Pong to Aflao, you need to remember for these roads. What assurances are you giving to the good people of this country on these critical roads that I've mentioned? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I earlier gave the indication that the president himself had committed to completing ongoing projects. You are also right by listing these projects as projects on site. The little challenge is that many of these projects are on the back of GOG. So once the contractors raise certificate, they are not paid. In fact, the bypasses on the Accra-Kumasi Road, you can tell that the intensity of the contractors have dwindled significantly. So it is not merely awarding the project. It is about finding sustainable sources of funding to deal with them. You will notice that in 2022 or so, you mentioned Swami Interchange. We approved the loan. I probably was the one who seconded the motion for it because it's a critical, intersection in Kumasi. And the way it is creates a problem. Since we approved it, it was supposed to be a project done in 36 months. But you know that the contractor only turned up on site somewhere close to the end of this year, in the last year. And the percentage of work done on the interchange, guess what? Less than 2%. Terrible. Yeah, there are two components. The interchange component and the other road network within the area. The other road network within the area is just about less than 10% work done. Also because of the debt restructuring, because it's a loan, a commercial loan from somewhere. So as long as we can find the resources, and I indicated earlier, my job is to prepare and package projects and for the finance minister to fund. I would never relent in the advocacy to make sure we have enough money in the kitty to pay contractors working in our communities, including Adaklu. I have no doubt that colleagues have the bigger burden of addressing road issues in their communities than anybody else. And together, once we can find the resources, we can deal with these things together, including the road to Joaso and everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further
You
questions?
love Joaso. Kwame, I don't know if you have your party's manifesto with you. If not, let me turn your attention to chapter 4 of the NDC 2024 manifesto. Powering growth through infrastructural development, and more particularly to the road sector. Let me get there. You've listed a lot of roads and bridges to be constructed under that paragraph. That's paragraph 4.2.5, upgrading road transportation systems. A lot of roads. Pages 107 of 200, Roxanne, if you care to know. Pullman, Kuma, Boko, Boga, Tumuwa, Tamale, Yendi. You've listed a lot of roads. Abru in Sawam, and to the extent that you are promising to even regularize Okada and what have you. And it's in the manifesto. I've seen about 13 bridges and also a paragraph on road safety. Kwame, given the situation in which you find yourself in, and the facts alluded to, that the indebtedness of the road sector is close to 100 billion cedis, which you know that the MTEF had made provision to pay for it over a period, and is captured for the 2025 to 28 MTEF program. How are you going to fund all these ambitious projects? Is it going to be another Green Book promise? Kwame.
Thank you very much. And
please, order.
Chairman,
please, order.
I'm happy.
Order.
These are very important questions, and I'm happy he mentioned Green Book. Kumasi Airport, Phase 1 and 2 was mentioned in the Green Book. In fact, I was there at the meeting in Kumasi, yes, when the committee insisted that the phase that came around the time NPP came be added to the phase. Today, the airport is there for all of us, Prempeh International, and it's to the credit of this committee. MPS project at Tema, that is the port project, is in the Green Book. And that project is one of the most viable income generation entities. The Legon Hospital is in the Green Book. and it's the highest end of medical facility in our country. The Ridge Hospital is in the Green Book, and it's one of the best. And many, many more. Circle interchange. Tamale Airport phase 1. So, as for the Green Book, it is a record of achievement. And I think maybe unlike the project tracker, these ones are a bit in color. You can see them in color. But the significant question you asked, how do you fund this? I must be frank, and I've said it already. The finance minister designate was here, and he said the revenue is just about 200 billion. How do we fund all the things that we needed to fund, including salaries of us members of parliament? We have to work together to cut waste. How do you cut waste? The fact that President Mahama is insisting on having only 60 ministers is one of the ways to cut waste, without a doubt. Nobody would have thought that a president would say 60, and that includes deputy ministers, regional ministers. People say he cannot do it. He is doing it. So he's a man of his word. Yes, it's going to be tough, but NDC has got tough people to address the issue. I am not promising all these roads that have been awarded. I was very unhappy when we approved the Swami interchange, and work never started until somewhere close to the end of last year. And as we speak, less than 5% of the work done. How could we have done that to somebody who served this house all these years? I'm talking about Honorable Chairman Sabonsu. We've not been fair to him. So, yes, we'll continue that project as long as we find the money and deal with this. So I agree with you that the list of projects is almost endless. And the difficulty is that some of the methods used to procure these projects also ought to be reviewed. If you have a situation where, for instance, a project is awarded in Ghana to a Ghanaian contractor on a design and build, he comes up and he goes to site and he later comes to tell us how much he wants to charge. Meanwhile, you have already contracted. And he comes up with even a ridiculous figure, you are bound to deal with it. So we are also committing that so that we can tie the cost down so that we can budget properly and get them done. So your question is very important, and we shall do exactly that.
Question, yes. Yeah. It's on the Volivo Adafo Adidome Bridge. I know the Japanese have given us some funding for it, and it's less than the project sum. How are you going to raise money to top up or to get a full funding? Thank you. And congratulations again, Kwame. I'm done.
I think my colleague has a very important question. This project is very dear to the people who use that corridor. In 2016, I think once again I was, on behalf of my then chairman, moved a motion for the adoption of this. So the bridge component was coming from JICA. I think it's just about 10 billion yuan or something like that. The difficulty is that since then, for the 8 years, we didn't do much because the Japanese insisted we build the approaches from Masuchari Junction to the bridge and from the bridge to Esikuma. Because the bridge, the access has to be there for them to come and install the bridge. It is only recent that I'm told AFDB have given the money for the construction of the approaches. The contractor, we are told, just mobilized to site, so you wouldn't see much going on. Yes, you are right. When they went to tender, the bidder who won the tender, the bid is twice what the Japanese have committed to give us. So it will be important for government to approach Japan to discuss the funding gap to make sure the project works. I am hopeful we can do that. Thank you.
It's not the turn of Honorable Mahama Ayaraga.
You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And let me join colleagues to congratulate our Chief Whip on his nomination to the Roads Ministry. You gave us an indication of the commitments of the Roads Ministry. And then we have seen very starkly the variation between what we actually got by virtue of the value of projects executed and what we owe by virtue of having not paid and then the debt accumulating based on interest calculated based on a formula that you yourself disagree with in terms of road contracting. That is evidence of a certain indiscipline, which is to award contracts when you haven't budgeted for them. You haven't made provision for them in your budget, you don't have money for them, and then you award contracts. Is this a culture that will continue?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, this is not a culture that Ghanaians even want us to continue, even if we wanted to continue. I can understand why some projects may be awarded in an emergency without full packaging. But the norm should be that projects are properly packaged, costed before going to site. And we have already committed that that will be the norm for major projects. If it's necessary for us to do quick interventions, i.e. a bridge is collapsing, that is a different one. But the norm should be that projects should receive best value for money through competitive tendering. Thank you.
And the second question
Thank you very much.
The second question is, when you're flying into Accra, when you're flying into Kumasi, and I think the same for Takoradi, you will see that apart from the major roads to the communities, in between the residential facilities, I will say 90% of the roads are not done. And then when you go into an estate, go to any estate, you find that the estate owner has done all the inner roads of the estate and apportioned the cost to property owners in the estate, and they are happy to pay and live in very fine estate with all the roads done so that in the evening they and their families can walk around, exercise, and then they are happy. Does that give you an indication? Does that give an indication of some that probably exist for financing those inner roads between the residential areas that you could be looking at?
Yes, Chairman, it's even associated with even government projects. There are significant hospital projects done in this country, commissioned and is in use. But the road between the hospital, the estate, and the departed within, and have to...
And the effect of it, ultimate effect. And the effect of it, ultimate effect. My question would be, now that you've the way it would be, now that you've the way contracts at the ministry are put together poses some danger going forward, and you have and you see the way out. I want to hear from you because I know you have strong professional background in terms of your ability to profess solution. Contracts. What do you think, if you're going to depart from what is happening, how should we go about it?
Thank you, Chairman. I earlier said for putting together construction contracts, you need the advice of Attorney General, the ministry, and the Ministry of Road and Highways and Ministry of Finance. Why? Whatever you put together as a contract must be enforceable. Borrowing money, if you are a road contractor, you use your house as a collateral, a road leading to my village. Take your house, simply because by the time you were paid, the value of the money is not up to what? No. But it has done a 360 where we still need to dialogue. It is not fair for me to just sit here and declare that we would delete the payment of interest in construction contracts. That will not be appropriate. I'm not even sure whether the Attorney General would give me that advice. But I am sure Ghanaian contractors are patriotic. They also want their business to survive. So when we sit down with them, whatever we come up with, I will let the House know about it.
Mr. Chair, I want to put on record that my colleagues should bear in mind that we will not forget what you are telling us today. And we'll keep reminding you. Thankfully, all of us will be in the chamber, so we'll keep reminding you of the things you are speaking to. Yes. Now, I've looked at your CV. Your work experience is so admirable, and your educational background. If you want to contextualize your educational background, as a great architect, and then work experience, I've seen the number of consultancy work you've done. What are you bringing to the table? And what are you going to do differently? Do that at the end of the 4 years, mind you, President Mahama has only 4 years. At the end of the 4 years, the Honorable governs, the handsome man from Adaklu. What are we going to remember you for?
Thank you very much. And I agree with you that there has to be something everybody stands for. I am totally unhappy with the level of debt in the sector. It's my background in the built environment, which requires us to do things professionally and on time. You know, my passion is, even if you have to come to work and do nothing, come on time. And I'm going to insist that things are done on time. If we can't deliver something on time, I'll be one of the first to say why we can't deal with it. So I come on board to project the vision of President Mahama to deliver on what is promised Ghanaians. By the way, every president only has 4 years. You only get additional 4 years if you are voted again.
Well, that is very usual of Kwame. He will try to come back at you. Anyway, it's okay. Honorable nominee, this will be my last question. You have been ranking for some time. And if yourself and the chair, the Honorable Osenyako, are two members of this House that I can just close my eyes and point at, are people we can follow when it comes to the road sector. And you are one sincere person I know. In the context of your sincerity as part of your persona, tell me, what are some of the things that the MPP administration, the elsewhere MPP administration, 3 things that you can say, speaking as a Ghanaian, not putting on the cap of being on your propaganda stage, but your cap of patriotism, and I know you are. 3 things that you can say the MPP did well, and for nothing at all, you can praise them for it.
Chairman.
Honourable members, order.
First of all, I will say I commend the former Vice President that despite all the rhetoric about we will not hand over and NDC cannot win, when we won massively, he quickly handed over. And I want to commend him. I'm not sure he did that with the help of the party. I'm told people got angry with him when he did that. With the second thing, I believe it was good to have vision for education and other things. However, I thought the implementation of part of that...
I want just the positives.
That will be a bit difficult. So I'll end it here.
Chairman, I'm done. I want to commend my good friend, and I also want to wish him well in the ministry when graciously we all approve of him.
Thank you very much. I proceed to give the floor to Honorable Roxanne Nelson Kwame Eche Dafamokbo.
Chairman, thank you very much. Kwame, I'm emotional. I'm emotional because you got here by dint of hard work. And let me say that you've been in the parliamentary system, you've been a shadow minister on those transport and infrastructure matters for the NDC for the past 8 years. And you were remarkable, not just in that capacity, but also I can say on authority that you introduced in Parliament and mentored genius, I am your foremost product. You tutored me well. And I love you for that. When genius come, you take interest in their welfare, you take interest in building their capacity so that they also flourish. And that's what I love about you. What contractors may not know about you is that you don't like shoddy work. So contractors should take note. You don't like shoddy work, you don't like lateness, and above all, you like people being candid and honest with you. So they should take note. So I wish you well, and I know you succeed. With all the difficulties, you deliver on your mandate. We know of the agencies under you, the programs and policies that they have in road maintenance, their policies and programs. And the figures from the agencies leave much to be desired. So what will you be doing to change as an arrowhead for the ministry? What will be the change in your approach to maintaining our roads? So that, for instance, the new road that is between Askuma through Peki to Kweve Have, when there's a pothole, we'll quickly seal it so it doesn't deteriorate, leading to the entire road degenerating to something else. We have to look for big money to go and patch that entire stretch. What will be your change in approach to rehabilitating roads?
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much, my brother. And thank you for the kind words. I'm only doing my job as the party has given me the opportunity. And as long as we work together, I learn from everybody as well. As I said earlier, I am going into a ministry with very big interests. 3 major road agencies. I don't know everything about the ministry yet. I've been looking at it from outside. I need to get in there, take my time to understand them, and together with the players in there, chart a path that makes road construction a viable business for the Ghanaian businessman, the communities getting better roads coming into their communities, and all of us living happily in peace. So what I will do and I can commit to is the best way forward. At the moment, it is difficult to to say emphatically what I'll meet there, but I can guarantee that we'll be more efficient, and I'm going there as the president's representative, and whatever his vision is exactly what I am taking there, and to enforce that to make sure the sector delivers to the people of Ghana. Thank you.
Any further question?
I have 26-kilometer stretch of feeder road abandoned, awarded but abandoned in my constituency. That is Todomechate to Utongo, Germany. Then I know of Botoku Trukpe to Vakpo Road. Then I know the nature of Ashaman roads. Now, would you consider in rolling out, improving, rehabilitating, and general construction of roads, will you consider allotting it on regional basis so that, for instance, every region basically could have, say, 50 to 60 kilometers of roads done? Some regions are more important than others in terms of this requirement, but basically, every region could boast of, say, 60 to 70 kilometer stretch of roads that are done every year, if that's feasible. And before you answer, let me conclude by saying, Mauli School, we are proud of you. We are about 6 in this parliament, and we are very proud of you. Yes, we are 6, yes. And that's remarkable. So we are very proud of you. And the whole OMSU is also proud of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's always a privilege to go to the best secondary school in Ghana, so that is acceptable. Yes, the road you mentioned, including your own road, I visited you a number of times at Tongo, and I noticed there was a contractor working on the road, but it's not completed. And the other ones that you mentioned, all this, frankly, would hinge on our ability to fund them. You asked the question and answered it in part. It would have been nice to just say, like common fund, take a quantum of money, split it between 276 constituencies. But you know, some districts are bigger than others, some have more complication. But what we can commit to do is that every community should have the ability to see, or we should do something in every constituency with an entity. You know, the MPS project originally was supposed to cover the hospital road all the way to the motorway. The motorway is now a different contract, but the opportunity is there to see what we can do from the hospital road all the way into Ashama. So when that discussion starts, I will engage my colleague, the MP for Ashama, to see how we can take advantage of that to complete that section which was started and stopped into Ashama and new town areas in Ashama. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now move to Honorable Patricia Piaget, Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to also add my voice to congratulate our brother, Honorable Abuja, for your nomination. And the responsibility given to you to ensure that our road sector is well managed. I have listened to you attentively. You've come out with all kinds of solutions, but you've been lamenting about, rightly agree that up in issue, you are faced with a problem of financial inadequacy. But one of the issues that needs accidents which will result in high fatalities, it is an issue we need to address properly. And I am very much aware that when it comes to road maintenance, we spend less than 40%. We address less than 40% of the, and it's not good for us. What happens is that we begin to experience bad roads, especially during the rainy season. So I want you to come out with a clear plan of how you're going to reduce road accidents by ensuring high maintenance of our roads. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You will see in the first budget of the president through the finance minister, there will be a commitment to do this. And take the record of the last year of NDC in government, which is reported in the 2017 budget, you will see how much work we've done in terms of maintenance on our roads. We are going back to that same program to our maintenance. You are right. Many communities are not even asking for new roads. All they are asking for is to make their existing roads motorable. And we can do that. We also noticed government have procured some equipment under DRIP. I think we can put DRIP to much more better use. But let's wait and see the policy that will come out. But I can guarantee you, with the availability of those equipment in our communities, it can enhance improvement in terms of maintenance if we allocate budget for, how do you call it, materials and labor. We can do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominee. In your answer, I was also expecting an aspect of road, the causes of road deterioration. And in order to bring your attention to that fact, I want to ask you that many of our urban roads face rapid deterioration due to poor drainage systems. How will your ministry integrate sustainable drainage solutions into urban road projects? Thank you.
As a rule of thumb, I think it is a rule that when you are doing public roads through any built-up area, you need to provide the necessary safety features. Drainage, walkways, and where vehicular bus stops, and also speed tables in specific places. As a matter of fact, what we see in many of our communities over a period of time, many of the roads existed in the built-up areas. So what you see is mainly asphaltic overlay. They don't normally go to bring up the strength of the base and others, because the asphalt looks nice, so they lay it overnight. And you are right, road surface doesn't like stagnant water. Once the water pads on it over a period, it deteriorates. Yeah. But if you do the design well and it gets all the curves and other thing, the runoff is quick, but the runoff must go into a drain, and that drain must lead to take that water out of that community. So for existing roads, we can still do some improvement, but for new areas, we ought to adhere to these safety measures to make sure the roads last. So it's a very important observation you have made.
Thank you very much. But a follow-up on that. I think we've had several complaints from citizens that we have to reconsider the size of our drainage. And most of our drainage are also left open. And I didn't hear that from you. I want you to consider that fact and then tell us exactly how that can help, because it also goes into cost of construction. And so I would demand that from you, Honorable Member. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, that is a bit technical for the design of drains. As to what the size of the drain, the width, the depth, depends on what the engineers envisage in terms of how much water will be coming into it. But indeed, you are right. It's as if when you go through our communities, almost as if rainfall and the runoffs are the same in every community, which shouldn't be. So that one boils down to those who actually carry out the actual design of the drains as part of the road. So we need to work on that one as well. Thank you.
Honorable, you were in the chamber when the affirmative action bill was passed into law in July last year. Equitable opportunities for female contractors and create a more inclusive construction industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know few female road contractors, but you are right. The proportion is way against our female counterparts. The same applies to engineering. When I went to secondary school, I can tell after secondary school how many of our colleagues actually went to do engineering who are female versus male. So sometimes it's about their availability also. But we can make a conscious effort. I thought you were going to commend me that I was one of the champions who supported you to pass the affirmative, because it's necessary. I want my daughter to grow up to be whatever God wants her to be, and there shouldn't be any barrier based on her gender. So it is upon all of us to work together to make sure that wherever we find ourselves, we create fair opportunity for everybody, irrespective of gender, to participate fully in whatever activity it is. And I'll put on that lens as you suggested. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. A follow-up on that. I just want to find out if it would not be necessary to consciously ensure that you bring up women in that industry, or more women into that industry to ensure, because I know we women are very meticulous, and if they have to do a job, they will do it well. And so I'm expecting you, since you have been the gender champion, to also come out. Don't you think there should be an effort in that direction? Thank you.
Certainly, we should make a conscious effort to develop the capacity and give opportunity. So I'll take that sincerely on board. Thank you.
My last question is on climate resilience. You know, road construction projects under the previous governments face criticisms for environmental degradation and poor climate resilience. How will you incorporate sustainable and climate resilient designs in your road project to mitigate flooding and other environmental challenges? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, road construction is a major contributor to emission of carbon dioxide. Apart from the fact that many heavy construction equipments consume a lot of fuel, diesel. It's also the case that sometimes when you are doing roads, the source of your heavy materials, crushed rocks and other things, may be very far away. So the amount of fuel, your pollution you need to carry out to convey material from the source to your site might increase that. But there are ways to do it. You should be able to identify closer materials, so it means that you do less haulaging, and you be careful where you traverse when you are doing your road project. And maybe we need to start thinking about, if you were doing a road in a locality, would there be materials that are of equal quality that can be used locally, instead of deciding that you still go 50
Honorable Minister, now every part of Ghana, or even let me take just Accra, anywhere you pass, you are met with some congestion. I would like to find out from you, in the major cities like Accra and Kumasi, what would you propose to ensure that we will be able to alleviate this congestion that we are facing? First, we know that we don't want to spend so much money on fuel, and consumption is very, very high. If prices of fuel are high, you know we're going to go through a lot of expenditure. So it is important that being given this opportunity And as your president has said, our president, the president of Republic of Ghana mentioned, yes, I've corrected it. We need to reset. So we have to consider how we can address this issue of heavy traffic congestion all over the city of Kumasi and Accra. Thank you. If you have any plan to.
Thank you very much. I read the, I think, 2013 and the revised version of the integrated transport policy of our country. The intention is to have an interagency strategy. For instance, there's no city in the world that has addressed traffic congestion by just building more roads. You need to have a combination of things. For instance, you build some roads, remove bottlenecks by building interchanges, but there has to be a concerted effort in public transport network. In the previous NDC government, we started this by deploying BRT, bus rapid transport, under the Ministry of Transport. As you know, that project did not actually see much progress since then. But if you are going to address traffic congestion in Accra, Kumasi, and others, you will need to deploy a variety of public transport systems and come up with policies that discourages people from using too much vehicles. For instance, many people will drive alone in their car from home to work simply because we don't have enough public transport system to do that. So it can't be a Ministry of Road alone intervention. It has to be an integrated inter-ministerial intervention, which is Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Environment, and the Ministry of Road to come up with the necessary strategies. Some light railway, some improvement in BRT as the first phase, and then we see how.
That, because there should always be a champion. And I want to wish you well and hope that very soon you will be accepted as the Minister for Roads. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's now the turn of Honorable Ama Kofi Bua.
Honorable Kwame Agboja.
Yes,
congratulations. Boss. I can say that you are going to succeed as a road minister when you are given the nod, because I have been a clear witness to your competence and your commitment and your hard work. I have also followed you as the ranking on roads and how passionate and committed you have been. You were noted to be always the first to be in the house. And the people in the road ministry must be ready for the minister who will not play with his time. And so congratulations. There's no doubt in my mind that you bring a lot of changes to the road ministry. I have shared with you so many times, and we've talked about stories about how deplorable roads in the western region and the western north region are. I'm sure President Mahama has himself talked to you about how passionate and his wish that some of these areas that are bread basket, food production, cocoa production, when we intervene and do these roads, they inure to the benefit of Ghana. There's no doubt in my mind that you are going to commit to addressing these roads, critical roads in the western north and western regions. I already have about 10 paramountcies that are ready to make you development chief in these regions. And that should tell you how important this road that you have is for them. And so I know you are passionate. I know you've been with me. I want you to basically say something about your commitment to these areas.
Thank you very much. Yes, there are a number of times that the president during the campaign would ask me about some details of some roads especially when he was campaigning in the Western region. And yes, I would give him my opinion on those things. Indeed, anybody who has ever traveled across our country will notice that parts of the regions you mentioned require urgent attention in terms of roads because of the resources that are acceptable. So yes, I'm committing, and the president has already committed to those areas about his intention to improve those road networks. I have no other commitment than to carry through what the president has already committed to the people. And together with you and all my colleagues from those two regions and beyond, both NPP and NDC, we shall work together to address all those issues about the road network in those regions. So yes, we are committed to those things. So I want to commend the chiefs and other things. I will be visiting them myself in our community to hear the things we need to do together on our roads. Thank you.
Thank you, Kwame. There was a period in Parliament where we were doing road kilometers politics. I remember during President Akufo-Addo's State of the Nation address, the president stated that they had constructed 11,974 kilometers of new roads. From where you sit, is these numbers correct? Do we even have to be doing this politics on roads when, quite frankly, some of these numbers don't add up? What is your view about this number that was thrown out there?
Thank you, Chairman. I think the issue in question has since been addressed by the road agencies providing, we demanded details. Though initially they issued a press statement against me, condemning me, they later came out to give a breakdown. And as I said earlier, the actual new roads constructed is just 675 kilometers thereabout. The bulk of it used to be 11,000. The bulk of the 13,000 kilometers now is reshaping, regraveling, and other interventions. But it's something we should all take on board. I don't believe the president probably did that intentionally. It was a brief he got from a ministry. And because the president couldn't have written, it's a bit too technical. Whoever wrote that speech probably should have paid a bit more attention in terms of giving the breakdowns. So I want to believe that going forward, we should all just stick to the standard way the road ministry reports on road sector interventions. If it's resealing, reshaping, just state it. There's no reason for anybody to say we have done 10,000 days. If you want to do that, then go under the same structure in the MTEF, which will tell you urban road, feeder road, and other things. And if you look at that, indeed, the NDC's record in 2016 reported in the 2017 budget is still unmatched in terms of those maintenance works. The record show is there to show.
Thank you. When you talked about the 100 billion indebtedness in the road sector, just oppose that to the 17 billion, I was alarmed. But what I was thinking about was that for so many Ghanaians who have voted massively for the NDC, that's not a number they are going to look at. They expect their roads to be done. And they have huge expectations. What strategies do we, as road minister, we adopt to try to address some of these and meet and manage these expectations?
I know it is a big challenge, but I am ready for the challenge. I see it as an opportunity to do something new as well. Maybe I need to understand why we were doing things the way we have been doing it. It will not be easy. It's about money. But together with the House, and I've already stated earlier, it is time for us as a country to have an honest discussion about how we fund roads in this country. The window of borrowing from another person's country is almost shut, but we still need the roads. We must pay for it in one way or the other. But it must be done in a consultative way. So it's not an imposition on anybody. And I signal that my very good friend, Honorable Makwata, started the process. At the time, myself and the former minority leader, Honorable Haruna, had discussions with him. And then when the new minister, Senso, took over from him, I know they even had one of the meetings already on how to do funding for road. I intend to build upon it to make it public for the discussion to conclude on how we shall fund road projects sustainably using our own money. Because even if you want to do PPP and others, the developer want to see how he will be repaid. I don't know how many people are in this world who are ready to give you 500 million, 1 billion to do a PPP road when they can't see how they are going to recover their money. The only way to do it is to have that discussion. Thank you.
Something you just said, and I want you to clarify. One of you were unhappy that it took too long for the Swami project to receive attention after Parliament approved it. Is that what you were saying? Because when you said that, I wanted you to clarify.
Well, I believe one of the ways you can serve your country is what Honorable Chairman Sabet Bonsu did. His name cannot be wished off this Parliament. He's been part of this democracy for this long. And I thought what we see in Kumasi, especially at Swami, was something we need to deal with. And if you check, it received a consensus on the floor as to why we should that facility in 2022. The contractor only turned up on site close to the end of last year. And the rate of work done, based on what I've seen, is just about less than 5%. And I'm not happy about that. That's what I talked about. So we need to make sure that we complete that project. It was a commercial loan. How we replace that or the lenders continue to fund it is something that the finance minister and the House will have to make a decision. I'm not even sure whether that loan is still drawable as we speak. But we have to do that project because it's critical.
Honorable, I'm sure that me and you and Honorable Atufosu will be talking a lot about our experience at the front bench. I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, my boss.
Thank you. It's now the turn of minority leader and the ranking member. Honorable, you have the floor.
My respected colleague, first let me congratulate you on your nomination. You worked very hard, and I respect you for your stance on matters when you have to express your view. I believe that being a majority leader, I got a close shot of what you stand for. And I have no doubt on my mind at all that should all things go well, the nation would benefit from your talent. Makwata has described you as an upright and forthcoming person, the former Roads and Highways Minister. That's how he describes you. Your colleagues ain't temperamental. In view of the fact that this enterprise of ours is perception-driven, what will be your reaction going into the Roads Ministry in respect of this aspect of the perception held by your colleagues? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, and I want to thank colleagues for the feedback. I think it's important. they raised issue about my temperament, and yes, you are right. I am, when I believe in something, sometimes yourself you tell me, just be careful the way you put it. So for that part, I will work on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable, I shall go into your CV with you. So if you have it with you, please. Page 1 of your CV. Used. Yeah, I'll be using it. Page 1 of your CV. You state your name as Kwame Govins Agboja, whereas the communication from His Excellency refers to you as Govins Kwame Agboja. What is the right way?
I prefer to be called Kwame Agboja.
Yes, Chairman, I just want the correct full name.
It's in my passport and on my Ghana card is Kwame. My middle name is Govins. My Christian name or first name is Kwame Agboja. I know people don't understand it, but I prefer my name to be Kwame. So my middle name is Govins.
Very well. So, Kwame, let's clarify. Yes.
My father comes from Kodiabe. My mother side Oti region.
Now, if... Yeah, sure, I know. Now, if I go through your CV again, you know, same page 1. You have your experimental JSS, who 1985 to 88. Then you have Mauli School, who where you had your GCE O levels, 1988 to 91. Does that mean that because you finished the JSS, you started from Form 2?
Yes, I went to the experimental JHS, well, JSS those days it was called. So when you finish your 3 years there, you go straight to secondary school, Form 3. Then you just do 2 years, then you do the O level. That is why it's like that.
Very well. So yes. I just needed you to clarify. Please, let's go to page 2 of your CV. So you've indicated the 2014 to date, K and Partners Limited. Position held, principal consultant. I need 2 clarifications from you. 1, were you a registered director of this company or you were just an employee?
I'm the founder of the company.
Very well. Then, when you come to Architects Co-Partners Limited, you also have the consultant into bracket partner. Again, clarify. Are you a partner by directorship and ownership, or you?
I operated K and Partners in the United Kingdom until I returned to Ghana in 2010. It was still in operation when I got to Ghana. I got involved in Architect Co-Partners, who belongs to a relative. And I took it over as the principal consultant. And then since then, I'm still a director
and a partner of Architect Co-Partners as well.
Yes, so just the clarification again. Because you said 2010 to date, you know, if you check on it, 2010 to date. So I just wanted you to clarify whether whilst you were in Ghana serving as a member of parliament, you were still in the employ of that company and whether the company at all was operational, you know.
Architect Co-Partners is not very active today. K & Partners is slightly more active than Architect Co-Partners. But you will see 2010 till today simply because I got involved with Architect Co-Partners since 2010 and closed down K & Partners in UK and restarted it in Ghana from 2014.
Very well. So you may want to do some amendment in future, Architect and Co-Partners.
Thank you very much.
All right. Honorable, so again, normally we take dispensation from the speaker to practice our profession, those of us who are still in active projects. Did it ever happen that the need arose for you to take some permission from speaker to enable you practice, or really you were not too active?
Yes, in fact, I was a member of one of my favorite committees is a committee of members holding office of profit. So I made sure I took permission. We just started the 9th Parliament, and I will be doing that as soon as Parliament is properly constituted.
Well, suffice to state that you may not have the time to practice your profession. The heavy load of the Roads Minister may not permit you, but anyway, that's okay. Apart from these companies that you founded, are there other companies that you founded that you've not stated on your CV, please?
Yes, I have a parent company that I use to run other interests.
What's the name of that company?
I want to reserve since I didn't state it officially on my CV, I want to reserve the
No,
right.
it doesn't matter. I'm on notice of it, or it has come to my. I was going to put that to you.
Okay.
I haven't laid the foundation, so I don't mind if it pleases you to.
I run Southwell Technical Services and others as well.
Because I know that for a fact. So since I didn't find it, I thought perhaps it was an omission. So I was laying the foundation, then put it to you. But since you've disclosed it, there's no problem at all. So this is a Ghanaian registered entity, correct?
It's a Ghanaian registered entity.
Are you the sole shareholder?
I'm the sole shareholder in that one.
And how many of you are directors of this entity?
Two.
You and who, please? You and who, please?
You want me to mention the names of the people?
No, you said two. Two
Yeah,
of you are
two
directors. But you are the sole shareholder.
Yes. The other person is just a director, secretary.
I understand.
Okay.
No, the new Register General, the new regulation, the law we passed, we can't have secretary director. You must have a secretary and director. They must be separate. Previously, you can have secretary director. So I just want to know from you. You have a secretary to this company, separate or different from a director?
As a matter of fact, I don't play active role in these entities. I have a management firm that deals with these things. So to not put out an information that is not completely accurate, I want to reserve that one until I check.
That's fair enough. So, Kwame, let's go into your days as a minority chief whip. I still remember your midnight calls and early morning calls where you would state the principled position to me that although we've had an agreement to support government business, the party position is that you shouldn't. And you don't hide that from me, which I respect you for. one of the things you never did was to surprise me. So at least I knew what stance you had. Now, tell me, why is it that a lot of the times when you were opposing me, you look elsewhere? You wouldn't look in the correct direction. Why? What really was going through your mind? Why would you look? Why would you look down or look elsewhere in the process of firing at me, your tribesman?
Chairman, I must say the minority leader is a very good friend of mine, and I don't like disappointment. So if we go to a committee and take a decision on something, and it turns out not enough consultation has been done with my party, and by the time we finish the consultation, I need to change my stance, I feel I've let the committee down at that stage. So it is not comfortable to disappoint when I knew you were riding on my word. So, my very good friend, you know, it is not easy to stand in front of somebody who you believe trusts you to say that what I told you yesterday, I can't do it. So that is why it's difficult sometimes to look at you directly and say.
So, Kwame, I'm sure you have simplified matters. For those who perhaps found you to be very difficult to understand that this is the nature of politics, and some of our actions must not be held against that. I mean, that said, I want to know from you about this road toll. When should Ghanaians expect it?
The issue about the road toll got the attention of the whole country. I'm of the view we shouldn't just, as a ministry, hurriedly put together something and spring a surprise on the public. I believe there has to be some engagement to consolidate our position. So what I can say is that quickly, the consultation can start. Exactly when would the rollout be? That would be part of the first budget of President Mahama to be presented to Parliament by the Finance Minister, your own good friend, Dr. Cassiel Atuforsen.
So, you mean the policy will be introduced in the first budget?
There will be a rendition in the budget which would set the tone for what we are going to do. I sincerely believe we need to amend the road toll policy because there's a law on it. We need to, because what the law says still talks about toll booths and other things. And as I said, we are not going to build physical toll booths where drivers will stop and pay anything. So it requires us to actually amend the law. But the policy would appear in the financial policy of government when the first budget comes. Thereafter, the law, if whatever we need to do, would be brought to the House.
So you would agree with me that some costing would have to be done before the policy gets expression in the budget. You agree with me?
Certainly. We have done some simulations already. I am aware we have done some surveys, both at the ministry and some that already in terms of the collection of data. But we are yet to engage the public with the findings and then chart a way forward. Yes, by the time we are coming to Parliament, for the policy, we should have an idea. First of all, how much we intend to charge and how much accruals we expect and what that money is supposed to do. Particularly, Ghanaians must get to know what that money is supposed to do.
But do you think Ghanaians must equally know the cost of rendering the services vis-a-vis the platforms you are going to rely on, since it's a whole technology drive?
Of course, it's an inbuilt. The cost of deploying the technology will have to be part of the rollout, because you need technology, you need a platform, you have to pay for it. So the cost will have to be part of it.
Should Ghanaians understand you to mean that you would introduce a public tender for the purposes of this IT services with the sole purpose at rolling out this new tolling system?
At this stage, I can only say that it will have to be competitive, because not all public tenders give you the lowest evaluated figure. So I will leave it at this for now.
Mr. Govins Agboja.
Actually, Kwame Agboja.
Would it please you if I go our informal way? You refer to me as Kwame now. I refer to you as Kwame. Would you be comfortable with that so that I take permission from chair?
If it will not worry anybody here, we can do that.
Very well. So, Kwame, don't you think that the goodwill of your government, which you ride on, will mean that in this important policy, you roll it out through a public tender? And even so, segregate it instead of centralizing to participate. So, for instance, in the southern sector, where you would have the Tema, the Wager area, you can have one tender lot, and then in the middle belt, tender lot, and then in the middle belt, the Kumasi area, you have another lot. In the western, another lot, and northern region. Don't you think that some indicative assurances would help the ordinary Ghanaian entrepreneur in the IT field feel good about this?
Well, I'm most excited about your concluding part, which is to make this a Ghanaian-owned thing, which will give opportunity to Ghanaians. And I take on board your thing, which will give opportunity to Ghanaians. And I take on board your valuable suggestion that in the process of selecting the would-be operators, we should make it more open. I think it's a valuable idea. When we are doing the consultation, we would consider these things before we come up with a conclusion.
Others have called for the suspension of Act 118. You know, it was a bill, a law we enacted to impliedly repeal the Act 540. That is so, the Ghana Highway Authority law. What is your own view about this?
The records in Parliament will show that I participated well in the formulation of that law. I am also aware that the implementation is currently receiving challenges. What I said earlier was to say that when I get to the ministry with the kind support of this committee and plenary, I would listen to the stakeholders, i.e. mainly the agencies under the ministry, highways, feeder roads, and urban roads, to understand exactly what their challenges are. And then thereafter, come up with the best possible way of taking it forward, or if we need to tweak sections of the Act to address their issues, because I believe we need to listen to them and to address the issue. Then we can do that.
Kwame, I move to this point about quality of our roads. I hold a view that as a political class, we often get too hard on ourselves without paying attention to the technical components that lead to quality of our roads. No doubt, as a politician, you've had calls to lambast the previous government and to talk about the quality of roads. It's your bona fide. I don't take it away from you. I would have cause to criticize your government quality of roads. I live at Abelingpe. The underbridge that connects Abelingpe to Abofu. In 2016, I saw that road being asphalted all the way to the Achimota market, that link. In 2018, heavy potholes, the road had gone bad, and it had to be asphalted again. You and I know that you being a sector minister, you will not physically inspect every single road to get the certification done for payment. Yet, all the attacks will be on you as a minister and your government. What steps do you plan to put in place to ensure that our engineers who get on the field to certify quality of work done do so patriotically? Because, my dear colleague Kwame, the debts you talked about is largely due to repeats of construction. A road has been done. In my constituency, Winneba, a road from Insuechil through Jahaze to Jenjenhaze, which was awarded and it was to be completed in 2008. It was done. Contractor, I don't want to mention his name, was paid. In 2009, between 2009 to 2012, again, during President Moses' era, we saw potholes and it had to be awarded again. So it was paid, awarded again to be paid. Then when Akufo-Addo came into office, 2017, all the way to 6th of January 2025, those who are actually in charge of the drain on public purse to go scot-free. I know you are very forthright, you are hardworking. How do you intend to deal with this matter?
Thank you, Chairman. On a lighter note, I now see how come my road was not done, because they did yours 3 times. And there was the money got finished, so they couldn't do mine.
Chairman, just by way of clarification, on the 2 occasions, it came under your administration, though. No, I said yours 3 times, that is why. So I got the joke, but just to clarify, that it was done again because it was bad. I have some that was done in your place. I'm going to refer to it later.
Yes, you are very right on this matter. I only hope that colleagues would see some of the criticisms we make not political. I remember very well when Honorable Yelechire was health minister. A project came here. And then our good friend, Honorable Matthew Puku Prempe, who is no longer in Parliament, in a room not far from here, we took the contract and I opposed the amount and asked the ministry to go back and review the amount. They reviewed it and took out over $20 million out of the project. NDC was in government. I never saw NDC say I was playing politics. But these days, when I raise issues, it's politics. You are very right. Why is it that asphalt can be, in the town, can be anything 800 to $1.2 million per kilometer? It is not cheap. So when you have to lay it twice, imagine how many cheap compound that can do in our villages. So those who actually certify that I can say this has been done according to standard. And there's no asphalt that is done which is supposed to fail within 2 years. They are all supposed to last around 10 years. The wearing cost, the 50 mil wearing cost at least should to do that. So if it fails within 1 year, 2 years, it means it was not done well. My prescription is that if we're going to use external consultants, let them take professional indemnity insurance, so that if it fails and you can prove that it failed through negligence, the state can draw upon that insurance. Maybe that will be another way of dealing with it. Apart from that, the temptation is that when you are doing asphaltic overlay, because when you lay it few hours, it looks so smooth and
Honorable, you raised some concerns about 6-month non-payment clause in contracts. Correct?
Mention 6 months, but every contract, when written, they will tell you, especially road contract, when certificates are raised and payment is not made over a period, depending on the contract, that money can attract 30% interest.
You think this is popular with contractors?
Extremely popular with contractors. Bad news for government.
See. Now let's go to the roads. You've complained about our indebtedness. Do you think you can achieve something significant between now and 2028 December?
Yes, President Mahama can achieve in the 4 years better than what we've seen in the last 4 years.
No, Kwame, don't let us go there. Okay. I mean, this is a very diplomatic, you see, where you are now, you know, if you go that part, then I may be compelled not to manage the leader relationship. So I will give you an opportunity to rephrase your answer.
I am only an advisor to President Mahama on road matters as his Minister for Roads and Highways. Okay. Yes, I am saying yes, with the authority of President Mahama, we shall do better, or we shall achieve things on the road sector.
So I take the latter phrase. I take the latter phrase. That is very befitting of where you sit now. I'm sure in the chamber this will be a different matter. Now let's delve a bit into that. You see, you have laid the foundation in an earlier answer to a question posed by my respected colleague, Honorable Boama, when he sought your views on the contracts or works in motion in the sector, and you also took time to explain the indebtedness. Now, we are indebted to road contractors heavily. You've given the figures. And then we have contracts that are also ongoing, yet to be completed for them to even raise invoice. So if you say you are going to achieve so much, you are optimistic. Are you saying that added to this debt, you are going to award new contracts?
Thank you, Chairman. I earlier on said that the President is committed to continuing and completing ongoing projects. And I also suggested that it will be necessary that due to specific needs, some new project would have to be started. How do we fund this? My answer to that was that my job is to prepare project portfolios or reassess projects, put figures to them, and let the finance minister find ways of funding them. It's actually not my job to find money to pay for road contract. It is the job of the finance minister to do that.
Kwame.
Yes, leader.
So, you see, Ghanaians are interested in this part of the conversation. We have a major problem in our road sector. A lot of road contracts awarded. Now, you don't know how to even pay because the money is not there. Would you consider providing for these outstandings through your ambitious $10 billion infrastructure, the big, you call it what? The big push. The $10 billion infrastructure fund that you are looking at for the next 4 years or so?
No, the big push is not about paying for recurrent expenditure in the road sector. Yes, it is expected to be a special purpose fund over 4 years, identify, prepare, and package specific impactful projects to be funded by the finance ministry. So we will continue to fund ongoing projects through the usual channels of budgetary allocations and other things. Big push is not intended to be just another money to pay for regraveling or pothole patching or rehabilitation of the standard things we do and every government does. That is not what it's intended to be. And it's not a 10 billion for road ministry only. It's infrastructure. So it is upon the president to determine the allocation as to what goes to health, education, transportation, and others.
Should the ordinary Ghanaian businessman who has taken a loan from the bank and use his assets as collateral to construct roads be assured that going in there as a minister, you will take steps to ensure prompt or regular payment?
Chairman, that is exactly so, and that is the vision of President Mahama, because that is the only way we can create sustainable, homegrown jobs. You know my credentials on this matter. I fought and got the contract with Motor Angels on the motorway terminated so that it will be awarded to a Ghanaian company, because I know that and the benefit of that remains in our economy. So we need to do more of that for our Ghanaian businessmen. I believe road contractors or contractors generally are one of the most patriotic. Why? If somebody takes a public job and have decided to collateralize the roof over his head where he himself and his children, wife, everybody sits, how many people can do that? If the person is not patriotic, he wouldn't have done that. So Ghanaian contractors are actually patriotic. The problem comes when they take the loan and we are unfortunately unable to pay them for them to repay wherever they got the money from.
So should the ordinary Ghanaian businessman in the road sector be assured that you as minister will look at them and support them without first identifying them with any party color?
The industry players will tell you that I am the first to say that don't tag contractors with political colors, because I don't expect a contractor who, assuming he's even your friend, assuming you registered a company for him, I don't expect him to stop working because you are in opposition. I expect him to continue working as long as he's competent enough to do that. So I don't tag road contractors as partisan. Who they vote for, I don't know. As long as they do a good job and adhere to the tenets of the contract, we are ready to go.
So currently we have 233 contractors duly vetted and classified by the ministry, for which you know that the criteria for financial capability and technical record have been duly satisfied. To your mind, how can the classification system be used in a manner that would ensure meritocracy, at the same time balance fairness?
The classification has to go in tandem with other supports and including competency. Because if it's just a matter of you want class A contractor, so you need a number of bulldozers, excavators, graders, tipper trucks, personnel in terms of engineers and other things. Any businessman can do that, but whether the person is committed to do the work is different. I also know contractors have issues with the way the classification is done in a way. You do a classification and say the highest level can do work up to a certain standard. Then when you bid, the guys at the top come and bid with the people lower here. But because of the capacity they have, then the lower guys can never get the award. So whilst we're doing the classification, it has to come together with other interventions to make sure players on the different stratas of operation can all participate in what we are expecting them to do. But it also depends on not only the record of the equipment and personnel, but their competence, transport, and the presidency. So I met almost everybody that matters in the road sector, all the chief directors and various entity heads, and I met everybody during those interactions.
Now, you know that some of the chief executives of these agencies under you have subsisting contracts. And it is also obvious that there will be the need to make political appointment to head these agencies. That would come as a matter of course. I'm not taking you into the area of law, but would you want to be guided? But would you want to be guided by law in how you ensure a smooth transition?
Certainly, but my biggest commitment will be to find the right person for the right job. If by law you are sitting somewhere but you have no value or you are unable to do what we want you to do, we would advise ourselves.
Yes, I agree. I mean, you are the political head, you would have to advise yourself. But should Ghanaians be assured that in advising yourself, you would ensure that you act within the ambit of the law?
We would act within the ambit of the law, but most importantly, in fulfillment of our manifesto promise and also the best value for Ghanaians.
Now, I've been in government before, so I do not want to pretend on this. For instance, DVLA, you are the sector minister. No, DVLA, sorry. Roads and highways, sorry about that. Thank you, colleagues. Roads and highways. You need to have a chief executive for roads and highways. Under normal circumstances, some consultations would ensue. In situations where you would hear of a new appointment in the papers, and given your commitment to ensuring smooth transition, would you boldly take it up to address such untidiness, all in the best interest of Mother Ghana?
Chairman, that's exactly what I will do. That is why I avoided making direct comments about things like that, because to be honest, even during the transition, I never stepped foot at the ministry. Till today, I've never been there physically, because I want, if this house approves me, to go there with open mind. I don't want to go there with a baggage where I have preconceived ideas about anything. I want to go there and see for myself and take decisions that would be in the best interest of Ghanaians and in line with the vision of President Mahama.
Now, there is this road, Akwete Adaklu Wire Road. You know about it?
Yes, that sounds like a road in my village.
Very well. I am saying that indeed, as you said, it sounds like a road in your village. May I put it to you that indeed it is a road in your village? Have you seen any improvement on this road?
In 2016, Honorable Inusa Husseini, under a program, awarded a number of road projects across the country. Akwete Wire, Abwadi, Nochrepe Abwadi Wire to Kaime was part of those projects. I think September 2016, and award letters came out. We went into an election in December the same year, and we lost. The contractor delayed and came to site far later than that. So the project was done after we left office, though we awarded it, and that is the fact. The good thing, though, is that whenever the regional minister, the former regional minister, Dr. Lecha, was going for an inspection, he acknowledged the fact that I did some legwork as a member of parliament and got that approved. So he always took me along. I remember one day we went on site, and one of his party people tried to do politics, and he told him, not here. You have to give credit where it is due. The only difficulty is that that road is already requiring maintenance, just like your own, because the way it was done, maybe it should have been better. So it's even requiring further attention as we speak.
Kwame, you know, in the chamber, you would always emphasize that Adaklu is Adaklu and Ho is Ho. Your constituency is not part of Ho. Why the emphasis for the difference? Why the emphasis?
Well,
are these two separate traditional areas?
Yes.
And so, even if they are separate traditional areas, are they of the same group or different?
Well, if we talk about the people, you and I have our parents from different places, but we are somewhere. So you can imagine if you share boundary with another town. So Ho and Adaklu, if you were to be coming from, I assume you know Ho, on the way from Ho towards Sogakope, going to Sogakope, it will be difficult to tell where is Ho and where is Adaklu, because they're almost becoming twin towns. So yes, Adaklu is separate from Ho. The confusion, a bit confusion I've seen in recent time started when in 2016, the NDC decided to donate some land to government through some families to build a regional sports stadium. That land is largely in Adaklu because you can't get that size of land inside the boundaries of Ho. We couldn't do that before we lost the election. When the NPP came, they wanted to do these regional youth centers. They fell upon part of that land and built it. It became a bit of challenge, and I must commend my brother, the former sports minister, who set the record straight that, yes, it is a Volta Regional Youth Center, but the location is in Ho, but it's not that clue. And the president himself, when he came and we were lucky to host the 6th match there, he said categorically, we are in Adaklu. So when he came, he paid a courtesy call on my revered chiefs and made them aware. So, but there's no challenge between us and Ho people. It's just the issue of that boundary, which is not even a boundary dispute or anything. So, yes, Ho and Adaklu are different in terms of traditional areas.
So, Keta, Anoga, Aplao area, they describe themselves as Anglo people. So the Adaklu Ho area, how do you describe yourself?
I know a Ho, they call themselves Asogli. And then Daklu, we call ourselves Bekou. So they are completely different. So Ho is Asogli. So the paramount chief, Togbe Afede is there, and then we have our Togbe Obi Acha.
Chairman,
as
point of order.
the paramount chief of Adaklu.
I'm using persuasion. Chairman.
Okay, my respected colleague, the chair, who is also a family member, has just given me some education on even the further breakdowns that we have the Anlo, Aveno, and the tongue, and all those breakdowns. Anyway, so in concluding, I would want to know from you, what is your source of inspiration for public service?
First of all, I think politics is for good. I am never somebody who believes when I hear people say politicians are always the same. I believe a lot of the things, progress we have made in this country was championed by on the back of politics. My inspiration in this starts from the first president. It's about sacrifice and what Ghana achieved through the sacrifice of Osajifo Dr. Kwame.
Please, order. Can we have some order?
So my inspiration is that our forebears sacrificed and built a foundation for our country, of which Ghana is respected everywhere in the world. So our generation must be inspired to do and build upon what our forebears have built. So yes, I'm in this because I believe I can contribute positively on top of what our forebears have done.
The young man at the university, the young man and the young woman at the College of Education, the Ghanaian youth who aspires to be a politician and aspires to be part of the political system of our country. What is your advice to them? They are listening to you.
Chairman, I may be biased, but my advice is, before you become a full-time politician, get a day job, which you can do even when you are a politician. In my own life, the resources I spend in my constituency, the bulk of it does not come from the sources in politics. As you know, our salary, my salary, and I show it to people in my constituency, is 15,000 cedis. at one weekend, by the time I finish my funeral rounds, I must have spent that. The rest is what I gather from the little consultancy and other small things I do. So my advice to the young man who wants to enter politics is get a day job that is sustainable first. Perhaps it will be easier to get a profession before you start, because it is not easy to do that in tandem. That is my advice.
Kwame, finally, to draw the curtains on this, what is your reaction, Chairman? I know the nominee would want to pay attention to the question, and I am equally aware that many of the members here, especially from the majority side, want to show face in the cameras so that they get appointment. Yes, that's on a lighter note. You should be able to take it. Stop. Take it. It's part of it. Don't react. Don't. Mr. Chairman, if they don't want to take this little joke, maybe, yes. The point is that a lot of you are here. We know only few of you will be nominated. So please allow the few who have been nominated to go through their process of vetting. We will vet them. We will vet them. And those of you who will not make it, you will be with us at the back bench. When you are in government and you don't appoint you and the opposition MP, the value is the same. Chairman, whether micro-minority or mighty minority or backbench majority, the value is the same. They don't appoint you into government. So it is only 60. Regional ministers, deputy ministers, substantive ministers. A lot of you will not make it. Anyway, Chairman, to draw the curtain on this, Kwame, I would want you to be firm. I worked with Honorable Amakwata. I was the chair of the Roots Fund. And I know the pressure that was on him. Some Ghanaians are capable of describing you in all manner of ways, calling you all manner of names. But if you really want to carry through the inspiration that brought you into public service, you must shut it, be firm, and move on. The drain on the public purse is getting out of hand, but we, the political class, are the cause. So make a difference. I entertain no doubt in your ability to do that and just that. Thank you so much indeed. Chairman, I am done.
Yeah. Thank you, Leader.
All members, order. Thank you very much. All members, may I use the opportunity to recognize some dignitaries who are here to support the nominee, Minister Designate for Roads and Highways. All members, we have in our midst Jerry Yao Amako, Chairman Adaklo. We have Togui Agbobada, Chief of Amfwe Adaklo. We have Mauto Agbavito, Volta Regional Chairman, NDC. We have Raymond Amanuvie, Secretary Adaklo. We have Sky Ganaku, former DC Adaklo. Christian Vadanu, Branch Chairman Adaklo. Nelson Glate, former youth organizer. Honorable Juliana Azuma Mensah, former MP Agwati Maziopi. Honorable Ludwig Roger, former National Youth Organizer, and Prosper Lechu. You are welcome. Honourable members, I want to thank the nominee for attending. Okay, we also have Honourable James Kluche Abeji, former member, Ketu North, and former chairman, Public Accounts Committee. Honourable members, I thank the nominee for attending upon the House and answering questions answering numerous questions. It's now my turn to ask you questions, but have listened to your answers to questions posed. I do not have any question for you, but to congratulate you for attending upon the committee. Surely you will hear from the committee. You are hereby discharged.
Thank you, Chairman of the committee.
The next nominee is Honorable Haruna Idrisu. So he should take the seat. Minister designate for Education. Please, time is fast spent. So you give way to the next nominee and those who are here to give him moral support. Honourable members, the meeting is called to order. The clerk of the committee should proceed to administer the oath. Clerk of the committee, proceed to administer the oath. Honourable members, order. Let's have some order.
Yes.
Clerk of the committee, proceed to administer the oath.
Babaru. You seem to be in a hurry. Babaru. No, ranking. Babaru. You saw what your people did this morning. No opening remarks. We will do opening remarks on your turn. Babaru.
I hereby proceed to administer the oath.
I, Honorable Haruna Idrisu,
Swear by Allah.
swear by Allah
That the evidence I shall give before
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
So help me
So
Allah.
help me
Allah.
Chairman, thank you very much for the opportunity to make some few remarks. This is a very nostalgic moment for me. As you all very much aware, Honorable Haruna Idrisu is a respected colleague who has inspired me in so many ways. On this occasion, and on this occasion only, the minority's position is that Dr. Yao Educhum shall take up the questions and then ask some few questions on our behalf. These are largely policy questions, and thereafter I will have some few bites, and then the nominee will most likely be discharged. We are reminding the majority that their well-behaved posture will lead to the fast-tracking of the nominee.
Honorable Educhum, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I also have that kind of nostalgic feeling coming to Parliament and having our leader guiding, mentoring, and now leaving the Education Ministry, and he's about to take over. So it's a very interesting moment. Let me first of all congratulate you, Honorable Haruna, on your nomination for this very, very important ministry.
Thank you.
For our great nation, Ghana. Honorable Chair, I know Honorable has done some work at the Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations. At that time, he superintended over TVET education for most of the TVET schools that are now under the Ministry of Education. Chair, I would like the nominee to share with us, beyond the manifesto commitments, what are some of the things that he's going to look out for in terms of the role of education in this fourth industrial revolution, 21st century. Education is very important. I want him to share with us what his ideas are and what are some of the things that he's going to be looking out for to ensure that we have a more robust education system. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much
First Deputy Speaker and Chair of the committee, leadership of the committee, and Honorable Minority Leader, members of the Appointment Committee, and colleagues who have had opportunity to come and solidarize. It's my honor and privilege to respond to the question posed by the just past Minister for Education on what President Mahama and the NDC intend to do with the education sector. Let me assure the Honorable former Minister of Education not just as a matter of human rights, but a powerful and key driver of development and one of the strongest instruments that can be used to reduce poverty, improve health, and ensure gender inequality. President John Dramani Mahama intends to increase investment in the education sector to respond to the infrastructure deficits of the education sector, beginning from preschool through basic primary education to free secondary school and to the tertiary level. Enormous financial investment will be made to continue with major initiative that was done. Chair, fortunately for me, this is a sector which has the best of expertise. I intend to rely on their varied experiences and expertise to guide me in the formulation of policy, the improvement of policy. But Mr. Speaker, let me assure this committee that President John Dramani Mahama has no option to cancel free senior high school. Therefore, those who listen to him, even in the course of his campaign, to have stated that he will expand free senior high school to private schools was to tell Ghanaians that as President of the Republic, he wants to give true meaning to Article 25 of the 1992 Constitution and Article 38, which spells out the objectives of our educational policy. But Chair, the important thing is that he will subject the free senior high school to a review. The review will mean subjecting it to, one, there will be a stakeholder national education forum to discuss the future and state of education in Ghana, with emphasis on the future of the free senior high school, in particular, how to assure it of adequate, reliable, sustainable financing. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to, at this moment, stir controversy, but some of the numbers, Mr. Minister, as you may recall, I will validate some of the statistics to some statistical validation of those issues. So we will undertake a stakeholder forum which will involve donors and partners, involve academia, parents, and students to review the free senior high school program. I should acknowledge, as Pearl have noted, that it remains one of the boldest steps in wanting to transform education. It was a matter of debate between free universal education absorbing all the costs and progressively free, starting with infrastructure. But President Mahama intends to undertake a comprehensive review of it to make it sustainable. Thank you.
You have a further question?
Yes, of course, sir.
Yes.
Yeah,
Let me indicate that we have two members, leadership of the subject matter committee. But the two of them will not ask questions. One will pose all the questions. Ahead with your question.
Honorable Chair, I'm grateful for the response from the nominee. Honorable Chair, beyond secondary education, which normally is the upper secondary, because by our statutes, we don't look at junior high as part of secondary. beyond secondary education, I know there are a number of manifesto commitments in the field of tertiary, which is guaranteeing or is going to promise of fee-free level 100. If the nominee can shed some light on it, so that we'll be able to know what's going to happen in that area.
Thank you very much, Chair and members, and thank you, Honorable Minister. President Mahama and the NDC promised free tuition for students from level 100 who would undertake normal programs in the various public universities of our country, including what he has said, expanded to private tertiary institutions. They number a population for which the country will require about 345 million Ghana cedis. Of the that is what the state will be required to do. We intend to provide that money to the affected universities, at least one to make refund to all those who have already paid those fees. But Chairman, the beauty of this is that it's open. Even parents who are still willing to pay can do so under this principle that has been introduced by the NDC. So we intend to mobilize with the Ministry of Finance some additional financing to cater for the population of students. It will be in the region of 125,000 as I look at it. And we'll provide 375 million Ghana cedis to support that. So every student who has paid will have a refund of his money. And the President intends to expand this over the years. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Honorable Chair, one of the areas that I will always be proud of as a former Minister for Education is the area of science, technology, engineering, mathematics education. Great progress has been made. Yes. And as measured...
Please address the chair.
Chair, great progress has been made. It has been validated. It has been validated around the world. STEM education in Ghana. I want to ask the nominee what plan his soon-to-be ministry is going to do about STEM education.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Thank you, Honorable. The significant thing for the NDC and President Mahama, as far as education is concerned, is for us to contribute meaningful to our national sustainable development efforts. At the tertiary level, emphasis will be on access, quality, and relevance. At the secondary level, emphasis will be on foundational learning in order that we can produce critical thinkers for the future. There will be a review of pedagogy and curriculum at all levels of education to meet the country's aspirations into the future and for meaningful contribution to our national development effort. I should note the effort you have done in getting STEM. We intend to build, at least in every region of Ghana, a model STEM school, which will carry from kindergarten to senior high school to produce men for the future of work. We appreciate that going into the future, we need to train more people in science, information and communication technology, and engineering. In that respect, our universities will be expected to relate more to industry without compromising their core academic objective training models. Thank you, Chair.
Any further questions?
Yes, please. Honorable Chair, this House has had an opportunity to approve Get Farm formula. We have all lamented about capping and debate about uncapping. I want to know the opinion of the nominee in the next budget coming up, what he intends to advocate for and push for in order to meet these aspirations of this House, which has been around for a long time. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the question. And for me, also nostalgic. Those days in 1997, I was one of the strong advocates with many of our colleagues around here to advocate for the establishment of the GET Fund Before then, tertiary education was largely public funded. Tuition remained free. There was no access even to private tertiary institutions. The Ghana Education Trust Fund has done its part. In the last few years, it has suffered because of the decision of then Minister of Finance to cap it. President Mahama and the Minister of Finance have gone public, and I join them in saying that we will uncap the GET Fund to free additional resources to support robust infrastructure development. Indeed, mathematically, cap GET Fund today is about $3.2 billion Ghana cedis, 3.2 billion Ghana cedis. And cap it will make available to the Ministry of Education some 7.9 billion, which will accelerate expanded infrastructure. For instance, there are about 2,800 schools that needs to be fixed to deal with the problems of overcrowding. There are about 26,000 schools which has no changing facility for young girls for purposes of hygiene. There are about 780 schools that is required to expand access to junior high school. We will uncap GET Fund. I would engage the Minister for Finance to do this as a matter of expediency, and for the President to engage with the IMF to review the memorandum which included the GET Fund in the negotiations. President Mahama have said that he will review the IMF. So part of the review will be to uncap the GET Fund and free those additional resources to support the country to rely on GET Fund resources to finance education generally, in particular higher education.
Please proceed to ask the question.
Honorable Chair, in this great country, Ghana, the middle class has been squeezed for many years. Teachers, nurses have been squeezed, given the fact that majority of them have to find money to send their children in our public schools. And I'm happy that at least in Greater Accra, you can see Accra STEM Academy.
Please, order, order. Honorable Yusuf, I do not want to mention your name again.
Again. So the public school transformation agenda is something that is very dear to the middle class. Honorable Chair, I want to ask my soon-to-be Minister for Education, what are his ideas and opinions about making sure that children, all children, have quality public schools to attend, and that if a parent doesn't have the resources, they will not go and look for a loan to send their children to private schools. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, our intervention in the education sector will be all-encompassing. We will give true meaning to the pursuit of free, compulsory, universal basic education. In my reading in the last few days, I have come to appreciate a major dichotomy which needs our urgent critical attention. Rural-urban dichotomy in the quality of education, northern-south dichotomy in the quality of education, and more deprived schools not producing because of quality of teachers and the presence of teachers in those areas. I intend, even when we assume office, to engage the Honorable Minister for Local Government as part of the financial realignment to get him to accept that teacher accommodation can be done by realigning common fund into building those for teachers in the rural areas. I do know that conditions of service generally for workers in the Ghanaian public sector is not the best. I had the privilege in the last few years to be Ghana's Minister for Employment. I did my utmost best to deal with some of the most incipient labor disputes of the country. But nonetheless, the cascading effect of what you do for the teacher, its economic and financial implications for the nurse, the pharmacist, the doctor. It's what guides the purse. Therefore, what is in the kitty? We need to improve revenue mobilization generally. And in education, it will be appreciated if, and parliament members are here, if we can dedicate 20% of national expenditure into education, or allocate at least a minimum of 5 to 6% of GDP to support education, then over a 10-year period, we would have done enough to expand and make these facilities available. At the basic level, and this was my concern, you haven't achieved free compulsory universal basic education, and you have up there a free senior high school education. You will still have in urban areas, Honorable former Minister and Chairman, in the urban areas, the out of school dropout, you see them. In the rural areas, you don't. That's the danger. We also have to be careful that we are not producing unemployed graduates from free senior high school who would become a threat to an unemployable. So that is why Minister hailed some of the TVET initiative, because we have to improve employability. And employability is better done through technical vocational training. We will expand access to all TVET institutions. I'm aware that some of your initiatives were 30, 20, 40%, because you didn't have money because you capped Get Fund. You remember, I don't want the minority leader to look into my eye. So the uncapping didn't free resources for you to be able to expand those TVET institutions. President Mahama and the NDC will complete all those TVET institutions, given respect to the directive principles of state policy, that as president, he has a responsibility to the state to continue every good initiative of the previous government. I thank you.
Thank you. You have further question? Please go ahead. And I plead that that should be the last question.
The last one. Honorable Chair, I think there has been interesting debate about the issue of E-blocks. And E-blocks, we completed a number of them across the country. But the good news is that government is a continuum. And that is why, beyond completing E-blocks, we added boarding facilities to those that are in remote locations. Adansia Peja is an example. Edujama is an example. Drobonso is an example where we added boarding facilities so that the facilities will become useful to the people of Ghana. It's not about us, it's about the children. So I think beyond completing E-blocks that have not been completed, Honorable nominee, Honorable Chair, would the Honorable nominee look into the possibility of adding boarding facilities if an E-block is in a distant location and students cannot walk to the school, so they become more useful to the country? Thank you.
Chair, the government will have no difficulty at all accepting to work to add boarding facilities where it's necessary. My own personal experience during the campaign was a day I was driving from Yendi towards Miang, and you see a major E facility on the Miang Road. I saw school girls and boys walking the street from Yendi Kulkwin walking towards that area. That reminded me that if there's any opportunity to add a boarding facility to that, we should do that. And then also in Cherpune and also in Wulesi on the same road, I saw a facility where many of the catchment communities needed that. We would have no difficulty expanding boarding facilities where necessary. Ours is to expand access, ensure relevance and quality delivery by improving the conditions of service of teachers to the best that the economy can do, and to improve their quality through motivation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair, thank you. Honorable Yusuf, you may have the floor.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairman. And first of all, let me congratulate my senior brother, Honorable Idris Aruna for this nomination. And also just to put it on the record that we are very proud of you, especially with the young politicians from the North. And you serve as inspiration to us from your days as the student leader all the way to your parliamentary responsibility, from being a Minister of Communication, Minister of Employment, and now Trade, and also this thing. My question to you, Honorable Nominee, one of the biggest challenges in our educational sector is the high drop rate of at the basic level. And according to the African Education Watch, in the northern region, only 5 out of 10 students who enroll in KG are able to complete primary school. And after that, only 3 are able to complete JSS. Being the first Minister for Education from the northern sector of our country, in the Fourth Republic, what will you do to ensure that we address this issue that the Ghana Education Watch have just identified? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman and members. And colleague, thanks for those warm compliments. It's important again to recognize that as a country, there is the northern-south divide when it comes to access to education, beginning from 1876, when the first school was established. And subsequently in the north, we got ours around 1951. So you can imagine the gap and the deficit. Even Achimota School around 1924, at the time that Tamale Secondary School, which became the first in the north. We will work to close that gap. Indeed, even for the implementation of the free senior high school, it is noted that participation rate is very high in northern Ghana. That explains that probably it is true that poverty was a problem to accessing quality education. So it's quality, equality, and equity. I also note that there's about 5,000 infrastructure deficit when it comes to provision of junior high school, basic schools, and secondary schools in northern Ghana, and also in Oti and western north. The statistics is not too encouraging for them. The urban concept, many in this area have taken full advantage of it. With the rare privilege of the President entrusting me as his Minister for Education, I will work towards equity and improve quality to education at all levels of our country. I would endeavor to close that gap, recognizing that I may have to do some affirmative action interventions to get it going, to correct some of the historical imbalances that are responsible for the deficit. I thank you.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Roxanne Nelson.
Chairman, thank you very much. Leader, you are welcome.
Thank you, Honorable.
Yet you are moving to your fourth ministry, from communications to trade to labor and employment, or employment and labor, and now education. I'm sure something bigger will follow this. You are welcome. Let me say that the dexterity with which you answer your questions, oscillating between different subject areas, even though they are education, tells me that you flourish in this portfolio too. You will do well. And let me also commend you that I'm part of the people you mentored. I remember very well the day you asked Agboja to mentor me because I have potential. And we are your products. You know your products. We are about 7. Suhini is here. So we want to commend you for this. I want to wish you well. And we know that the reform that the sector cries for, you bring to bear, especially in areas that require it. The free SHS bill that was never done, I'm sure it will be one of your priorities so that it could be passed to ground this good policy. We wish you well. Approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much,
Honorable, for those warm words.
I will take a comment from the Chief Whip, Honorable Anodombre. Let there be order.
Honorable Leader, may I have your attention? Let me join colleagues to commend you highly for your nomination. Not to depart essentially from what my good friend Rambo Dafemepo said. We've known you way back. We all know, I personally know what you have done in terms of your contribution to where I am today. I recall our days at the Nooks. I can only urge you and encourage you. I don't have a question for you. Your competence cannot be lost on somebody like me. And those of us in the minority, especially. We know what you are and what you are capable of doing. I only want to caution that just be careful as you move forward. We are praying for you. Please be careful. Expectations out there are very high. And those of us in the minority, we love you. We love you. We want to see you succeed. We want to see the Honorable Haruna succeed. I am only cautioning, Honorable Leader, I'm only cautioning, just tread with caution and just be cautious. We are with you and we wish you well. Honorable Chairman, thank you.
Caution noted.
Thank you very much. I will now move to Deputy Majority Leader, whether he has a question or a comment.
Honorable Haruna Idrusu, congratulations.
Thank you,
You
Honorable.
indeed earned the right for the courtesies we are seeing this morning because of your long years of dedicated service to our country. And there's no doubt in my mind that you are going to be a very successful education minister. I have personally worked with you and received a lot of support as energy minister. I've sat with you. And so there's no doubt in my mind that you are going to be very successful. But the sector you are entering has a lot of challenges. And one of them has to do with industrial unrest, especially strikes by various professional groups in the educational sector. I know you've been a labor minister. And these are challenges that will stare you in your face as a minister. What are some of the strategies that you'll be adopting to address some of these challenges?
Chair, thank you very much. As I have said, it is a sector which is also advantageously has the best human resource of our country, from the professors, doctors. We will work with them. Industrial disputes are inevitable. And for a developing country like ours, you naturally should anticipate some labor unrest, some conflict between labor and government on matters which borders on their conditions of service. For the universities, the statutes of the university provide how council can negotiate there were contentious issues about book and research allowance. But more importantly, it's always a question of government timeously responding to agreements that have been made with trade unions and organized labor. If you say that you want to revise allowances, it takes effect from 1st June. For many of them, they expect that by 1st July, that is ready, at least to complement what they call their meager or inadequate salary. So the finance minister can, at many instances, I've had that experience with the Honorable Seth Tekpe then when he was Minister for Finance. And Chair, if you permitted me, I'll just share this example. There was an instance where judicial service workers embarked on strike action. At the time, Theodora Georgina Wood was the Chief Justice of the Republic. And in a meeting that President Mahama requested Julius Debra, Chief of Staff, together with myself and others to engage, I had to ask the Honorable Seth Tekpe that, does he appreciate what it means when judicial service workers are on strike? If somebody was entitled to a bill, and I'm sure Honorable Minority Leader should be interested in this, if the courts don't sit, you'll be putting the person into a human rights crisis. At the time, Justice Theodora Wood related to me that, look, in our IGF, there's about 38 million. We cannot touch it because the Ministry of Finance have not granted us permission to use IGF. It was when my attention was drawn even to a major constitutional deficiency, and I'm happy to bring it to your attention. At the time, judicial service workers, even up till now, unlike Parliament, you have your CI 118. This country have not treated the judicial organ of state with that. They don't have that. I think Article 1582 of the Constitution should deal with that particular matter. They are entitled to it. It was then I got the advice then from the Chief Justice that, look, let's engage the Minister of Finance, let him allow you 30–40% to use the IGF so that sometimes when these fires erupt, you can deal with it at your own level. So I want to believe that I do not anticipate. I know that SITAC is unhappy. I know many teachers' unions are waiting for President Mahama to assume office, and they will say our outstanding allowances have not been paid. We will deal with it per what is available in the national kitty. We will do our best to keep the industrial peace of the country and keep the peace within the education sector and many other sectors of the economy for the good of our country. Thank you.
Honorable Haruna, you are going to a ministry and the challenges are many. You are already aware of them, and I think a lot has been talked about. And these are no questions I expect you to answer. The challenges with the arrears of school feeding program, the challenges with gender. Well, they will have to collaborate with the Ministry of Education. Okay, well, let the nominee answer. The challenges with taking out schools on the tree, and so many others that I'm very, very sure that you are competent to address. So I wish you all the best, and congratulations.
Thank you, Leader.
Thank you very much. We proceed to take a comment from Deputy Minority Leader.
Right, thank you very much, Chairman. It will be most unfortunate if I don't add my voice to the many blessings that are going the way of my beloved son, in whom I'm well pleased. So I just didn't want to keep quiet, but to bless him. I know your competencies, and I know when people were questioning why education, I knew what you could do. So I bless you. The name of the...
Thank you, Chair.
Amen.
I hope I have the permission to call Emma Pat. Thank you, thank you.
Minority Leader and the ranking member of the committee.
Chairman, thank you very much. Leader, this room is filled filled to its full capacity. It tells all of us how popular you are with ordinary people. I can see behind you a lot of people. Now, I want us to do a little exercise. On your CV, you have on page 1 of 3, you have for residential address, 2 Shippy Close, Fedeos, Cantonment, Accra. If you'll be pleased, the cantonment is where you live, correct?
Yes. I live, when you are entering the house, you see the fiddles written by the wall.
Very well, nominee, I understand. I know cantonment very well. You live at cantonment?
Yeah, I do. I used to be in Bubuashi.
Honorable nominee, you provide the specific answers to the very questions I ask. You know, you being my respected senior, members want us to finish you quickly. And if you open yourself up, then maybe there will be more follow-ups. So you live at cantonment?
Yes.
Very well. Now, this residential facility, this property, is it a rented property or it is your house?
It is my house.
You are very honest. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Reintroduction. The reason why we, the young ones, respect you is such courage to face the truth that will take you higher, as prophesied by Roxanne. So it is no offense for a politician to own a property at cantonment, correct?
Not at all, depending upon your...
Order. Chairman with respect. You've had calls to caution the friends of this committee from the majority side. Please, let us observe some decorum, respectfully. Honorable Haruna Idrisu, saying, in Krahim Fana Wote,
Meti Cantonments, baby.
Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, that's not allowed by our rules. Mr. Chairman,
because
Mr. Chairman,
I tried the tree with you because on your CV. Oh, colleague, on his CV, we are not done. Chairman, these your friends.
Please go ahead and address the chair.
Chairman, thank you. Honorable Aaron Edrisu, Pacho, why an MP in Fiesane?
I bet it's 20 years in there.
Very well. So those are, you've passed. Because Honorable nominee, you say on your CV that you speak English, Dagbani, Hausa, and Twi.
That's true.
I am thus far impressed with your Twi. I'm sure that there is a Southern inspiration.
That's Parliament House. Parliament House. My wife, Mary, Safwa Yeboah.
Oh, very well.
Sometimes when I'm coming out, I don't know about church, I say, Chino, Messia, Namin Bomadin, Namin Kanaye.
So, Chair, you have disclosed that Madam has inspired you with a tree. That's great. So, Chair, I want to know from the nominee whether or not he benefited from free education.
I did, coming from northern Ghana at the time. I attended Kulkul School through Bagabaga JSS through exams. I think that I didn't do well in mathematics for that particular sitting. And Tamasco at that time was insisting on a particular grade. And Navasco was open. If you had evidence that you were about rewriting, you could come and justify. So I went to Navrungu Secondary School for the A-level. And I'm proud to say that 1991, I probably was one of the best A-level students Navasco produced. I still hold one of the best grades ever in business management from Navasco. That record have not been broken. And so yes, this was what motivated. But traveling to Navrungu Chair was a difficult one. 7 hours from Tamale to Navrungu. And then you are carrying your gari in a chop box. You are not sure of the metro mass. It was, we have survived and we have come a long way. Thank you, Chair.
So, Honorable Nominee, I can understand why you had to go through a law program with those inspirations you've studied, philosophy, sociology, and all, and then from there you had to do law. Now, I note from page 3 of 3 on your CV, respectfully, your membership of the Ghana Bar, 2002 to date. As you may be well aware, as a lawyer, your membership to the bar or with the bar, at the bar, originate from your being a member of a law firm or a department of an agency so recognized, by the state. Now let me explain, because my respected colleague is trying to draw my attention, though not on record. When you are called to the bar, you are a lawyer. You've been called to the bar after pupillage, yes. But your annual subscription, you cannot, unless something has changed that I don't know, you are able to pay for your subscription if you can relate to a law firm or a department, a legal department of an institution. So please, that is not indicated. Which law firm do you?
Chairman, thank you very much. At the time I finished University of Ghana, even though a student activist, I had a strong bond with Speaker Alban Bagbin, and therefore he recommended me for Law Trust. I've since been, one of our partners is here, James Mensah Kule, who is my law school mate. And minority leader, the chairman of this committee, I graduated from law school with him the same day, Bernard Ahiafo, with Honorable Amwakwata and Professor Abuchi and Ben Say of Nanado Chambers and others. So I am tied to Law Trust, and I'm a lawyer in good standing. I've paid all my subscription. Indeed, subject to Parliament clearing me, I do 2 additional things. I'm into football and I'm into law. I appeared before the Parliament to get justification to hold office of
Nominee, enough. Honorable Nominee, the almighty free SHS that you're looking forward to reform, review, is in order. I mean, obviously, coming from where we started, from where people even thought it is not possible. I am happy that as a nation, we appreciate the fact that we've done so well in education. Parliament for its efforts, and above all, the Akufo-Addo government. I feel assured that you intend to review and look at the areas that were not too successful so that you make it better. That said, May I tease your mind on this? There is this talk that even in mighty America, free education does not include boarding. In advanced democracies where emphasis is on free education, boarding is not part. And at Ghana, we have punched above our weight by introducing free boarding. Your honest view, do you think that we must continue to have free boarding?
Even expanded. Kandiga is not America. Wulugu is not America. I'm sure one of the communities in the Winneba area is not America. They have access. The transport systems are network and effective. It is not so for Ghana. For many children, I'm sure members of parliament even have to buy bicycles to support them to be able to commit to school daily. It means that for some, to access this good quality education, they need to do more. So increased boarding facilities for deprived rural areas is important. Review, as announced by President Mahama, is not cancellation. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, if the nominee will be pleased, I should proceed to have a discussion with him on the tertiary education we have in Ghana. His party in opposition promised free university tuition for year one. And in all fairness to your government, you were very specific that you pay for year one. First semester of the academic calendar for the universities have since commenced. May I know from you whether your government intends to implement this policy in your first budget to take care of semester one? No, you don't know.
On the authority of President Mahama, I'm sure his Minister of Finance, if this House approved the Honorable Atuforson, will present the reset budget of the government. It will include some provision of some 345 million cedis to cater for admission fees for students undertaking courses in the normal subject areas, not professional areas like medicine. And for President Mahama, this is a model experiment. You will look at it. How do we fare as a country? If it is possible for expansion, then he will expand it. And he's not asked that if you are able, you should not. We know that some students have already paid their admission fees. It will be refunded to them, Honorable Leader.
Honorable Chair, we are engaged in a public discourse. If the nominee will be pleased, may he bring clarity to this matter. In your manifesto launch, which took place in Efutu, Winneba, Efutu. By the way, Winneba is the capital of Efutu. And you entered Winneba with all the glory and assurances to the nation. You did not say admission fee. The statement was free universities. I'm quoting President Mahama's words. Free first year tuition fees. First year, we have semester 1 and semester 2. It is the NDC manifesto did not promise admission fee for first year. It did not promise admission. So I just, with the greatest respect, at the risk of sounding immodest, pray you to bring clarity to what exactly you intend doing for the first year university student.
Thank you very much, Leader. Fortunately, I was a member of the manifesto committee, so I still recall even when we had to discuss this subject, we asked Professor Odro and a team to go out and work out the numbers for us to discuss with the president before we went public. Leader, for your purposes, tuition is free in all public universities in Ghana. Therefore, we're referring to admission fees. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, the jury is out there, so some of the issues we are unable to resolve, we'll leave it for the jury to determine. There's no problem. We have to move on. Now, let me also, for the benefit of clarity, if you say all universities, does that also mean all tertiary institutions?
Leader, if you note, that's why, for instance, expanding free senior high school, the president said public, because the double track system has to be addressed. So we have to look into private senior high school. What capacity do they have? Maybe 150,000, and you have a number of 300,000 young people who ought to be in school. Today, as we speak, year 3 and 1 are in school, 2 is home. Or year 3 and 1 are in school, 2 is home.
Honorable nominee, respectfully, I'm not cutting you. I think the mainstay of my question was in respect of the tertiary. You know, we have nursing colleges. We have colleges for animal husbandry or veterinary. You know, we have...
We use the word universities for that purpose.
Yes, so that is why other friends of committee, there is an important discussion. Now, so do I take it from the clarity you provided that College of Nursing, colleges of education, colleges of agriculture, and other colleges of tertiary in stature are not part of this first year free tuition policy of the NDC government?
I'm not able to use tertiary and university interchangeable here for this purpose. I had admission fee for first year university students. Thank you.
Chair, again, on this very subject matter, I appreciate the sincerity of the nominee, and again, the jury is out there to make their determination on this important matter. However, honorable nominee, don't you think that having regard to the expectation of the Ghanaian youth in respect of this free first-year tuition, they would find the policy discriminatory if you are only giving this benefit to university students? You have earlier referred to some constitutional provisions, Article 25 and 38 and all. Don't you think that the Ghanaian youth out there who is attending a college of education, who is attending a college of agriculture, who is attending a college of nursing, will feel discriminated against since he or she is also having a tertiary education?
For President Mahama, if it was possible to grant free education to every Ghanaian, he just would have done that. It depends upon the size of the economy and what our economy vis-a-vis demands from other sectors of the economy can do. Thank you.
Babaru.
Tutubra.
Very well.
So you have to tell members that you are the only person who knows my two known name in the university. On the TVET, you know, the enrollment levels were very low until it was also made free. Can you share with us your plans in ensuring that you sustain, one, and two, to encourage as many talented Ghanaians to walk that path in acquiring skills, rather than insisting on going into the mainstream senior high school? Thank you very much. The relationship between industry, employability, hinges on the quality and training of young people with employable skills, which are largely technical, vocational. I'm aware that the Honorable Educhum and his colleagues tried a number of TVET institutions. In my review of the handing over notes, the infrastructure, he just started when government had to go through the debt crisis, and therefore there was no funding to complete many of them. Be assured that we'll complete all of them to support President Mohammed's agenda to get more young people employable by way of those skills. Now, the problem with many of the TVET institutions was retooling and equipment. It's not just about building the infrastructure. If you said carpenters, have you provided for their training? If you said masons, have you provided for their training? So we'll look into it and ensure that at least every region has a model of the TVET institution that is dedicated to them, because we also must deal with a problem that you don't get 300, 400,000 SSS students who don't know their fate beyond completion of senior high school. Then you'll be producing a cohort of unemployment graduates for that category of young people. So we would invest in TVET. Technical and vocational education is important, and requisite financing will be provided for them. But as I said, I look forward to decapping GET fund and dedicating many of it to get robust infrastructure done. Chair, if the nominee will be pleased, I would want to draw his attention to His Excellency the President. On his campaign trail, I believe he identified some challenges in the school feeding program. And at one point, he did indicate that instead of government having to procure for the schools, he will rather come up with a policy to let the head teachers themselves procure the items, the food items, directly. In other words, he will transfer the funds to the schools so that the schools themselves would procure the food items for the students. May I know from you, Honorable Nominee, if indeed, beyond the campaign rhetoric, this is also part of the policies that you are going to introduce as a way of ensuring, in your own way, efficiency in the free SHS system in terms of the aspect that deals with school feeding. First of all, to note that in our manifesto, the words that were used was to implement no academic fee policy for first-year students in all public tertiary institutions, including universities, colleges of education, and nursing training colleges, for the record, leader. So this is our pledge. I know why I was pushing you. I'm happy, you know. I appreciate it. I know why I was pushing you, because your manifesto is here. So I wanted to be sure. And so I'm happy you've gone back to clarify, to give assurance. Thank you. Yes, I must. If opposition leader cannot have access to your manifesto, then what is my use? I must have it. Thank you, leader. And Chair, school feeding. I mean, school feeding in this context is referring to the senior high school, not the basic school feeding. Yes, school feeding for senior high school was largely done in a centralized form by the previous government, taking advantage of two institutions, the Buffer Stock Company and the Ghana Commodity Exchange. And it allowed for central purchase in some quantities of these food items. Headmasters already played some role when it came to perishable items, uniforms, and others. We have to phase out implementation because we cannot afford any food shortages as the schools run. 3rd January, we have to provide for stability of their calendar and make sure that there's adequate food and the quality of the food. But certainly the GES and headmasters will have a role. It's more, Chair, a cash flow problem and how early the Ministry of Finance releases those funds. If we are not careful, there will come a time that you would have done purchases and major suppliers will say that they won't do it because they've not been guaranteed or assured. So we have to deal with the cash flow problem, which is a matter which can be resolved between the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Education. But for us, is to assure that we stop any potential disruption of the school calendar arising out of the lack of or delay in getting these food items to the school. We will work with those institutions, but define a role for the headmasters in a phased-out process. Thank you.
Senior, please, employment. My constituency produces the highest number of diploma and B.Ed graduates, Bachelor in Education. As you may know, UEW was established as a specialized tertiary facility to train teachers and feed that market. On a daily basis, they come to me. This morning, I received a message. Which message is to ask you what plans you have to get as many of them who have graduated and are still unemployed into getting the employment with GS.
GS, it will be a function of availability of funds and a matter of vacancies arising, the location of those vacancies, who is willing to go, and then the Minister of Finance granting clearance to the Minister for Education to recruit such number of teachers as may be desirable for the running of our educational system. As and when we get the clearance, we would honor those numbers. Thank you.
Senior, again, may I know from you about this licensure examination policy of the MPP? Are you going to maintain it? Chairman, the friends of this committee, from the majority side, must know how we operate. They should stop it. Will you maintain it or you will abolish it?
We will have a systematic review of it to abolish it. We are going to review the curricula of the colleges of education and the faculty of education of the universities. They will incorporate it as part of the exam that students will write, and when they pass it, they are on. Thank you.
Now, let's come to this very nagging national issue, the LGBT issue. Now, His Excellency President Mahama, recently in his engagement with the religious bodies, specifically the Catholic bishops, indicated that the law that stops, prevents, alienates, and prevents this issue of sexual rights, same-sex relationship does not necessarily need to be enacted, and that perhaps the country can explore the possibility of introducing our value system into the curriculum so that the children can, at that elementary stage, have certain understanding of the Ghanaian value system. May I ask you, Honorable Leader, your own views about the option to introduce a value system to systematically give a certain direction to our children instead of enacting a law?
Leader and Chair, I do not want to reduce this matter to a religious debate. It's a cultural wrong. With my religion as a Muslim, you know where I stand on this matter. It is repugnant to my Muslim values and ethics. I do not want to believe that many a Ghanaian parent would want their children trained, which is not consistent with the way me and you were brought up as Ghanaians, either from Efutu or from Wayamba in Tamale. And therefore, stating that we are a country and we define our values, both social and cultural, we should expect all other persons to respect those values. Thank you.
Chairman, I think I would put the question this way. You see, and I agree with Mr. President when he states that the curriculum, our teaching materials in our schools do not sufficiently inculcate our value systems in our children. I agree with him based on what the current status of our curriculum. I want to know from you that said, would you embrace any policy from His Excellency the President, which policy will proactively seek to opt for a value system-based approach to sexual rights rather than the law?
Thank you very much. I would engage the President on the matter. The President does know my position on this subject, and it remains unchanged. But I do not think that any Ghanaian parent wants teachers to take their child to school and teach them that a man can relate to a man and a woman can relate to a man, but within the context of rights guaranteed. We are a country. We have our own values. We have a duty to preserve those values within the ambit of the Constitution. And Leader Kwamna, it is not for nothing that in the Constitution, you always get words like subject to public morality. Whose morality? Ghana's defined morality. Thank you.
So, therefore, is it your suggestion to the country that you will embrace a very proactive value system rather than going... Let me finish. Yeah, yes, that's the point. The reference point is the Ghanaian value system, none other. So my point is that would you assure the Ghanaian public that you, on the basis of Mr. President's vision on this matter, on Mr. President's position on this matter, will opt for a Ghanaian value system to be introduced right from the KG, primary, all the way up, rather than a strict law in this matter?
Thank you very much. It's noted. Growing up, even with you, if you went to school, you know where young ladies could go, and you know where boys could go. That is Ghanaian value system. We'll preserve that. Thank you.
Very well. You being a senior at the bar, you're able to run away from very serious cross-examination, and you couldn't have done less. That's okay. We'll let the jury determine this matter. We'll go for a broader debate on this matter. Senior, your colleagues in Parliament have this to say about you, quote, "You are visionary, strategic, collaborative, a team player, and that you have a foresight, and you also demonstrate pragmatic approach in solving problems." Your colleagues know you as such. What is there for you to share with the Ghanaian youth who wants to know who Harun Idrisu is?
To the Ghanaian youth, I come from a very, very humble beginning. I just buried my late mother, my uncle, who told me that I should hasten cautiously and that I should not be in competition with any person. I should have faith in myself. I should be strong to defend my convictions as to things that I think that are right, and that I should always believe that if I do right, posterity will vindicate me with time. So for young people, it's important that we all grow with integrity and discipline, and we shouldn't be too competitive. Today is Honorable Afenyo Makin, majority leader yesterday, minority leader today. Thank you.
Colleagues, Mr. Chairman, I'm compelled to make a disclosure, and it's because Honorable Idrisu is serving as an inspiration to the many youths out there. It's not only they, including me. I recall when our party won in 2016, and in 2017, I didn't get selection. He was one person who told me that come what may, I will be a leader, and I have become a leader. So, leader, I didn't know what you saw, but I just want to say that we appreciate you. Now, let me ask you, what is your, leader, don't look at your time. This exercise is good for democracy, and I know as a lawyer you enjoy debate. This is a very healthy engagement. Chair, what is your relationship, your working relationship with Honorable Dr. Clement Apak, who is a respected member of the academia and found his way into Parliament?
Solid. In fact, leader, the Honorable Clement Apak, I shared a true stance with him. We're in Commonwealth Hall together. I should remember that.
Honorable Apak, you are supposed to be calm when there's an advert in your favor. You are not supposed to. You're not supposed to be touting your own whatever. If you can do your own work, do it.
We're in Commonwealth Hall together, and I still remember those days with him and Chief Magas when they wanted me to be the chief vandal. It is when I told Commonwealth Hall that I was keeping my eye on the SRC or Nook's presidency, depending upon what support.
You know the essential qualification to becoming a chief vandal. So you had all those essential qualifications.
Thanks to him.
Very well. Thus assured, I entertain no doubt that should Mr. President ask you certain relevant questions, he will receive a tank.
Leader, you are making a determination for the president.
Report.
Thank you. No, get my question right. This is hypothetical. It's very hypothetical. I'm not part of your government. I'm a humble opposition leader. I'm asking you that should you be given the opportunity, should he be assured of receiving a tank of good report from you?
Leader, the assurance of the president is weightier and better than mine in this matter.
Let me conclude by asking you this. We are politicians, and this is my last question to you. And again, I want the Ghanaian youth to listen to this and how you answer it. We go through low moments in our politics, days of adversity. You were a student leader, rose to become a cabinet minister. When your party was in opposition, you were privileged to have been selected as the primus of your inter-pares. And you became the primus of your side for some 6 years. Share with us, how did you find your transition?
Transition from where to where?
That is when you had to give space for a younger person, to take over from you.
Oh, I took it very easy. When I was told that there would be a reshuffle of the minority, I believe I got a call whilst I was entering Joy FM for a major interview from President Mahama, and he indicated to me that, Harun, I'll call you shortly to discuss a very important matter. If you remember, I think it was PM Express. And for me, if you look at President Akufo-Addo's State of the Nation's address, the last one, I should be the most encouraged. At least he admitted that he suffered an effective opposition in the hands of Haruna Idrisu and the likes of our MPs, even if he didn't say so tacitly. He said the nature and character of the parliament, the speakership, and his inability to get things through. I believe that in the last 7 years, I served my country well as minority leader, contributing to, you know how I got it under your slaves, getting Bagbin elected as speaker. And for many in the NDC, those of you who were at Marriott Hotel, the Honorable Yusuf and Soyene and nobody is here, I told them that a tortoise will ride an elephant at dawn. The fact, you remember that? Didn't the tortoise ride an elephant? We worked towards it, and we achieved it. And I had Honorable Muntaka. We had a certain gelling chemistry of a relationship. So as minority leader, getting Bagbin elected was significant for me to change the course of parliamentary accountability in our country. Research have demonstrated that the 8th Parliament will be remembered for its effectiveness in demanding accountability. There are many policy issues that I'll walk to you and Che Mensa, and I'm sure I can use the word today. There was a day they said, "One ton, he's been bought." So I walked to you and said, then Che, na miye kubi na otomi. I told the Honorable Che Mensa that no, some decisions I'm guided by the good of our country and the future of our country. And that I take those decisions, taking responsibility. Indeed, I told the Honorable Suhine that when President Mahama begin constituting government, I'll be appreciated as former minority leader. Even the engineering you are doing here, people will appreciate a Haruna Idrisu. There were some decisions that you are guided collectively by the party, and then we take a decision. But as I said, I have never, ever regretted being changed as minority leader. I don't carry guilt in my heart. I've had my opportunity. I went out there to campaign and work for the NDC because I was convinced that in terms of the management of the economy, I wasn't satisfied with how the MPP had managed the country and its governance. So
I don't carry guilt in my heart. I had a rare opportunity to serve, probably the first in my part of the world, if not the first in my country. And those who know me, there is a Quranic verse that I share with my mother, Aman Rasul. God does not give you a burden you cannot carry. So I'm sure at that time, God wanted a certain burden off my head. Which burden was that? Don't be minority leader. Be MP for Tamale South. I keep telling my colleagues that my greatest asset is the preservation of Tamale South. And therefore, I thank the chiefs behind me and the people of Tamale South for giving me religious trust to keep the seat. So you can think minority leader was just an opportunity to serve. Those 7 years, my footprints are there and they remain there.
Chairman, that would end my questions. I shall conclude with some few remarks that would not be outside of this domain. Honorable nominee, thank you for inspiring so many people in the political class. Your story is telling. I would urge upon you to get your memoir done as quickly as possible. I know you have some more details you've shared with me. Please, let it be known so that the young ones will know that it's not easy to walk this road. But I think that as education minister, if you get a nod, the key person to work with will be your finance minister. And I know the good relationship you have with Ato. If he's proving stubborn, call upon me. I will do him Ato for you. And then he will do the needful. But let me thank you one more time. The committee is here to take a decision on you, by the way. So, thank you very much. Chairman,
thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ranking Member. May I have the pleasure to announce the presence of a list of visitors here to give moral support to the Minister Designate for Education. Mary Safua Yeboah, a spouse of the Minister Designate. Baba Mamadou Bawa, Nantonna, Ibrahim Mohammed, Nyangpal Na. Please, I am going by the list that I have. So what is here is not Nyangpala, but it's Nyangpal Na. Four, we have Ibrahim Ziblim, Lamashi Lana. We have Andani Mohammed, Tugu Lana. We have Bukari Yakubu, Kasul Lana. We have Mahama Al-Hassan, Bamvum Bam Lana. We have Dr. Jacob Yakubu Mahama, Zingbalun Na. We have Fuseni Nyabawa, Tamale Dakpema. We have Idrisu Mohammed, Sakab Na. We have Sintaro Mahama, Sakoya Na. We have Dr. Idrisu Sulemana, Principal, Tamale College of Education, brother of the nominee. Alhassan Abdul Rahman, Chief Executive, Rahman Group. Dr. Atik, Chief Executive, TTH. Mohammed Abdul Salam, Regional Secretary, NDC, Northern Region, and Chief Executive of NLA. We have Dr. Idrisu Muntawakil, neurologist. We have Alhaji Suleimana Abdul Rauf, constituency chairman, NDC, Tamale South. We have Dauda Mohammed Jawara, Belegu Lana. We have Abdullahi Rami Nyashi Na. Then we have list of officials from the Ministry of Education. Mrs. Mamle Andrews, Chief Director. Mavis Asari Donko, Director GA. Inusa Shazu, Director PBME. Benis Mpere Jechi, President, Ghana National Education Coalition. Dr. Aisha Akrofi, President, Ghana National Association of Private Schools. You are most welcome. Honourable members, let me state the fact that the minister designate is my classmate. We were 2002 law school batch. So we are about 23 years standing at the bar. I intend not to ask him any question, but to congratulate him on his nomination as the minister designate for education. I strongly believe, if given the nod, he would discharge his responsibilities diligently and reliably. On that note, Honorable Minister nominate, you will surely hear from the committee. Thank you for attending upon the committee. You are discharged. Our next nominee is Honorable Eriko Puku, Minister Designate for Food and Agriculture.
hello, hello, hello.
Yeah, sure. Wait, don't call him yet. Don't call him.
Honourable members, the meeting is called to order. Honourable members, the clerk should take her position and administer the oath.
I do hereby administer the oath. Yes, please. Your mind.
I, Eric Opoku,
Swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honorable members. In line with Standing Order 2172, we have in our midst Honorable Brian Achampong, Honorable Dr. Isaac Yao Opoku, Honorable Brian Achampong. I'm going by the list before me. Doctor has not been added. What I have is Honorable Brian Achampong. So if you want me to add Doctor, Honorable Dr. Brian Achampong. They are the subject matter committee leadership. We have Honorable Dr. Jasao Goffred and Honorable Kwame Gakpe as the leadership from the majority side. Agreed. Very well.
Chair, sometimes, though not intended, how we
approach it for the optics may give a different impression. I believe that our respected colleague is here with us and is being in Parliament, and we see his name and title in the vote and proceedings. So I would want to suggest strongly that in future, I'm not. Yes, I know, but yes, but maybe the approach. Yes, I'm saying that though it was not written in a way that reflects his title, but maybe next time you would have to indulge.
Well, let's make progress. I have a list where number 3 is addressed as doctor.
Oh, Chairman.
Number 6 is addressed as doctor. So I cannot afford to add. So let's proceed with that. Let us not do this preliminary arguments.
Chairman, I will not argue with you, but sometimes, Chairman, sometimes it's not all the time that you must be asserting yourself to prove that you are the chair. It is, you are the chair. Nobody takes it away from you, but it's temporal.
Honourable members, I proceed to take a question from Honourable Dr. Brian Achampong.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Nominee, let me congratulate you for the nomination. Indeed, Honorable Chairman, the Constitution is clear on Article 78. Ministers of State shall be appointed by the President with the prior approval of Parliament from among members of Parliament or persons qualified to be elected as members of Parliament, except that the majority of the ministers. The nominee is a 5th-term member of Parliament and therefore qualifies. As the chairman, he's also been the ranking member for Food and Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs, and so he's very much knowledgeable.
No. Chairman, point of order. Point of order. No, it's not my. The nominee has just arrived. The way incoming ranking, is overpraising him.
I just read the Constitution.
No, yes, now. Yeah.
The preamble before my question. What?
He's talking law.
Honorable ranking. Let's make progress. Yeah. You have the floor.
Thank you. And policies. The nominee, by virtue of being a 5th-term member of Parliament by the Constitution, qualifies for the position that he's been nominated for. But honorable nominee, notwithstanding your knowledge of agriculture, the NDC manifesto, the preamble of it says, and I quote, the agriculture is confronted with low productivity, food losses, limited markets, and poor access to credit. Now, notwithstanding the challenges enumerated in the manifesto, you are going to lead, if you are approved by Parliament, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. As a leader, how do you intend to deal with the challenges so enumerated in the NDC manifesto? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity. And let me say good evening to my colleagues on the committee. Indeed, life is in a flux, and the dynamism of nature dictates that while some are going, some are coming.
And where some are meeting, others are also parting. I recall not long ago, I was on this committee when the incoming ranking member who just posed a question to me sat where I'm sitting today. And I posed to him some innocuous questions, which he answered excellently. Today, it is my turn, and I want to assure him that I will deal with all the questions he intends to ask. On the issue of how to deal with the problems we have identified in our manifesto, if you had read further, the manifesto provides all the mechanisms we intend to put in place to address the challenges. We want to roll out a program called Feed Ghana. Under the Feed Ghana program, we want to drive this nation towards food sufficiency. And then we have also provided for another program called Feed the Industry. Under the Feed the Industry program, we want to establish a strong relationship between agriculture and industry, a symbiotic relationship in nature, so that as agriculture provides the raw materials, industry will be adding value. And in so doing, we generate a lot of jobs, increase productivity. I think one issue that I have to address has to do with lack of credit that you mentioned. Honorable colleague, you are aware, Mr. Chairman, you are aware that in 1965, the first president of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah, established what we now call the Agricultural Development Bank to provide credit facilities for the development and modernization of agriculture. Unfortunately, over the years, because our agriculture is rain-fed, the banks are unwilling to discharge this special mandate. And that is why our farmers are suffering from lack of credit. The NDC intends to roll out a program called Ghana Agriculture Insurance Scheme, GAIS. Under this program, we want to subsidize agricultural insurance so that farmers can have insurance on their farms. Once you have the insurance, the banks are ready to advance loans to you, knowing very well that whatever amount they give you, so long as it falls within the limit of the insurance, it can be paid. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up. Honorable nominee, maybe the way I asked a question provided for very general answers. Because everything that I've seen in the NDC manifesto was in the Rawlings manifesto, was in the Kufuor manifesto. I'm talking about agriculture, feeding industry, access to credit, insurance, and all those things. From the Rawlings era, it was in their manifesto, President Kufuor's manifesto, Mills Mahama manifesto, a Akufo-Addo manifesto. I see it in the Mahama manifesto. So it becomes a theory, and the problems persist every 4 years. But I was looking for more of how you intend, notwithstanding the manifesto, to deal with maybe one or two of it, to provide assurance, the Ghanaian people, that you are going to give a different type of leadership to address the situation. But I understand. It's a broad sector. Maybe I should have asked you the insurance or the production to industry. How do you intend to operationalize it? Maybe we would have gotten some more clarity on the matter. Yes, so my follow-up question to you is, Honorable nominee, on the issue of food losses, in your lens, how do you intend to deal with it, in your lens?
Mr. Chairman, it is indeed a serious problem confronting agriculture in this country. And we will want to introduce something new to reduce food losses in this country. We've been talking about agribusiness. What we are saying is that we are going to encourage the private sector to put in place mini plants close to the farms, so that as soon as we harvest, they will buy the produce, process them. If it is cassava, for instance, you grind the cassava, put it in the rubber, you seal it, and then they sell to the big companies. If we are able to put these mini processing plants around the country, we will reduce food losses significantly in our country.
Mr. Chairman, my second question. Mr. Chairman, during the campaign...
Well, I take the first one, then it was followed by a comment, and this is your second question. Yes. Then you are moving. If you don't have a follow-up question on this, then you are moving to your third question.
I'm guided. Mr. Chairman, during the campaign, the honorable nominee mentioned that we are cheated cocoa farmers on the price of cocoa. The honorable, and that the price that we are offering, 3,100, was very low, that they will do better. He did not give us a price. Now, the finance minister nominee on the platform mentioned that we should be paying cocoa farmers 6,000 Ghana cedis, yet we're paid 3,100 Ghana cedis, and that we are insensitive to the plight of cocoa farmers. Mr. Chairman, after the elections, I was tempted and guided by those comments to increase the price of cocoa to 6,000 cedis, as recommended by Honorable Atuforsen and my senior on the platform. But I felt that it wasn't right to do so. I want to ask the nominee, when confirmed this month, can he assure cocoa farmers that by February or by Valentine's Day, he will increase the price of cocoa to 6,000 Ghana cedis, so that cocoa farmers who are producing the chocolate for Valentine's Day can get the benefit of it? Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable nominee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it is a fact that I, Eric Opoku, made that constructive proposal to government of Nana Akufo-Addo, government of Ghana under the leadership of Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, to consider giving Ghanaian cocoa farmers a minimum of 6,000 Ghana cedis for the 2024-2025 cocoa season. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, in determining the producer price of cocoa, you look at the FOB price, or the world market price. Then you look at the exchange rate. For purposes of clarity, I want to walk you through how we determine producer price of cocoa in 2016, and then do the comparison, then conclude on the matter for everybody to understand.
Chairman, Chairman...
Honorable Leader.
Yes, with your leave.
Honorable Leader, with all due respect, let's allow the nominee to finish answering the question, and then the questioner will have the opportunity to ask a follow-up. If there is a follow-up, then I can come to your follow-up question. That's the ground rules that we have set. So, nominee, have you finished your answer? Very well. Finish your answer.
No, listen. Chairman, with respect, if you would grant me leave. Chairman, we have granted some dispensation. Please bear with me. He's a colleague I respect so much, and he knows what honorable nominee, respectfully, in your very emphatic answer, did I get you right in your answer to the effect that you made a proposal? You made a proposal.
Yes, please.
That's it. That's
very well. Proceed with your answer.
Mr. Chairman, I made a proposal because I did not have the power at the time to do so myself. And the only thing I could do was to put a proposal forward for government to consider. Now, back to the answer. In 2016, the FOB price was $2,950 per ton. The exchange rate was $1 to 3.90 cedis. And so when you multiply 3.90 to the 2,950, the cedi equivalent of the per ton value was 11,505 Ghana cedis. When you divide this by 16, you get the per bag value of 719 Ghana cedis. And so in 2016, every bag of cocoa sold from Ghana in the world market attracted 719 Ghana cedis. Out of this, the Mahama administration gave the Ghanaian cocoa farmer 475 Ghana cedis. 475 Ghana cedis, which constituted 66.06% and kept 244 Ghana cedis, which was just around 34%. Mr. Chairman, the 244 Ghana cedis the government kept, part of it was used to procure fertilizer free of charge to the cocoa farmers. Part of it was used to procure chemicals for the cocoa farmers.
Order. Please, let's listen to the nominee in silence. Order. Let's listen to the nominee in silence. Please proceed with your answer.
Mr. Chairman, I'm taking a cue from the sentiments of the appointment committee, and so I will be laconic and lucid, but the point must be stated. Now, what is the point? In 2016, the farmer was given 66%. And so, every one of us knows that the principle of Cocoa Board has been that the cocoa farmer must be given 70% of the price. Now, in 2024-2025, every one of us, it's a common knowledge that the world market price is spiking up on the back of global cocoa shortage. And so when you go to the world market, at the time they announce the price, the average price was $10,711. And the exchange rate at the time was $1 to 15.5. But I was charitable to even use 15. $1 to 15 cedis. So when you multiply, per every ton of cocoa, Ghana was earning the cedi equivalent of 160,665. You divide this by 16 to arrive at the per bag value of 10,042 Ghana cedis. Out of this, I said, if we are getting 10,042, how much of this can the government of Ghana give to the Ghanaian cocoa farmer? I calculated 70% of it, and it was above 7,000. But being mindful of the fact that this government has plunged the cocoa sector into the abyss of debt, I was charitable to use 60%. The 60% was the 6,000 that we put out as a proposal for consideration. But government decided to give the Ghanaian cocoa farmers 3,000 initially. That 3,000 constituted 30%.
Thank you very much. Any follow-up?
Yes. Honorable, I belong to a football club in Legon, and we say one thing when we meet each other. My question is simple. Will you, based on the promises you made and the challenge you threw at the NPP government, and now that you are admitting that you were actually looking at the world market price, when you know that in 2024, the world market price will be used for prices in 2025, but you are in 2024 using the spot market price to calculate that, I take it. But I'm asking you, now that the cocoa price has moved from 10,000 to 11,000, it means that when you take office in the first week, you will be able to increase the cocoa price from your committed 6,000 now to about 7,000, which will represent 70% of the world market price. That is a simple question. The world market price of cocoa has moved from the 10,700 to 11,000. So all you are assuring cocoa farmers is that when you take over, it will not actually be 6,000, but it will be more than 6,000 that you will announce to cocoa farmers.
Mr. Chairman, I thought that my colleague will listen to the Honorable Minority Leader. I've been praying for God to help me resist the temptation to do something that the leader doesn't want me to do.
Mr. Chairman, I have had an extensive discussion with Honorable Samson Ahi. Honorable Samson Ahi, I've had some good discussion that there are matters of governance, matters of systems and policies, not NDC, not MPP. And there are matters for the Ghanaian public, and the market is likely to respond. So we decided to hold back our lunch to take you. The whole day we've not had lunch. We've not had a break to take any. So, Chairman, in Okunko, is it Okunko who said in Things Fall Apart that, Okunko, yes, your smile must be brief. No, Okunko, is that not? Your smile must be brief. So your submissions must be brief. As well.
Mr. Chairman, it is, no, he has asked a question. I must respond. I haven't answered the question. No, I haven't answered the question.
Obienim sawabi, Mr. Chaso. Chaso. Ah, yakasamati, Chaso.
So probably we may have to reduce the questions to Eric Opoku. Now, it's now the turn of Honorable Dr. Jasayo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable nominee, welcome and congratulations. I must say that in the last 4 years, I've worked with the Honorable nominee as his deputy ranking, and it's been wonderful working with him. He's a great leader. I wish you well. Honorable nominee, still on the cocoa subsector, there is this apprehension because the production of cocoa beans have reduced. And that in the last year, we made only under 450,000 metric tons against an expected 850,000 metric tons, upon which we took the
Chairman, cocoa production for last year was not 430. It was 530, if you care to know.
Source?
Yes, Ghana Cocoa Board.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, I flatly disagree with him, but for progress of this conversation, assuming that the 530,000 metric tons is anything to go by, it's not a statement of fact.
No, it's a notorious fact. Honorable Eric Opoku knows. Please. Don't let us say it was 400. Stop it. Like when we are dealing with
Leader.
verifiable facts,
Leader.
it's not 400.
Leader, let's make progress. And I'm saying, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Dr. Jasayo.
Yes.
Hold it. I believed if there are some errors in the question asked, as you indicated, that to quote you, Wabi. So he's capable of answering the question and doing the corrections alongside. So proceed with your question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. You have nothing to worry about. Let's assume that the production for last year is 530,000 metric tons. Cocoa Board engages in forward sales of cocoa beans. At present, the reports from Cocoa Board inform us that there is a deficit of paying cocoa beans of about 350,000 metric tons to the buyers outside the country. As if you are confirmed as Minister responsible for agriculture, what steps do you think we can take to pay that debt before we start talking about cocoa beans for processing into chocolate for Valentine? Thank you.
Honorable nominee.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Regarding the figures, I will say that both of them are right. Before the transition, the Select Committee on Agriculture, Food and Cocoa Affairs met with Ghana Cocoa Board at Koforidua, and they indicated to the committee that their total production for the year, for last year, was 429,000 tons. And that is why I'm saying that Honorable Dr. Josiah, referring to that figure, was or is right. Now, when you come to my colleague Opoku, just recently, during the transition engagements, Cocoa Board submitted some documents to us. I was privileged to be part of the transition engagements. In that document, they indicated that their production was 530. And so in this case, both of you are right. But whatever be the case, be it 430 or 530, production has declined. And this is the lowest in the last 2 decades. Then on the issue of the default, yes, Ghana went to the syndicated market and then took a loan of $800 million to purchase 850,000 tons of cocoa. At the end of the season, we were unable to produce the 850,000 tons. So we defaulted on the loan. And then they decided to roll over that delivery to this year. The quantity is 374,000 tons. This is the figure they gave us during the transition. And so, now that we have assumed office, we have to look at how we can deal with this debt and many other debts at the sector before we can make progress. And so, what we are trying to do is to first and foremost take the office, go through the books, ascertain for ourselves whether the information we are getting is actually what is on the ground. Because we are picking some information that suggests that even the figures we have are far, far, far below the real figures. So until we get the real figures, we are unable to make a determination as to how to contain them. And then as soon as the chief executive is appointed and the Cocoa Board is put in place, the Ghanaian people will be made to know exactly what we have inherited. So I will crave your indulgence to exercise patience. When the chief executive comes and the board is in place, the question will be properly answered.
Any further question?
Mr. Chair, I trust in the capacity and capability of the nominee, and so I'll leave the rest of my questions for now. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Dr. Azikiyahu Opoku.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, let me also add my voice in congratulating my good friend and my namesake for his nomination. Chairman, the nominee is on record to have said that Cocoa Board management wasted 3.4 billion as administrative expenditure. And indeed, this has been captured in the NDC manifesto, that the NDC government will prioritize investment in cocoa production over wasteful administrative expenditure to improve the livelihood of cocoa farmers. Chairman, I have the audit report, and it has given the breakdown of the administrative expenditure. Chairman, with your kind permission, I would read, this is just a, yes. We have auditors' remuneration, depreciation, amortization of intangible assets, directors' remuneration, staff costs, legal and professional expenses, rent and rates, bank charges, bond expenses, maintenance/utility costs, head office and division operations. Included in the administrative expenses is an amount of 942,982,000 Ghana cedis incurred on productivity enhancement program. Chairman, my question is, which of these expenditure do you consider as wasteful, and which one will you abandon when you are given the approval?
Thank you. Let's have some order and take the answer to the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my argument was clear. I was speaking on the floor of the House, and I did indicate that I find it extremely difficult appreciating why, at a time when cocoa production is declining, office expenditure is ballooning. And I refer to the Auditor General's report that in 2021, Ghana produced 1,047,000 tons of cocoa, and office expenditure was 1.7 billion Ghana cedis. In the following year, cocoa production declined from 1,047,000 tons to 655,000 tons. But office expenditure, according to the Auditor General's report, increased to 2.6 billion. The following year, cocoa production declined to 530,000. Office expenditure again increased to 3.4 billion. So if you establish this inverse relationship between office expenditure and cocoa production, every rational being will question whether you are being fiscally prudent or there is some kind of fiscal laxity in the administration. And so I don't know how my colleague, who is knowledgeable in the sector, can defend this indefensible situation. But I thought that leader, minority that has
that question.
All right, I'll slow down. All right, I'll slow down. Chairman, I'll ask. No, I'm not done. Chairman, the NPP administration established the Tree Crop Development Authority by Act of Parliament. In the NDC manifesto, you intend to initiate the Tree Crop Development Program, and you have listed 8 crops, some of which are not in the Tree Crop Development Authority. I want to find out from the honorable nominee whether you intend to scrap the Tree Crop Development Authority. Mr. Chairman, there is a difference between the authority as an institution and programs. In our manifesto, we are talking about programs. But I must say that we are all aware that government is a continuum. It continues, it doesn't end. And so whatever programs, projects that are ongoing under the NPP government, the erstwhile NPP government, the incoming administration will make decisions and incisions, tailor it to fit into our agenda and execute it to perfection.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Chairman, my last question. In your manifesto, under the caption, Agriculture for Economic Transformation Agenda, AETA, you indicate that the NDC government will create farm banks within the agricultural zone to ease access to land and irrigation facilities. Nominee, considering the intricate nature of our land tenure system, how feasible do you see this arrangement? In other words, do you intend to nationalize these farm banks?
Mr. Chairman, that policy intends to address the very challenge that he mentioned. Normally, people encounter a lot of difficulties accessing land for agricultural purposes. We want to make agriculture attractive to the youth and everybody in this country. So we will want to acquire the land, prepare the land for agricultural purposes, then hand over the land to prospective investors so we can increase production and drive our nation towards food sufficiency. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, I'm not clear. The lands are in the hands of the chiefs.
Honorable member.
Follow up. Follow up.
Very well, but what you said is that you are not clear. So if you have a follow-up question, draw my attention to the follow-up question.
Chairman,
so please proceed to ask the follow-up question.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, as you know, the lands are in the hands of individuals and farmers, and you know the complex nature of our land tenure system. So how are you going to acquire those lands? Because it is possible that you will not get any contiguous land to be considered as your farm banks. So that is my concern. How are you going to be able to acquire continuous lands? Your approach who?
Mr. Chairman.
The question is not directed to you.
Mr. Chairman, what we will do is first and foremost to identify the owners of the land. If the land belongs to the chiefs, we go to the chiefs. If it belongs to families and the family head is Honorable Brian Champon, we'll go to him, discuss with him, acquire the land, and then prepare it for the agricultural use. Simple. We acquire the land. Land acquisition is done by government, by any other person. You want the method to acquire.
Now is the turn of Honorable Jijoli Gakpe.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nominee, you are welcome. And then congratulations to you. I know my ranking is very competent, very diligent, and then I have worked with you for the 4 years. I have no doubt about your capability. At this juncture, I have no question for you, just to congratulate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Uma. You have no question. Very well, very well. Honorable Rita, no question. You have one question. Please go ahead and ask.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And I wish to congratulate the nominee on his nomination by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And I have no doubts in my mind, working with you as a friend on the Agri Committee, that you can deliver to us. But one area I would really want you to critically look at is the growing, that is the gardening in the homes and then the schools. Yes. So that's one area I believe when we were growing up, we used to have gardens at home and we planted pepper, tomatoes, onions, and it really helped us. And so I would wish that you take critical care of that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations again.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Patrick Yaboma.
Thank you very much,
He
Chairman.
indicated he has a question.
That's my good friend, Eric, Chairman. Congratulations. The gentleman from Sankore. Eric, I know you are passionate about how to get the youth into agriculture and also agric extension services. I know you answer my question with those two issues that I've raised. My question is from your manifesto, the NDC's manifesto, 2024, page 78 of 200, at paragraph 3.11, sub 1 and 5. Your manifesto made a very bold promise of rehabilitating a lot of dams. I saw the Pualugu multi-purpose dam there. I saw it. And it's in your manifesto. I've given you the page. You listed a lot, Accra Plains and what have you. How much would it cost you to undertake this rehabilitation programs? And I believe you've done your numbers and you'll be able to tell Ghanaians how much it's going to cost your ministry. I know the House will approve of you. We know what you are made of. But I want to know how much it will cost you to rehabilitate all the dams listed under paragraph 3.15 of the party's manifesto, the NDC. And I wish you the very best, Eric. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the question posed by my colleague is in threefold. The first one has to do with youth in agriculture. The second one, agric extension services. And the last one is on irrigation. And so I will tackle them one after the other. Youth in agriculture. Mr. Chairman, I read a report issued in 2021 by Haifa International. Haifa International is an international organization based in the United States. They are determined to bring an end to hunger and poverty while protecting the earth. They indicate that in Ghana, only 5% of our youth is engaged in agriculture. This is unacceptable. It means that agriculture is not attractive at all to the Ghanaian youth. And therefore, something must be done immediately to make agriculture attractive to the Ghanaian people. What can we do? First, we have to ensure that we create huge market for agricultural products to give confidence to farmers that when they produce, there will be market for their produce. And that is why in our manifesto, we have emphasized on agribusiness. The marriage between agriculture and industry. Industry will serve as the huge market to buy from agriculture. Industry, again, because of the 24-hour economy policy, will have to employ a lot of people, including the children, the grandchildren, the siblings, and the nibblings of these farmers. And so all these people who were hitherto dependent on the farmers will now very, very important in modernizing agriculture. Because the extension officers serve as an intermediary between research and the farmers. They are the facilitators and the communicators. They help the farmers to make their decisions. They help the farmers to accept and adopt modern techniques of farming. Without them, agriculture cannot develop. Unfortunately, in Ghana, the agricultural extension officer to farmer ratio is around 1 extension officer to 1,500 farmers. Mr. Chairman, reading the handing over notes, because of the priority that we have given to agriculture, as you rightly mentioned, in our manifesto, we have indicated that agriculture is going to be the engine, the pivot, the fulcrum around which all the economic activities will revolve. And therefore, we'll make sure more of these people are recruited to push the agenda forward. On the issue of irrigation, you are asking about the cost of we were putting our manifesto together. And it will be inappropriate for me to put that figure out as that is not the figure we are going to use to put up the infrastructure. So, Honorable Boama, you have been here for a long time. You know the procedures. As soon as the budget is presented and this issue is provided, the cost will be indicated in there for us to debate. It is premature for you to raise this issue here.
Thank you very much. Very well. I will now give the floor to
Mr. Chair,
Honorable Chief Whip.
this is a follow-up. This is just a follow-up to the
Well, you can
nominees.
ask your follow-up question and thereafter follow up with your substantive question because it's your turn.
Okay. So, Honorable Nominee, let me commend you. I have no doubt that you will be able to live up to the billing. You have shown demonstrable confidence, so I have confidence in you, and I want to commend you highly. However, you made a comment on the farmer extension officer ratio. I know that it's been a challenge for a while, even before the MPP took over. I know when it comes to these things, you are more patriotic, and I want to see that sense of patriotism in you this evening. Now, it was difficult. We came in under Dr. Akoto, the same problem. Also a 3 years time. It improved a bit. improved significantly. Okay? Then, compared to yours was so bad. So if it's a question of farmers to extension ratio, you don't really have the moral right to come and be describing how bad the situation was. How bad the situation was. So we did well. Dr. Akoto did very well. Would you agree with me on that?
Mr. Chairman, I recall vividly that this issue has been debated upon on the floor. We were told by the Honorable Akoto on the floor of the House that the government was recruiting 1,200 extension officers. But the following year, when they brought the budget and I checked the staff ceilings, I realized that they had recruited only 217. And when we asked them, they said the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development was responsible for the recruitment of the rest. I followed up to check on their staff ceilings, and they were completely missing. And so, leader, sometimes, apart from what we hear on the floor, we have to go beyond that to ascertain whether the paper information is in consonance with the reality.
Okay, that's fine. Maybe we'll have another day for this debate. Yes, we'll have another day for this debate. Not today, he's not ready. He's not ready. Where he's seated, oh, leader, oh, sorry. So, Honorable Nominee and a friend, you have been eloquent on agribusiness, and I hear you use that expression a lot. Are you able to elucidate and also contextualize it in the current situation we find ourselves as a country? What do you mean by agribusiness? In what context?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, agriculture is simply the growing of plants and the raising of animals. But agribusiness focuses on profiting from agriculture using technology. And so, in the current situation, agribusiness is anchored on production, processing, transportation, and distribution. And so, we have a situation where there is no link between agriculture and industry. We in the NDC believe that the only way to make agriculture attractive to the youth, the only way to make agriculture profitable, lucrative venture for people to invest in is to marry the two. So that when you produce, value is added to it, you increase your export, you reduce your import, you restore stability to the exchange rate, and then create conducive atmosphere, conducive and congenial business environment for businesses to thrive, throwing out millions of jobs to absorb the teeming youth of our nation.
Okay, so,
any further question?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Chair, the nominee knows that changing the mindset of our teeming farmers to switch from the normal subsistence and cutlass and hoe has been a challenge for a very long time. It is easy to say that, well, it's a challenge and therefore we are going to encourage our youth to go into it. What will be the narrative? What are you going to do? You have 4 years. What are you going to do to change this thinking? It is not easy as you're saying it. I have done some consultancy for MIDA, and you go to typical areas where our farmers are. And it's about subsistence farming. It's about what they want to eat. They farm what they are going to eat. So farm, excuse me to say, to the mouth. Exports only is considered when we are looking at free zone companies, and foreigners come and flood this space and take over. I just wish that 4 years from now, we can have evidence to say that indeed we have changed the mindset and the thinking of our farmers and our youth. I don't know how you're going to do this. It's not going to be an easy task. Many a time we find this thing, we state them in our manifestos. This is not the first time your manifesto is talking about agribusiness. It's not the first time. So look into the microphone and tell the teeming Ghanaian youth what you are going to do. I have confidence in you, but it's not going to be easy. What are you going to do to translate these matters practically? How differently are you going to approach this?
Mr. Chairman, first and foremost, we are going to launch a program akin to a champion's Operation Feed Yourself. Under that program, every Ghanaian, every household would be encouraged to own a home garden. At least we should take advantage of the rich soil to produce the basic vegetables that we need in our homes. We are also going to encourage institutional farming. Under this, every secondary school in this country will be made to own a farm. We are going to liaise with my brother, Honorable Haruna, if given the nod, the Minister for Education, to recruit laborers for the secondary schools to help them prepare school farms. Mr. Chairman, if we're able to do this, if for nothing at all, we can reduce the cost of school feeding. We can also improve both the qualitative and the quantitative aspect of the food that is served to our students. Then again, we are also going to encourage the churches and the Muslim entities. Already, some of them are into farming. We can talk about the Savior Church. They are into serious farming. We can talk about the Pentecost Church, the Christo Asafo Church, and many others. I cannot mention all of them. And Seventh-day Adventists and all of them. We want to encourage all of them to also invest in farming. Mr. Chairman, nature has blessed us with land that is capable of giving us the food that we can eat and even export. And so we have to take advantage of that. Now, regarding the peasant farmers issue,
thank you very much, Honorable Nominee. I'm not taking that. I just want to thank the nominee. So go ahead with your question.
Okay. So
Order.
Yes. Honorable Eric, do I have your attention?
Mr. Chairman, you have my attention, except that I suspect some kind of a breach of, contract here. Because just before when I entered, you told me that, oh, my brother asked for you, I won't ask you any question, because you are capable. But you are bombarding me with a lot of questions.
Mr. Chair, my friend knows that we both know each other. And I'm doing this because of the people of this country. Just between the two of us, I could have decided not to ask you. But people, our Ghanaians are listening to you. And they need to hear some good words from you. Eric, let me test your knowledge on this. Smart agriculture, sustainability, climate change. These are current words that are used in the current narrative in terms of sustainability, green agriculture, and all that. How are you able to situate this in our situation? And this may be my last question. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, all the issues or the terminologies you have raised or broached here point to one particular term: how to sustain the environment, to make agriculture sustainable as well, how to implement policies that are environmentally friendly. But to properly respond to the question, I just, as part of my preparation towards this vetting, I read from an Indian agronomist and humanitarian, M.S. Swaminathan, who has been described by the United Nations as the father of economic ecology. And he said this: when agriculture goes wrong, nothing else will have the chance to go right. When your agricultural policies go wrong, food inflation will be rising. Food import bill will be rising. Unemployment rate will be rising because you are importing more and you are generating exchange rate vulnerabilities that will have the tendency to convulse the entire business environment, leading to business collapse and unemployment rising. And so the policies we have crafted in our manifesto are technically achievable, economically sustainable, and socially acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chairman, let me thank the nominee. I want to thank you for responding to my questions, and also to tell you that we are going to follow you with an eagle eye. All the beautiful things you've said, get prepared. Get prepared that we are not going to take them lightly at all.
They are saying you should rather follow with a tiger eye. Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, do you have a comment?
Thank you very much. Honorable nominee. Congratulations. Yes. I know that you have a number of beautiful programs that you want to roll out there. But I have a responsibility because we were in the chamber when we passed our affirmative action bill into law. And you know very well that in pursuing these programs, we have to take into consideration the women and some marginalized groups. And these people always face barriers to land ownership and access to credit. How will you tackle these systemic issues to create a more inclusive agricultural sector as you are proposing out there? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, according to a report issued by the World Bank in 2021, in Ghana, 44.1% of women are employed in agriculture. My view is that it is a good thing. The only problem is that they are confronted with challenges like their male counterparts. But I think the issue relating to credit has already been addressed. I did mention that we will establish Ghana Agricultural Insurance Scheme, under which will subsidize agriculture insurance to de-risk agricultural lending and allow the banks to offer credit to our farmers. And so the women in agriculture will take advantage of this opportunity to access credit to expand their farming activities. And then you also raised the issue of land acquisition. I think that has also been dealt with when we talk about the land banks and the fact that we want to prepare the lands, allocate to the farmers, deploy the extension officers, and make sure they deliver.
Thank you very much. Honorable, yeah, you want to? Yeah.
Chairman, just a quick follow-up. On agro-insurance, I know countries like India, I think India, Kenya, Zambia, and a few others in Africa are doing it. I don't know if you have reverted your minds to the need for actuarial scientists to do some good work on this. Because it's a good thing, though, but if you want to bring it to in our country, you have to check on all these variables. Even the Insurance Act may have to come under an amendment. Maybe you have to think about it well, because if you are going to say, I am going to take you on, because I'll be filing questions very soon. So get your actuarial scientists to be doing the calculations and be sure it's something you want to do. Yes. I don't know if you have done that.
Mr. Chairman,
yes, a follow-up.
Mr. Chairman, it is a policy captured in our manifesto. And so all that we have to do to make it implementable has been done.
Thank you.
I'll just add, Honorable Nominee, I realize that you've been concentrating so much on crops, and you have not spoken much on poultry and other aspects of it. And then I also want to know something about how you are dealing with the disabilities. I've mentioned vulnerable group, but disabilities must be a key area that you also have to do. Thank you.
Please, your response, the poultry.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, you've noted it.
Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Please.
Mr. Chairman,
poultry and
on the poultry sector, I think it is important I speak to it, because the poultry farmers out there want to hear something from me. Reading the 2024 budget.
Why are you acting this way? You are supposed to be nominated. Your good conduct why? You have not, your nomination has delayed. You are not going to pray. If I were you, I won't be coming here. Then you are taking a fight with the minority leader. How would I pray for you? Can you leave here, go and pray? Your thing has delayed. All your colleagues have their names out. Yours has delayed. And you are still coming here sharing power
I love to be here. And I belong here.
Honorable Nominee, your response to the question.
Yeah, but
please,
Chairman,
the response first. Then
respectfully,
you can come
Chairman,
in and ask.
my first question was on the poultry industry and what we are going to do to revamp it, because it's so important. And so because of that, I wanted to just make sure you comprehensively, yeah, that's why.
Are you a coach?
Mr. Chairman, reading the 2024 budget, specifically paragraph 402, we are told that in 2022, Ghana's total consumption of poultry was estimated at 324,000 metric tons. Out of this, only 15,000 tons, constituting 4.6%, was produced in Ghana. And so the bulk of the poultry product that is consumed in Ghana is imported. This clearly indicates that the poultry sector is in comatose and needs resuscitation. For this reason,
Honorable nominee, you are before the committee. You are neither debating on the floor nor on the campaign platform. You know, I've told you, and I spoke through Honorable Ahi.
Mr. Chairman, to revamp the poultry sector, we have provided for a program in our manifesto called Poultry Farm to the Table Program. Under this program, we want to work with the Poultry Farmers Association, provide them with financial resources to enable them expand their businesses, increase production to cross the huge gap between demand and supply. Then another aspect that we have to work on is the poultry feed. We are going to focus, zero in on production of poultry feed to make it more affordable to bring down food prices in Ghana. Mr. Chairman, reading the Ghana Statistical Service report, they indicate that food inflation, which came to 23%, has increased to 27.8% on the back of rising prices of eggs, which clearly means that we have to push a lot of resources into that sector to revamp it. And it is against this background that President Mahama, on his campaign trail, which became famous in this country.
This appears to be a presidential manifesto thing. It's as if you are adoring yourself, preparing to take over from JM. This is not supposed to be the approach. I've already spoken to you. We've not taken a break.
Mr. Chairman, I agree perfectly with you, but I think that we'll do a great disservice to the people of Ghana.
Very well.
If I don't seize this opportunity to explain the Nkukon Kitenkete program. So I wanted to use this opportunity to explain the Nkukon Kitenkete program as part of the measures we will roll out to revamp the poultry sector. Mr. Chairman, let me indicate here that the Nkukon Kitenkete program is not a new program we are introducing in this country. It is an ongoing program. We will just improve upon it. When you read the 2020 budget presented to this House, specifically paragraph 273, the MPP indicated that they were going to distribute Nkukon Kitenkete, Nkonfam Kitenkete, Mponchen Kitenkete, Enyain Kitenkete. But what we are saying is that we are not only going to distribute that, we are going to add cages and also deploy more veterinary services to make the program more effective to enable us actualize our agenda.
Honorable members, it is now the turn of Honorable Ama Boa.
Chairman, thank you. Honorable Eric Opoku, congratulations.
I have a point of correction.
Let me recall that easily you were the best regional minister in the Bronga Hafu. You were sent to the Ashanti region, and Majesty Otufo didn't want you to leave. So you really acquitted yourself very well. Okay, I won't say what I was going to say, but I'm very, very happy that you have moved and nominated to the cabinet of President John Mahama. You deserve it because as ranking member on agriculture, you've basically led us to victory. And there's no doubt in my mind that you are going to excel as the Minister for Agric. Now, it's been said that, and this is what our friends in the MPP has really drawn, that The average agri growth rate in the last 8 years is 5.7%, far higher than the 2.9% growth rate that the NDC bequeathed to the MPP government in 2017. What is your take on that?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for this all-important question. It is an argument that has been made on the floor and on several platforms. And I think that it is appropriate for me to seize the opportunity of this occasion to dissect the issues for proper comprehension by all Ghanaians. In the first place, it is inappropriate for anybody to attempt to compare an average growth rate for a period of 8 years with an average growth rate for 1 year. Let's assume that the two represent average growth rate for 2 individual years, and then do the comparison. Mr. Chairman, what is the importance of agricultural growth rate, of increasing agricultural growth rate, if within the same period, I hope the Honorable former Minister is listening. He's going to town. What will be the relevance of an increasing agricultural growth rate if within the same period that you have recorded the growth, your food inflation is skyrocketing, putting a lot of Ghanaians into poverty? Already the World Bank has established a positive relationship between food prices and the number of people in the poverty zone. When your food prices are going up, the number of people into poverty increases. Again, what is the relevance of the growth rate if at the time of the increase, your food import bill is above $2 billion United States dollars? Let it be recorded here today that in 2016, when the agricultural growth rate was 2.9%, food inflation was around 8%. In fact, it is on record that Ghana recorded its lowest food inflation in July 2014 under John Dramani Mahama. And the highest food inflation has been recorded in January 2023, and it's now hovering around 27%. And so in fact, my understanding of economic data is that it is the mathematical point in time, economic data and the economic life of the people must say the same thing. If economic data is found to be in conflict with the real life of the people, then economic data is massaged. This is not contestable.
And so that really takes me to my next point about food inflation. Oh, please. You want to close? So, can you share with us your strategies to address rising food inflation despite planting for food and jobs? And while you are at it, you can talk about its impact and the billions we have spent without any impact, and what you are going to do about food inflation, because that's what they left us.
Are you saying without any impact? Kofi?
Honorable Patrick Boma, you don't have the floor.
Thank you, Chair.
You are out of order.
To address food inflation in Ghana, you need a multifaceted approach. First, you have to work towards increasing production, food production. And that's the reason why we are introducing the Feed Ghana program. Second, you have to work towards the reduction of cost of production, reducing the cost of agricultural production. And that is why President Mahama wants to establish the farmer service centers. These farmer service centers, when established, we are going to deploy agricultural machinery, tractors, tillers, combine harvesters, to these centers. And Mr. Chairman, this time round, we are not going to import only the big tractors. We have taken consideration of the fact that 90%, almost 90% of our farmer population are into peasant farming, and they do not have the capacity, regardless of the subsidy placed on the agricultural machinery, to procure. And so we are going to bring in more of mini tractors, mini tillers, mini combine harvesters, and deploy them to the centers. Fertilizer, subsidized fertilizer will be reintroduced. And this time around, we'll distribute them through the farmer service centers. Agricultural improvements.
Thank you very much. I see that you have a clear plan as Agriculture Minister, when nominated, when approved, to lead us into prosperity. So I congratulate you, and may God guide you.
Thank you very much. It's not a turn of the minority leader and the ranking member of the committee.
Hello.
Campaign manager, extensive ECOWAS campaign manager. The man that made you speaker in West Africa. The man that made you speaker in West Africa, your campaign manager, is talking.
My respected senior colleague, let me first congratulate you on your nomination. I have always been watching your debates, and you know that for a fact, how you focus on research, even where you are doing political mischief. You interlace it with some unimpeachable facts that is difficult to rise on a point of order against you. And whoever does so does it at his own peril. But that said, it's admirable to watch you on the floor, and I'm sure the young ones who are determined to learn are able to tap into your political wisdom. Anyway, this evening, I want us to have a little discussion on some of the issues you've raised. First, on the cocoa board. Is there any record from transition to the fact that cocoa board has defaulted on any of the loans it procured? Any of the loans, I mean.
Yes, sir.
Which of them? Which loan?
The $800 million which was taken last year.
Okay. Is there any outstanding still, or it has since paid everything?
From their brief, they rolled over 374,000 tons of cocoa. And even this year, they still have outstanding 300,000 tons of cocoa to deliver. But the assurance was that that quantity was going to be delivered by the end of December.
Yes. Honorable Erikopoku, please, respectfully, kindly, let's have a good interface. Question. They took a loan. Which loan they sought parliamentary approval? I want to know from you, as at the period of transition, had that loan been paid, as in the bankers, the financiers?
In fact, from their presentation, no.
Did they indicate any outstanding left?
But as we speak, from their presentation, their indebtedness is to the tune of billion Ghana cedis. And they indicate that 5.37 billion must be paid this year.
Honorable nominee, You are not paying attention to my question. But I don't mind. I mean, facts are facts. Facts are facts. But I just also want us to be fair to other stakeholders in the industry who have been in public service, who will not have the benefit of being with us to ask some questions. You get my point? So I am guided accordingly in asking you my questions. So I would encourage you to pay attention to my question. So I repeat, the $800 million that they sought parliamentary approval, which approval Parliament granted, per their records to you, has it been paid?
No, Mr. Chairman.
There are some outstanding.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
But are you able to tell us how much is outstanding?
I'm able to tell you the quantity of cocoa that we have to deliver to be able to pay that. And if you want me to calculate the value, I can do it.
No, don't worry. I'm asking that if the figure is not readily available, I'm fine. You can furnish me at a later date. All right? I just wanted to know the syndicated is outstanding if it has not been fully liquidated. If you say so, and you don't have the exact outstanding, it is fine. Now, the expenditure, when I perused the report, I realized that of the 2.2 billion plus, you were saying some 2.6 in administrative expenditure. Did you realize that in that was a 900 million, 900 million went into compensation?
Mr. Chairman, what compensation?
Oh, compensation is compensation.
No,
for
compensation for what?
The the rehabilitation that was done.
The 2.6 billion.
That is so.
What about the 3?
Pardon?
What about the 3.4 billion?
No, I am staying on that. That is a different thing that I may come to. The 2.6 that you're referring to. In it is a 900 million for the compensation for the rehabilitation.
That year, the 900 million was the total investment made by Cocoa Board in cocoa production. The 900 and I think 900 and something million was the total investment.
But what I'm saying is that that 900 million is founded on that expenditure in the 2.6 that you're referring to, correct?
But I'm hearing this for the first time.
You may check.
Okay, thank you.
Please, thank you. Now, the producer price, I'm not an agroeconomist. We learn that Chamber of Parliament is a place we all learn. I'm neither an economist. Mine is the law. But I'm happy to put to you this question so that you can explain to me. Now, the producer price of cocoa, is it based on the spot price at the world market or that which is achieved through CMC's average price as negotiated?
If you recall too, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, just to remind you that it's your leader who is asking you questions. You know,
it's based on the price. If we do forward sales, we will approve that in Parliament. And the price.
Honorable Collins Dauda, he was on the committee with us. Honorable Collins Dauda, he was on the committee with us. We'll talk about his story someday. He calls me Miwafasi, you know. In this very room, in this very meeting room, Honorable Setekwe, the then finance minister, met with us. And this was when he was bringing his media budget. And he wanted to discuss some pertinent issues with us as a finance committee. This is what they had to say, that the cocoa sector was suffering low production as a result of the Galamsey activities, and many people were cutting down their cocoa trees for mining activities. And in fact, when he said that, I could relate to it because my ancestral farms in Asin Fosu area, where my family members have been depending on, few weeks before the meeting, they had come to me that they needed money to buy machine and that people were making money from gold. And I found that strange. So when he said that, it wasn't surprising to me. Anyway, would you suggest a much more comprehensive approach on the part of the political class in addressing these galamsey activities affecting cocoa sector, so that we are not seen as playing politics when the real story is there?
Mr. Chairman, I think that when you look at the challenge of galamsey and its impact on cocoa production, managers of the cocoa sector, knowing very well that these galamsey activities is impacting on cocoa production, ought to have been very moderate on their cocoa projections. But you come to the House with a projection of 850,000, means that you have put in place adequate measures to produce that quantity. And then you end up recording 500 and something, and then you say it is galamsey. At the time we were projecting, were you not aware that the menace could have some catastrophic consequences on production?
Honorable Senior, you know, you've earned my respect with that phrase, and I want us to delve a bit into that. You see, this is a national platform, and I know that when it gets to the partisan political space, we throw in a lot of rhetorics. Sometimes we don't mean them, sometimes we mean them. I agree with you that it is good to be measured in our ambitions. I agree. But then also, don't you think that the narrative by us as a political class should be aimed at supporting the sector in a very much pragmatic way? So, for instance, getting the opportunity on the floor, you can tell the chief executive, in view of the realities, this your projection, revise it. Rather than hitting hard or doing the blame game, because we know the reality.
Chairman, I agree with you perfectly. But when the Constitution places a responsibility on you, and you are unable to discharge that responsibility, certainly you have to be blamed. You agree with me as a seasoned and respectable, venerable lawyer in the country that under Article 257, all the mineral
now
resources...
you are going into law too.
No, I'm not going to law.
That's our small space.
I'm not going to law.
No, that's our small space that my senior and I are keeping to. You are getting there.
Honorable Minority Leader, let him answer.
I know.
Let him answer the question. Please proceed to answer the question.
I was saying that under Article 257 of the 1992 Constitution. Okay.
He wants to be specific, so please, if you can be specific, do so.
That provision in the Constitution places the responsibility on the President of the Republic of Ghana to protect and preserve mineral resources wherever they are found within the boundaries of our country for the future generation. And so if we are blaming a particular government, probably it may be because of this particular provision.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, when you're on a national platform, the language obviously is different, but it's okay. Honorable nominee, now let me, tease your mind on this matter. The EU issued some directives, let me put it for want of a better word. And they were trying to suggest to us that we should adopt a much more environmentally friendly approach in cultivating our cocoa, right from seedling production. You know, currently, cocoa board, and not only cocoa board, almost all our seed production activities rely on topsoil. Going into the sector, can you assure the nation that you will take steps to encourage the use of cocoa pits, soilless media, as an alternative for the topsoil?
Mr. Chairman, we have the experts in the sector, and normally their recommendation informs policies. And so if in the wisdom of the experts, it is something that can help our nation advance the cost of production, why not? We'll go with it.
So, but would you agree with me that the topsoil as a means of producing seedling is a real problem?
Chairman,
I mean, considering the state of...
We have a way of treating the soil.
Very well.
How can Burkina produce more tomatoes than Ghana? They know how to manage the soil. And so once we have the experts there, let's give them the resources.
Chairman, I'm not talking about actual nursery and final stage of having the seedling in there, because where the seedling production is poor, you produce weak seedlings with low nutrients. They won't survive. You are aware from the report you have from Cocoa Board that their survival rate is 40%. That is the mainstay of my question. That would you want to encourage an alternative means?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. That's the assurance I needed you to give to the country. Because that alternative means will create more jobs. Because this coconut husk, if we encourage the private sector to get into it and then produce the cocoa pit, it's going to help a lot of the seed production, not only cocoa board, maize, rice, etc., all those things. And then it's going to help us. So that's the point I wanted to underscore. Very well. But let the records reflect.
Mr. Chairman, it's a good point.
That's an honest answer. Now, Honorable Nominee, this swollen shoot virus thing, that, we are just dealing with the surface. I'm not an agronomist. Don't take me into the deeper ocean. I'm not taking you there. I just want to understand general policy issues and how your government is going to see to it. Now, the cocoa swollen shoot virus is one of the major causes of decline in cocoa production, apart from the galamsey thing. Today, the records have it that over 600 hectares out of 1.95 million hectares of cocoa area under cultivation is affected with the disease. Between 2014 and 2016, when the NDC was in government, the control of this important disease was a challenge. Farmers also suffered, and it continued through 2017 all the way to date, no doubt. What will be the policy, a sustainable policy by your government to control this?
Mr. Chairman, as for swollen shoot cocoa disease, the best approach is to cut the affected tree and replant. But my point has to do with the fact that this House approved a loan facility of $600 million United States dollars for rehabilitation of the moribund and diseased cocoa farms in 2019. Almost 5 years now. The impact of that investment ought to have been felt in production. But we are not seeing that. And it is an area that must be a concern to all of us because we collateralize the cocoa trees. And every year, we have to release 32,802 metric tons of cocoa to service that loan.
Yes, I agree. I think, in terms of, in terms of the impact.
Honorable member, are you on a point of order against your leader? So please, give the floor to your leader. Please, leader, you have the floor.
Chairman, thank you very much. I'm talking about the impact that you talked about. The rehabilitation, as you rightly stated, started in 2019. We are in 2025. So it's only 5 years away. Cocoa production will peak around the 12 to 15 years. So yes, the peak. No, the hybrids will start yielding from 2 years, but you'll be getting only a few pours. So if you want to see the impact, you're talking about 10 years onwards. Yes, so you don't expect to get the impact today. Fortunately, you are in government today. So when the yields start to go up, don't claim the entire credit for yourself. You have to credit the...
Honorable Iwepoku, I think, let's take it easy. Let's take it easy. The issue is not about he taking credit or otherwise. I think the thrust of the matter is the impact. And he was suggesting that in his view, the impact is yet to be felt. And I think it's a fair point. The issue of the time lines is another issue. And I just want us to be fair with him. He isn't criticizing or he's not saying that the policy has failed. All he's saying is that the impact is yet to be felt. Eric, if I got you right. So as to the time for that maturity to be felt is a different matter. So I'm sure, now back to my next question. Would you agree that under the system, it will take a longer period for the full impact to be felt after this rehabilitation exercise from the experts?
Mr. Chairman, if you say the full impact, I will agree with you. But at least the impact must be seen now.
I agree. I agree too. Now, let's get into this. You talked about Nkukon Kitinkiti. Well, I heard it from His Excellency President Mahama. And for me as an entrepreneur, knowing the pressure from our youth on all of us as a political class, beyond the political rhetoric, I believe that if it is implemented, it will help the youth. Because a lot of them are dejected in this country. They don't have jobs, and the pressure is on us. You've already answered that steps will be taken. But let's go up north. You know, some 12 years ago, there was this same beautiful idea. That time, it was not in Nkukon Kitinkiti, it was a confirmed Kitinkiti. Where the guinea fowl rearing thing was introduced. It was not too successful. What assurance can you give to our young men and women in the north who have heard of this in Nkukon Kitinkiti down south? Okay? What assurances can you give them that there will be a reintroduction of the guinea fowl rearing policy, the unconfirmed Kitinkiti policy, to also help them and their livelihoods?
Mr. Chairman, I think that the guinea fowl and Kitinkiti program has already taken off. The MPP implemented this in 2020. And I've referred this committee to a document that is available to the House, the 2020 budget, paragraph 273. In that paragraph, we were told that government was going to distribute a certain quantity of ngokon kete to farmers. In fact, as a ranking member, I followed up. And surprisingly, that quantity, even though procured, what was distributed was far less than half of that quantity. And so the ngokon kete issue, the confirmed kete issue you are raising, is already being implemented by your party, Mr. Chairman. And so it is not something new that we have to introduce. We only have to improve upon what you are doing.
So, Honorable Nominee, I just want your assurance to the nation that there would be a program to create jobs. So if your suggestion is that you are going to improve upon it, that confirm Nkete thing, kindly reassure the nation on that. Honorable Nominee, I mean, as we hear records, that the syndicated loan, as at the time of transition, had been fully paid. The syndicated loan, not other indebtedness. He says that I should actually quote him, and that he believes that there are other facilities that perhaps, if you can refer to and later come back to us, you would confirm yourself that for the syndicated loan, it's been fully paid. All right. So it's not a question I'm asking you. I'm just providing this information. When you are discharged from this committee, it's not an end in itself. We can all interrogate issues. So just for us to cross-check. Is that okay? All right. Honorable Nominee, now let me go into other...
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, sorry, I thought...
Mr. Chairman, I think I
Do you have a response to that?
Yes, I referred to the handing over document that was given to us. Yes. In that document, they indicated that they owe the market 374,000 tons of cocoa, and that they have rolled it over to this year. If that is not related to syndication, I don't have any problem.
Okay, Chairman, with respect, I like the honesty on the part of my respected senior colleague, and that is one of the things I respect him for. You see, because they do the forward sales, okay, at least these are basic things that I know as a member of the Finance Committee. Because last year, they could not sell as they projected. You are right in suggesting that they have some outstanding pledges to the market. That is different from the syndicated loan. So I think that you can check.
Mr. Chairman, are you implying that after or aside the syndicated facility, they did another arrangement to sell cocoa without recourse to us, another forward sales without recourse to us? Because,
no, Chairman,
Chairman said yes.
No, Chairman, with respect, Honorable Nominee, you pay attention to me. Chairman, with respect, I think you answered it by saying that the impression you had was to the effect that they had some 360,000 tons to supply, which they had already pledged, and they had rolled it over. What you were clear, which I agree with you, was to the fact that you assumed that that was part of the syndicated loan.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
It is a fact stated in the document they gave us that they owe the market 374,000 tons of cocoa.
Okay,
If,
but
we
that
have,
is
if we
not-
have not taken their money, how would you own them?
No, Eric, Bojidi, Abuta, you know, it is different from a syndicated loan. No. If they owe the market, it's not the same as owing a bank. So I am saying that let's be fair to them. You cross-check again so that we bring clarity to this matter. I think that we can always bring clarity. So let me proceed with the next question, if you don't mind. All right. Chairman. Tree Crop Development Authority. Tell me your plans in supporting them to sustain their drive in getting other cash crops to boost our economy.
Mr. Chairman, I think earlier on, in my response to the issue about Tree Crop Development Authority, I indicated that under the Constitution, we are enjoined to continue all projects and programs implemented by the previous government. And so what we are going to do is to look at the whole structure, make exceptions and incisions, tailor it to fit into our agenda, and then execute.
Honorable nominee, let's come to your manifesto, please. Your manifesto. I just need a small explanation on your manifesto.
Mr. Chairman, I thought at the beginning, when I wanted to fully respond to the questions, my understanding was that we wanted me to limit so that you also be brief. It appears you are in breach of this arrangement.
Honorable Chairman, my respected colleague knows that by my nature, I don't breach our gentleman's agreement. He and I know. But
Honorable Brian Achampong, it appears interrupting. Please. He's on the floor asking a question, and out of the mic, you cannot be engaging him. Thank you very much. Leader, you have
Honorable
the floor.
nominee, you know, under the caption in your manifesto, Agriculture for Economic Transformation Agenda, you indicated that the NDC government will create farm banks within the agricultural zones to ease access to land and irrigation facilities. Well, you and I are aware the complexities in the nature of our land tenure system. How really do you think this is feasible?
Mr. Chairman, if an individual in Ghana today wants to acquire land to engage in farming, he will get it. Why is it that if government wants to get land to farm, he cannot get it? What we are saying is that, yes, people go through a lot of difficulties in getting land for farming. And so as government, we want to take the lead, secure the land, prepare the land, and then give it out for people to farm and increase production.
Honorable nominee, there is this problem we all go through. Social intervention. Incentives we give to farmers. My son asked me this question. Now, why is it that we give so much incentives to our farmers, yet we get too little. How do you plan to ensure that incentives that we give to farmers are properly utilized for the benefit of our economy?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I think what we have to do is to make sure that every incentive that is meant for farmers indeed get to the farmers. We have a lot of experiences to share as a committee. When we invited the ministry to come and brief us on why, in spite of the investment we have made in the planting for food and jobs phase 1, we're not seeing the results. We know that in agriculture, returns on investment is very, very high. You put into the soil a grain of maize, and you harvest thousands of them. So returns on investment is very, very high. And so if you invest almost 3 billion Ghana cedis in agriculture, the impact should be monumental. But we're not seeing that. But when we engage the ministry, we realize that donkeys were conveying fertilizer meant for planting for food and jobs to neighboring Burkina Faso. And these are some of the things. You sit in office and you assume that you have deployed the fertilizer. And so this can go and increase production, but it is diverted. So eventually, you are not getting the anticipated results. What must be done is to put in place mechanisms to ensure that every person that is committed into investment in agriculture indeed gets into agriculture. And the results will be monumental.
Chairman, my respected senior has just said something that reminds me of the popular saying that easily said and done. You know, you are going into the ministry with a lot of optimism, high hopes, ambitions. You are going to work with a bureaucracy. You conceded that it is the bureaucracy which is the enemy, correct? The enemy is the bureaucracy.
Mr. Chairman, this language is indeterminate. It's cryptic and indeterminate. If you can elucidate on it, I'll be grateful.
Very well. So, I refer to the individuals in the value chain. The policy implementation stakeholders, those who are supposed to implement, like you beautifully demonstrated, that fertilizer or some input meant for Ghanaian farmers, you have some camels or whatever cutting them out of the country. It is not the minister who has failed, but it is the system that has failed. How do you intend to revamp the system in such a way that all these wastes will be dealt with?
Mr. Chairman, my understanding of leadership is that the leaders will set the agenda. Leaders will craft the relevant strategies for the actualization of the agenda. Leaders will mobilize people behind those strategies to work to make it happen without counting the cost. And so if leadership is unable to rally people behind the strategies, it's a failure on the part of leadership.
Honorable nominee, you talked about some insurance for the sector. Are you aware of the Ghana incentive-based risk-sharing system for agricultural lending?
Mr. Chairman, I'm aware of GESEL.
Okay, so this new insurance scheme, is it an enhancement or is something new, respectfully?
Mr. Chairman, it's different from GESEL. You know, GESEL, their modus operandi is different. What they do is that they provide guarantee at a cost. And so when they come in to guarantee for the farmers to take the loan, they add 2% to the interest rate. This will overburden the farmers. And looking at the structure, how can the numerous peasant farmers benefit from this arrangement? And that is why we intend to introduce the Ghana Agriculture Insurance Scheme, which will be feasible, which everybody can associate with, and indeed bring a lot of farmers to be part of it.
So you agree with me that climate change is a major issue affecting the agro sector, particularly cocoa?
Mr. Speaker, it is a global challenge.
Yes, I agree. I agree that globally we have the challenge. But let's narrow it to Ghana. You would agree that in the Ghanaian agroeconomy, climate change is a major factor, particularly in the cocoa sector.
Mr. Chairman, this is a trite knowledge.
Have you some alternative plans to deal with extreme weather conditions to enhance agriculture?
Mr. Chairman, I think irrigation is the way to go. And then apart from that, we have also captured the development of the greenhouse model. You recall that in 2019, we invested $19.7 million. That was a facility secured for the construction of 3 big greenhouses in this country. The Dowenya one, the Bojuase one, and the Akumadan one. You know that all the vegetables that we see in our shopping malls are imported. But under the controlled environment with irrigation facilities, through the greenhouse facilities, we should be able to produce enough vegetables to take care of some of these situations. But I'm told that in spite of the huge investment that we made in these facilities, as we speak, they are not fully operational. And we have to do everything possible to operationalize them.
Senior, consumption of maize is very high in this country. It's a major staple for us. And we are not producing enough maize. Animals also rely on maize to feed. There's generally some deficit, a huge deficit. How do you intend to deal with the deficit, if any, provided you disagree with me?
Mr. Chairman, you are contradicting the position of your government.
I've asked you a question. No, please. No.
Take the answer.
Chairman.
You pose a question. Honorable Ranking.
Chairman, with respect.
Honorable Ranking, with all due respect, you pose a question to the nominee. The nominee is about to answer the question. You can disagree with him, but candidly allow him to answer the question. Please.
Mr. Chairman, my answer is that the Honorable Ranking Member and minority, by that statement, is contradicting the position of his party and government. Because they claim that under the Planting for Food and Jobs, they have produced maize in excess of our demand. This is a position I have continuously challenged. And it is good that today you are being patriotic enough to collaborate that position I've held for several years.
Chairman.
Order.
Chairman, from where I sit, I ask you questions, and yours is to answer. And I put a question to you hypothetically. I did not rely on any data. I put to you a hypothetical question, and I concluded by saying that if you disagree, what is your position? So I do not want us to introduce politics. So far, we've been doing good. Not introduce politics and my government and your government. You know, you and I don't go that path. So I'm pleading with you. So far, you've done well. Let's take away any partisan politics from this engagement. It's not going to help. Now, let me ask you the straight question. What,
Mr. Chairman, I must indicate that I do not intend to engage in any form of politics here. But if the fact is that a government has assumed a position, it will be extremely difficult for me to go around and say that it wasn't said by government and therefore it was said by an entity. I think that under our rules and based on the oath we have taken, we have to be candid to the good people at all times. And then you also urge me that as I appear before you, I must be candid. And that's exactly what I'm doing.
That's okay. That's okay. Honorable nominee, do you have any public data to support our maize production levels as to whether as a country we've been successful in producing sufficient for our consumption, or that we have some public data to suggest that we really are in deficit?
Mr. Chairman, I recall vividly that in 2011, Ghana produced maize in excess of our demand in 2011. And that was the reason why SRAID, which is a department under the Ministry of Agriculture, recommended to government for the establishment of buffer stock to come into the market, buy the excess produce over demand, stock them to keep prices at reasonable level as a measure to protect the farmers, and then release them during the lean season to also protect consumers by preventing prices from skyrocketing. This is evidence. It is in our records that 2011 we produced maize in excess of our demand. In recent times, we are told that we have produced maize in excess of our demand. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, this is what is captured on records. But the reality is that within the same period, we saw poultry farmers in Ghana running everywhere looking for maize, and they were not getting it. And so I was surprised that at the time that we claimed to have produced the maize in abundance, our poultry farmers were crying for maize and they were not getting it. And prices of maize have been going up, which is affecting the cost of poultry products. And so the paper reporting indicates sufficiency and even above demand level, but the reality suggests the contrary.
Now let's go to Commander Sugar Factory. Your government took a facility from India to revive it, and you intend to revive it and or to create jobs. Now, I'm interested in the farmers who produce the sugarcane. How do you plan to create a sustainable outgrower system for this factory to be fed with sugarcane for production?
Mr. Chairman, sometimes when I hear some of these questions posed to some of us, I cringe. I cringe in the sense that the facility has been in place for almost 8 years now. If it is only about the production of sugar cane to make the factory work, why is it that within the 8 years we have not been able to do this? Meanwhile, we have invested loans that must be paid back by the Ghanaian taxpayer. And so, Mr. Chairman, yes, you have asked a question, but I wanted to lay a solid foundation, mount the superstructure before I roof it. What we are going to do is that before leaving office, you recall that Parliament had approved a facility for the farmers to produce sugar cane to feed the factory. And we wanted to ensure that we produce sugar cane from January to December, so that we can ensure continuous and uninterrupted supply of sugar to reduce the huge sugar import bill confronting our nation. And so, Mr. Chairman, given the nod, even though it falls within the purview of the Ministry of Trade, we will work in tandem with them to ensure effective implementation and operationalization of the factory.
Honorable nominee, our poultry industry is having some challenges as a result of cheap importation of poultry products. First of all, do you agree that they are having some challenges?
Mr. Chairman, I agree perfectly. I agree perfectly that we are having serious challenges in respect of poultry production in Ghana. And I'm here to recollect one major policy intervention rolled out within the last 8 years to increase poultry production in this country. I'm here to recollect one.
It's the honorable nominee. Honorable nominee.
Yeah.
Ericus.
Yes, sir.
Senior Ericus.
Yes.
Professor. You know, your last 3 answers, then last 8 years, we have lost power. We are no more in office. I'm talking about going forward. So let's not talk about yesterday. Whatever it is.
Mr. Chairman,
let me finish.
Initially, you diplomatically confined me.
Yes, but so why are you getting out of that diplomatic
circle? It appears that you are going beyond.
No, I'm not.
So I also have to come out.
Don't go there. Don't go. Stay within the confines. Anyway.
Honorable minority leader, you should also stay within your limits.
That's all right. Eric, we are staying within a certain whatever. Anyway, let me take you to Winneba. The Winnisek and Takufum vegetable farmers. These are farmers who are into vegetables, onion, cabbage, lettuce, cucumber, etc. They want me to ask you how assured they should be of your leadership at the Agric Ministry.
Mr. Chairman, we have in our manifesto a program called Vegetable Development Program. We are going to encourage these farmers to form cooperatives. And through the cooperatives, we can make finance, credit available to them. Through the cooperatives, they can access support from the farmer service centers. And we import a lot of onion. According to MOFA, every year we spend around $24 million to import onion from Niger. Again, we import a lot of tomato. In 2018, tomato importation cost our country $99.5 million. In 2022, tomato importation was around $400 million. And so there is the urgent need for us to focus on the production of these specific vegetables as a means to reduce the food import bill and restore some kind of restoration to the exchange rate regime. And so, Mr. Chairman, just indicate to your people that the hope they anticipated in President John Mahama has arrived, and that we are going to cause them to jump into ebullience, to be enraptured.
Honorable nominee, my final point, not a question to you per se, but like I did with Honorable Harun Idrisu. You are one person who is respected by your colleagues. Can you share with the Ghanaian youth how you've gotten this far? And that is my final question.
Mr. Chairman, in life, there are certain basic principles that you must hold on to if indeed you want to rise. Humility must be your hallmark. The fear of God is the foundation for everything. It is the beginning of wisdom. And with humility and the fear of God, everything is possible to achieve. It is with these two principles that by God's grace, I appear before you the third time for vetting. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, as usual, I recognize the presence of Nana Minta Sankore Menkumhini, Nana Ochre Siabo, Esu Fufu Chief, Honorable Dr. Peter Buama Tokuno, NDC Director, Interparties, Honorable Isa Ben Ahmed, NDC Esunafo South Constituency Chairman, Honorable Seydou Adam, NDC Esunafo South Constituency Organizer, Honorable Charity Gardner Ahafo, Regional Minister Designate, Nana Kobna Ajiman, Opambo, Yenchirehini, Nana Tachiwa, Doma Benkumhima, and Honorable ABA Fuseni,
One proverb.
former member of Sanerugu, Honorable ABA Katuma Biaola.
One proverb before he goes. One proverb.
Thank you very much. I use the opportunity to thank the nominee for attending upon the committee and providing answers to numerous questions posed to him. I use the opportunity to congratulate you and assure you that surely you will hear from the committee. You are therefore discharged.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.